151, come if you can. Very quickly, South Wolf's communication request arrived. Who are you? If you have something to say, then say it quickly. I'm very busy, Shi Feng said in an annoyed tone after picking up the call. Do you know who Shi Feng's words nearly caused South Wolf to lose it. However, in the end, he still endured it. After all, this was a task handed down to him from above, so he needed to carry out the job properly. If it were any other person who dared speak to him in such a way, they would definitely face a tragic end. If you have nothing to say, then I'm hanging up, Shi Feng said. South Wolf furiously said, Why would I look for you if I have nothing to say? Then speak of it quickly, I'm very busy, Shi Feng said, annoyed. There was a huge opportunity right before his eyes, so where would he find the time to bicker with a stranger? South Wolf nearly burst out in rage once again at Shi Feng's words. A loose expert like Shi Feng dared to speak to him in such a way. However, after giving it some thought, South Wolf realized that Shi Feng only dared to speak to him in such a way due to not knowing his real identity. I need to calm down, South Wolf consoled himself, saying, As long as he knows my identity, he will definitely be shocked witless. I am the spokesperson for Underworld. I assume that you have never heard of the name of Underworld, right? That's because Underworld is a gigantic, hidden organization. If a person does not reach a certain degree of standard, they will have no qualifications for knowing about our existence at all. As for the strength of Underworld, I can tell you about it right now. Even if it is an assassination expert like Absolute Heaven, after striving for 3 years, only now did he manage to obtain the qualifications to become an outer member of Underworld. Until now, he was just an existence at the very bottom. What? Absolute Heaven is just an outer member of Underworld? Shi Feng was slightly shocked. Indeed, he had never heard of the name of Underworld before. He also did not know how powerful it was. However, if a top-tier assassin like Absolute Heaven was just an outer member, it could be seen just how unfathomable a background Underworld possessed. Shi Feng also did not think that South Wolf was speaking a lie. After experiencing so many things in God's domain, Shi Feng was rather proficient at determining whether a person was lying or not. Moreover, the way South Wolf spoke carried the hint of someone speaking down from high above, like an emperor overlooking commoners. This was not an action that could be faked. They can't be wanting to take revenge because I killed Absolute Heaven, right? Shi Feng inwardly guessed. Previously, he had not discovered any guild emblem on Absolute Heaven's person. Hence, he always thought that Absolute Heaven was a hidden expert working as a solo assassin. He did not think that Absolute Heaven would have such backing. Hearing Shi Feng's shock, South Wolf felt slightly satisfied. Actually, this isn't anything special. Underworld also possesses an unimaginable influence in the real world. The resources and information we possess far exceed your imagination. Even as an outer member, the strength you possess could cause even a major corporation in a city to tremble. Even the snow goddess, Gentle Snow, that you're very familiar with, has to treat an intermediate member of Underworld with respect, not to mention the upper management of Underworld. South Wolf laughed, proudly saying, By telling you all this information, I am not trying to brag about Underworld, but instead, I am telling you just how powerful of a background Underworld possesses. If you don't believe me, you can go ask Gentle Snow. Without sufficient strength, one would not even have the qualifications to know about the existence of Underworld. I'm contacting you to tell you that you have already received the attention of Underworld. You now possess the qualifications to join Underworld. Is it because I killed Absolute Heaven? Shi Feng calmly asked. You can put it that way. If you did not have the strength to kill Absolute Heaven, then you really would not be able to catch the attention of Underworld. South Wolf was slightly astonished. Shi Feng was actually not the least bit excited after hearing his words. If others were to receive a similar message, they would normally be ecstatic, wishing they could join immediately. After all, by joining Underworld, one could have many chances to become acquainted with a group of large characters. Carrying out tasks in the future would also become much more convenient. The information Underworld possessed far exceeded what one could imagine, and it would have an unimaginable benefit towards one's future development. So you're saying, as long as I agree, I can become an outer member of Underworld immediately? Shi Feng had long since weathered through plenty of storms. He was no longer that immature youth in his early 20s, hence he reacted extremely calmly. In Shi Feng's previous life, as the guild leader of Shadow, he had never heard of the existence of Underworld. However, Shi Feng did not find it strange either. After all, Shadow was only a second-rate guild. In the eyes of first-rate guilds, they were but an ant on the road, not worthy to be mentioned at all. You can put it that way as well. However, it would not be easy if you wish to join Underworld. Right now, you only possess the qualifications to join. Moreover, in Underworld, we have always believed that, if you wish to obtain something, then you need to pay an equivalent price for it. Only when you can afford the price to join Underworld would you be able to officially become an outer member. Can you tell me what sort of price I need to pay? The price to join Underworld is a considerable amount. Even Absolute Heaven spent 3 years to join. However, you are extremely lucky. From my previous investigations, I discovered that there is a certain flame in your possession that is able to greatly increase your attack and destructive power. As long as you hand over that flame and pay a monthly membership fee of 10 gold coins, you will officially become an outer member of Underworld. I see, realization struck Shi Feng. The organization, Underworld, was similar to a grand chamber of commerce in real life. If one wanted to join the organization, then they needed to pay the membership fee. However, not just anybody possessed the qualifications to join the organization. Within the organization, members would be able to form platforms for mutual assistance, information sharing, and resource sharing. With this, members would be able to obtain many more business opportunities to develop their own enterprises further. Since you understand, when are you prepared to pay the price? I can't stay too long in Red Leaf Town. I still have many other things that I need to do, South Wolf said with a laugh. As long as he could obtain the epic ranked flame in Shi Feng's hands, coupling it with several years of accumulated contributions, he would be able to officially become an intermediate member of Underworld. At that time, he would be able to call the wind and rain as he pleased. Sorry, but I refuse to join. You should look for someone else, Shi Feng said in a stern tone. After his experience with Shadow, he no longer wished to join someone else's organization. Moreover, he did not need to join someone else's organization. With his advantage as a reincarnated person, he had knowledge of tons of information of which others were unaware. He also knew the trends in which the future would develop toward. If Underworld was seeking him out to cooperate as equals, then he could put some consideration into the matter. However, for him to become a member of Underworld, it would only be a different form of slaving off for someone else. Fortunately, he did not possess such a hobby. Right now, he could already start establishing a large workshop. The goal of establishing a large guild was also within close sight, so he truly did not see any need to join Underworld. The most valuable thing one could obtain within Underworld was information about God's domain. In the eyes of others, although such information was extremely precious, to Shi Feng it was common knowledge. The reason he spoke so much was simply to find out more about Underworld. What did you say? South Wolf thought he had heard incorrectly. After speaking for such a long time, Shi Feng had simply rejected him. I'm not interested in joining Underworld. You should look for someone else, Shi Feng reiterated once more. After speaking so much, in the end, you were just toying with me? South Wolf angrily said. Do you know what kind of consequences your actions will bring? It is you who contacted me first. Now that I don't wish to join Underworld, are you going to threaten me to join? Shi Feng sneered. Since you dare to toy around with us, Underworld, you naturally have to pay the price. Hand over the flame, and I'll consider it as if this matter never happened. Otherwise, prepare to suffer Underworld's wrath. South Wolf threatened in a cold tone. Ha ha ha. You finally revealed your fox's tail. Since the beginning, your goal has always been the flame, right? You found out from absolute heaven that my flame is not anything simple, so you wish to have it for yourselves now, is it? Shi Feng calmly said. I only have one sentence to say to you. If you guys have the ability, then come. 52 legendary character South Wolf fell silent at Shi Feng's calm reply. He clearly informed Shi Feng of Underworld's background and its frightening might, yet Shi Feng still resolutely chose to oppose Underworld, refusing to hand over the flame. This was the first time South Wolf encountered such a case. If you think that, just by being acquainted with and backing of Gentle Snow, Underworld will not dare target you, you couldn't be more wrong. South Wolf sneered. Even the currently famous Ouroboros does not dare possess enmity against Underworld, not to mention a measly first vice leader. I'll give you one last chance to hand over the flame. That way, you can still play in God's domain comfortably. Otherwise, there will be no place to accommodate you in all of God's domain. It looks like you really don't understand human words. Or is there a problem with your intelligence? Shi Feng laughed disdainfully. You wish to take something that belongs to me with just a few words? Do you think that your family runs God's domain or something? I'll tell you one more time. If you have the ability, then come. I'm eager to see just what you can do to me. If it were his last life, Shi Feng might have yielded. However, it was a different story altogether now. In this life, he possessed both the capital and confidence to challenge a gigantic existence like Underworld. After reincarnating, Shi Feng's goal in life was to complete the dream he never accomplished in his previous life, establishing his own virtual empire. On this path, he was destined to make enemies of the many major powers of God's domain. If he lowered his head to Underworld now, how could he challenge the tyrants of God's domain in the future? How could he compete over the resources, territory, equipment, and such in God's domain? Although Underworld's influence was massive, and its influence in reality similarly great, when faced with God's domain, the globally acknowledged second world, nary a power in the world could interfere with the main God system, not to mention a measly Underworld. Even if Underworld wished to investigate Shi Feng's identity in real life, it was an impossible task to achieve. After over 100 years of operation and improvements, the privacy of players in virtual reality games was nigh perfect. It was also impossible to uncover a person's identity through virtual trades. Very good. Since it seems that you have truly steeled your heart to oppose Underworld, you better make your preparations to enter hell. South Wolf was so angry he smiled. He truly did not think that there would be a person who did not fear death. Shi Feng was but a single independent player, and he only dared speak those conceited words because he did not know the terror of Underworld at all. In South Wolf's view, Shi Feng was just an arrogant and presumptuous fool who did not know fear. Underworld's main influence covered 2 empires and several kingdoms, Star Moon Kingdom included. As long as he reported this matter to the higher-ups, within a few days, an independent player like Shi Feng would no longer remain mingling in God's domain. At that time, Shi Feng would have no choice but to offer up that epic ranked flame. Hell, is it? I've enjoyed its atmosphere plenty of times before, and entering yours won't make any difference. Shi Feng shrugged, smiling insolently as he spoke. Shi Feng now possessed the ice blue devil flame. With his current battle prowess, he did not fear any player in the least. If they wished to gang up on him, he would use guerrilla warfare to deal with them. His leveling speed was extremely rapid, so he could afford to face off against them. He did not believe that there was any guild or power that could afford to waste that much manpower and resources to continuously battle him in Red Leaf Town. After speaking his piece, Shi Feng disconnected the call. Brother Feng, what happened? Blackie could feel Shi Feng's rage from the conversation he just had. Nothing much, it was just someone trying to rob me. Shi Feng shook his head, casually describing Underworld as a bandit. We're better off thinking of a way to get information off of that elderly NPC. Okay, Blackie nodded, agreeing. Although Shi Feng spoke lightly, Blackie knew that the matter was not as simple as Shi Feng described. Blackie inwardly hated himself for not being any help to Shi Feng. If he could become more powerful, he might be of help to Shi Feng in the future. In actuality, Blackie was not alone in this train of thought. Lonely Snow also detected the abnormality in Shi Feng's tone, and he similarly hated himself for being so weak and helpless. I must work harder to improve my technique and strength. At the very least, I can't remain as deadweight to Brother Feng. Suddenly, the two of them held an eager desire to increase their own strength. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng hung up on him, South Wolf immediately contacted the upper echelons of Underworld. South Wolf, how is the matter regarding the epic ranked item coming along? Young Master Feng, I've already tried my best, but that brat Ye Feng still refused. He also looked down on Underworld, telling us to come at him if we have the ability. Ha ha ha, he's truly an interesting fellow. It is no wonder Snow is paying attention to him. I haven't met such an arrogant person for a very long time now. Since he has rejected my good intentions, let him disappear from God's domain. I'll give you the authority to mobilize all of Underworld in White River City, so quickly fetch me that item. Yes, this subordinate will definitely succeed. After the call ended, South Wolf released a sigh of relief. Listening to that person's tone, they were definitely angry. Otherwise, that person would not have given him the authority to mobilize the full strength of Underworld in White River City just to deal with a single Yi Feng. Yi Feng, let's see how long you continue acting freely. Very soon, I'll show what kind of place hell really is. Just thinking of Shi Feng was enough to cause South Wolf's belly to fill with rage. However, when he thought about how he could operate all the power of Underworld in the White River City region, he could not help his excitement. Although Underworld had a very low member count, each and every one of them were elite experts. Some were even the upper echelons of major guilds. If he gathered all of the members within the White River City region, the total power might even surpass that of a third-rate guild in White River City. Being able to mobilize such a power, just thinking of it gave him an invigorating feeling. Moreover, a majority of Underworld's members were players who walked the path of darkness. What they loved most was murder, and they were the best at dealing with independent players like Shi Feng. Meanwhile, as South Wolf thought of ways to deal with Shi Feng, the person, himself, was in the process of having a conversation with the NPC named Faust, albeit a one-sided one. According to Shi Feng's understanding, Faust was a strange old man. Although Faust was a strange old man, he was also a legendary character. He was once known as the Elemental Dominator. During his youth, Faust had once killed a mighty dragon and had even sealed the Great Demon King. A Great Demon King was the human equivalent of a Tier 5 class. Moreover, Faust was once a teacher to the Emperor of the Black Dragon Empire. Rumor had it that Faust had once fought against a god and survived the encounter. However, when he reached the age of 100, he suddenly started wandering all over God's domain. Right now, Faust was already an old monster that exceeded the age of 300. As to how powerful Faust was right now, Shi Feng was unable to properly discern that. In short, Faust's strength was immeasurably deep. Hence, it was extremely difficult to start a conversation with Faust. The first condition to do so was to have sufficient strength to attract Faust's attention. The second condition was to have delicious cooking. Only when both of these conditions were fulfilled would Faust give out a rare quest called Delicious Golden Fish. When this quest was completed, one could obtain a reward. In reality, displaying sufficient strength to Faust was a simple task. To do so, one merely needed to deal over 100 damage to the golden fish. However, it was an extremely difficult challenge for players below level 20 to cause over 100 damage. At the very minimum, one needed to be level 20 and possess a complete set of bronze set equipment and a mysterious iron weapon to achieve such damage. Moreover, before one displayed their strength, they needed to initiate a conversation with Faust. On the surface, Faust appeared to not take notice of players. In reality, he secretly paid attention. Yet, just when Shi Feng was about to inform Blackie and Lonely Snow about these conditions, the two of them started cursing at Faust. However, this could also attract Faust's attention. 53 legendary item. After attracting Faust's attention, Shi Feng's remaining task was to deal damage to the golden fish. These level 20 golden fish currently swam within the bright silver river suspended in mid-air. The river was around 25 to 30 yards above the ground, making it impossible for any normal melee class to attack the golden fish. Moreover, the golden fish had scales as hard as diamonds, and it was nigh impossible for players below level 20 to cause them over 100 damage in a single attack. The golden fish possessed a very high magic resistance as well, reducing the magic damage they received by 40%. Also, the golden fish swam at exceptionally fast speeds in the Silver River, making them extremely hard to hit. As a result, there were many players who gained nothing despite having found the Star River Valley. One thing that greatly differed God's Domain from other virtual reality games was that, in God's Domain, there were many of fortuitous encounters available out in the field. These encounters could allow a player to soar to fame and power overnight, and Shi Feng had seen many such examples before. However, even though there were plenty of fortuitous encounters available in God's Domain, encountering one did not necessarily guarantee any harvests. Whether one could obtain anything from such an encounter depended on one's abilities. Blackie, Lonely, you two take this. Shi Feng took 2 basic frost grenades from his bag, passing them to the two. Previously, to obtain the Ice Blue Devil Flame, he used a lot of the frost grenades he stocked up. Right now, there were less than 20 remaining, and they were not enough to deal with all the golden fish in the Silver River. Wah, aren't these frost grenades effects too powerful? These are godly tools for PK and grinding. If we could use them without limit, then our leveling speed would be absolutely heaven-defying, Blackie said, shocked after taking a look at the frost grenades introduction. Just imagine if they used these frost grenades to grind on groups of level 30 monsters. They might even level up once every minute. At that time, what would martial union amount to them? Just the level suppression alone would be enough to oppress them to death. It would be fantastic if we could get more of these. In the future, if PKers surround us, we wouldn't even have to use a single skill to deal with them. Just by throwing a dozen or so of these frost grenades, they would definitely fall dead. However, with effects as good as these, I'm guessing that these items should be extremely rare and precious, Lonely Snow lamented. Indeed. Not to mention using them for grinding and PK, just having a few of these tools of massacre as lifesavers would be good enough. The longer Blackie looked at the frost grenade in his hand, the more he could not bear to part with it. With this item in hand, he could use it to save his life at the most crucial of moments. Shi Feng only revealed a smile at the two's reactions. He took out another frost grenade for himself, turning to look at the golden fish in the suspended river, saying, "Stop chatting. In a moment, I'll count down to 3, and we'll all throw our frost grenades at the golden fish together." Blackie and Lonely Snow looked at the frost grenades in their hands, reluctance filling their eyes. Brother Feng, using the frost grenades to deal with these golden fish is just too wasteful. The golden fish have 100,000 HP each. The 200 damage from these frost grenades will not make any difference. Moreover, these items can be used at a crucial moment to save our lives. Using them right now is simply a waste. That's right, leader. Blackie and Lonely Snow both tried to persuade Shi Feng. His actions right now were simply that of a wastrel. Shi Feng was dumbfounded and speechless at the two's persuasion. Previously, he had used these frost grenades to grind to level 9. Just use them with ease. I still have plenty of them in my possession. Later, I'll give every member of the party 30 of these frost grenades, Shi Feng said with a laugh. Blackie and Lonely Snow were immediately shocked, even thinking that they had heard wrong. A frost grenade was such a precious item, yet Shi Feng planned to give each of them 30 in the future? This was simply madness. In the future, if they met those bastards from Martial Union, with the frost grenades in hand, couldn't they utterly massacre them? With Shi Feng's assurance, the two of them followed Shi Feng's instructions, throwing their frost grenades at the golden fish suspended in midair. Boom! The frost grenades exploded in the midst of the Silver River. Even though the golden fish were adept at dodging, the explosion radius of the frost grenades was extremely wide. Some of the golden fish that did not manage to escape immediately froze solid, damages of over 100 points appearing above their heads. Faust, sitting suspended in midair, stroked his white beard. He nodded his head, saying, "Not bad. It seems that you guys have some ability to actually cause some damage to these golden fish." Esteemed Lord Faust, we are only here to catch some golden fish to cook. We hope that our brutish actions did not disturb you. Shi Feng acted courteously as he said, "Oh? I didn't think that you guys would be interested in cooking these golden fish." When Faust heard the word cook, a flash immediately appeared in his eyes. "Since you guys wish to catch the golden fish, I wonder if you can help me catch some live ones as well? My strength is too strong, and I will simply kill these golden fish if I am not careful. This dilemma has left me with no choice but to slowly fish here." "This," Shi Feng said with a hesitant expression, "relax, I won't mistreat you all. As long as you can obtain a satisfactory amount of golden fish for me, I can trade some items for them. How about it? Faust casually waved his hand, and immediately, tens of items with pleasing appearances appeared and floated in midair. Every single one of these tens of items was extremely valuable. Moreover, beside the item's introduction, the amount of golden fish required to trade for the item was displayed as well. Brother Feng, look, that's a level 15 secret silver-ranked staff. There, that's a mysterious iron-ranked mage robe. Wah! That's a fine gold-ranked cloth armor arm guard. Blackie instantly drooled at the sight of these items. Lonely Snow also discovered a level 15 fine gold-ranked two-handed axe, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the weapon. Moreover, the attributes of the weapon were simply mind-blowing. If he equipped that weapon, his attack power would instantly soar by several times. He could get rid of an MT of the same level with just 2 to 3 attacks. However, amongst the many items, an item with a faint orange glow attracted Shi Feng's attention. That was the glowing effect only found on legendary ranked items. A legendary ranked item? Shi Feng was shocked. Previously, he had only heard of players obtaining an epic item at most from the Star River Valley. Shi Feng had even doubted the reliability of the information. Now, however, it seemed that the information was indeed true. The rarity of a legendary item was several tens of times greater than that of an epic item. If a legendary item were already present among the rewards, it would not be strange for there to be an epic item as well. In Shi Feng's previous life, even after he reached level 200 and became a top-tier Sword King, he did not possess a single legendary ranked item. To Shi Feng, a legendary ranked item was but a fleeting dream. Only the extremely few Tier 4 Apex experts would possess 1 or 2 legendary items. It was obvious just how rare a legendary item was. Meanwhile, these players who possessed 1 or 2 legendary items, even if they were only at the peak of Tier 4, their battle prowess would not be any weaker than a Tier 5 player that did not possess any legendary items. It was apparent just how much of an improvement a legendary item provided to a player's strength. Shi Feng did not think that, in this life, he would bear witness to a legendary ranked item. This situation was no different than a dream. It was not just Shi Feng who discovered the legendary ranked item. Even Blackie and Lonely Snow noticed it, as the orange glow that the item gave off was simply too eye-catching. Brother Feng, I'm not dreaming, right? That's a legendary ranked item, right? Blackie pinched his own cheek, saying. Meanwhile, Lonely Snow was speechless from excitement. He kept clapping Blackie's shoulders as he pointed towards the legendary item. You guys are not hallucinating. That is indeed a legendary ranked item. It is also something that I chanced upon. However, this item is useless to me. Although it is possible to obtain this item if you want it, it won't be so easy. Faust stroked his beard as he said with self-satisfaction. He felt extremely satisfied by the shocked expressions of Shi Feng and the others. At this time, Shi Feng had calmed down. Although a legendary item was right before his eyes, obtaining it was an entirely different matter. As for snatching the item away from Faust, that would be no different than suicide. They could only follow the rules to obtain it. Shi Feng then clicked to look at the legendary item's introduction. Heavenly Dragon's Sacred Breath, Fragmented Legendary Rank, 54. A quest that is impossible to complete. Fragmented Legendary Rank? Shi Feng was slightly surprised, but he still felt that it was reasonable. In Shi Feng's previous life, the statistics showed that, after operating for over 10 years, there were no more than 3,000 legendary ranked items discovered in God's domain. Right now, however, God's domain had only recently started operation. So, how would it be possible for a legendary item to appear here so easily? Just a fragment alone was already a miracle in and of itself. Blackie and Lonely Snow were dumbfounded after seeing that the item was only fragmented legendary rank. They got all excited over something that was completely different from what they imagined. As a result, their fiery, passionate hearts instantly cooled. Isn't this just a scam? Didn't you say that it was a legendary item? Why is it only a fragment? Blackie complained to Faust. It was no wonder the strange old man was so generous as to take out a legendary ranked item. In reality, it was only a fragment. It was not even close to a legendary item at all. You little brats, aren't you being too greedy here? Do you think that legendary ranked items are like cabbages? Do you think you can just find one in any random place? Faust, flabbergasted, scolded. Moreover, do you think that you brats can successfully obtain it? You're better off looking for something else. I'm not trying to belittle you all, but with your current abilities, it is an absolutely impossible goal. Don't waste your energy on such thoughts. I will cast a spell to strengthen you all, give you the ability to float in midair, and deal increased damage to the golden fish. As long as you severely injure the golden fish for a short time, the golden fish will enter a crippled state and won't be able to move. At that time, use these magical nets to catch them. Following which, Faust took out 3 golden-colored magical nets, handing them over to Shi Feng's group. He then chanted some incantations, providing Shi Feng's group with over a dozen buffs, greatly increasing the 3's attributes. Their attributes multiplied by almost 3 to 4 folds, and at the same time, they could ignore up to 15 levels. Who says we won't obtain? With such powerful attributes, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath will definitely be ours. Looking at his increased attributes, Blackie's confidence instantly grew by over 100-fold. Lonely Snow nodded in agreement as well. He could not help but wish he could begin his assault on the golden fish immediately. Regarding Shi Feng's strength, the two of them held an almost blind faith in it. Shi Feng had simply shown them too many miracles. His battle techniques were even matchless. Ha ha ha, young folk being so confident is a good thing indeed. However, you should first look at the exchange quantities. Faust stroked his white beard as he laughed. He did not mind Blackie's words at all. The three of them immediately checked the exchange quantities. Level 15 bronze-ranked item and level 20 bronze-ranked item required 1 to 2 golden fish. Level 15 mysterious. Iron-ranked item and level 20 mysterious. Iron-ranked item required 3 to 5 golden fish. Level 15 secret. Silver-ranked item and level 20 secret. Silver-ranked item required 10 to 15 golden fish. Level 15 fine gold-ranked item and level 20 fine gold-ranked item required 30 to 50 golden fish. Level 15 dark gold ranked item and level 20 dark gold ranked item required 100 to 200 golden fish. Fragmented legendary ranked item required 1000 golden fish. There were a lot of golden fish in the entire Silver River. At a single glance one could tell that there were several thousand golden fish in the river. Blackie and Lonely Snow could not help but smile. Here I thought you required some astronomical amount. Isn't it just 1,000 golden fish? We'll quickly gather them up for you, Blackie laughed. Shi Feng also felt that it would not be difficult for them to obtain 1,000 golden fish, only it would require a lot of time to do so. However, to obtain a fragmented legendary rank item, even spending several days would be worth it. Just as Shi Feng and the other two were about to take action, before you all start, I need to give you a small reminder. The Star River Valley will not remain in the Silent Swamp for too long. At most, it will disappear from the Silent Swamp in 4 to 5 hours. I, too, will disappear with it. If you do not hand the golden fish to me before that happens, you won't receive any rewards, Faust revealed a slight smile as he spoke. System, rare quest, delicious golden fish, accepted. Within the allocated amount of time, catch as many golden fish as you can and hand them over to Faust. The more you catch, the better the rewards will be. Although there was a time limit, Blackie and Lonely Snow still brimmed with confidence. Even if they could not obtain other equipment, it would be enough if they obtained the Heavenly Dragon's breath. 4 to 5 hours, is it? Shi Feng looked at Faust's smiling figure, inwardly feeling that the matter was not as simple as it appeared. Otherwise, why would Faust be so generous as to show off a fragmented legendary rank item for exchange? However, time was of the essence. The three of them immediately started catching the golden fish. At this moment, Shi Feng's communication notification rang up again. The call's requester was Gentle Snow. Miss Snow, I truly have to thank you for your support last time. Otherwise, those internet trolls would have painted me as a scammer, Shi Feng jokingly said. In his heart, Gentle Snow was definitely someone worth his friendship, and all her care and aid towards him had clearly proven this matter. At least you still have a good heart, Gentle Snow laughed sweetly. More importantly, I'm contacting you this time just to ask you about a single matter. What happened? Shi Feng inwardly felt that Gentle Snow behaved somewhat strangely today. Did you come into contact with people from Underworld? Gentle Snow suddenly asked. That's right, they contacted me. Shi Feng nodded his head, saying. Hearing Shi Feng's acknowledgement, Gentle Snow could not help but ask in curiosity. Just what happened between you? Nothing much. They just wanted something from me, and I refused to give it to them, Shi Feng calmly said. How could this be? Although I don't know what actually happened, don't try to trick me. If it is only a small matter like this, that person from Underworld would not specifically send me a message, telling me not to get involved. What exactly happened between you two? If you tell me the truth right now, I might be able to offer some help. Underworld strength is definitely not something an unrated guild like Martial Union could compare to. Just its strength in White River City alone is probably more than 10 times that of Martial Union. There are also plenty of top-tier experts amongst their ranks that walk the path of darkness. If they go all out to deal with you, it might not even be safe for you to stay within the confines of the town. Gentle Snow's tone turned grave as she spoke. A hint of fear towards Underworld's power also colored her tone. She simply could not understand how an independent player like Shi Feng could anger Underworld to such a degree. It was truly unbelievable. It's true. Why would I lie to you? They only wish to obtain something that I possess. I simply refused them and told them to bring it on if they can. There really isn't anything else, Shi Feng said with a bitter smile. You call that nothing else? I truly admire you right now. You are the first one to actually dare provoke Underworld in such a way, Gentle Snow, nearly choked when she heard Shi Feng's words. Fortunately, your matter isn't too severe. I'll try to explain to the management of Underworld and see if this matter can be settled. Hopefully this event will become bygones. Shi Feng did not particularly mind the matter of Underworld trying to deal with him. In any case, adding one more to his list of enemies wouldn't make much of a difference. However, seeing Gentle Snow earnestly trying to help him, he couldn't just not give her face and reject her kind intentions. Thank you. No need for that. We're friends after all, and it is only natural for friends to help each other. Just don't forget to sell me any high-level equipment that you don't need in the future. Gentle Snow revealed a faint smile before hanging up. Soon after, Shi Feng joined Blackie and Lonely Snow's fishing party. However, before Shi Feng had even reached the golden fish and attacked them, he quickly discovered a problem. After his attributes increased, Blackie was comparable to a powerful level 20 Cursemancer equipped with a complete secret silver set equipment and a fine gold weapon. However, even then, Blackie's attacks dealt less than 400 damage to the golden fish. Moreover, the movement speed of the golden fish was extremely quick in the Silver River. Even if Blackie's techniques improved by quite a lot, out of 10 dark arrows he sent out, only 5 managed to find their targets. As a result, Blackie's damage output was greatly reduced. The golden fish's 100,000 HP was like a huge mountain. Meanwhile, on Lonely Snow's side, he felt even more helpless. The golden fish only dodged and did not attack. Not mentioning whether a melee class could land a hit. To begin with, just trying to chase after the golden fish was a big problem. In addition, the golden fish's physical defense was simply too high. Lonely Snow's normal attacks only dealt around 200 damage, and his overall damage output could not even compare to Blackie's. To strike a golden fish down to critical health, the two of them, with their strengths combined, needed to spend over 4 minutes concentrating their attacks. The total quest duration was only around 4 to 5 hours. At this rate, they could only catch around 70 golden fish within 5 hours. They would not even hit 1/10 of the required 1,000 golden fish. 155 Devour once more. After spending a long amount of time, Blackie and Lonely Snow finally managed to catch a golden fish. At this moment, they both realized that they had greatly underestimated the difficulty of the challenge. Not to mention, a fragmented legendary ranked item, even a dark gold ranked item, was a fanciful delusion. This old man has already said that your strengths are just too weak. Stop thinking about the heavenly dragon's breath and be more realistic. Otherwise, you all might not get anything in the end. Faust, who floated in the air, smiled. In reality, Faust only teased Shi Feng's group for fun by taking out the fragmented legendary rank item. In God's domain, even a fragmented legendary rank item was an incomparably precious item. Its value was over 10 times that of an epic ranked item. If one were lucky, one might even restore the legendary fragment into a true legendary ranked item, so who would be willing to give it away? This was why Faust had set such an unreasonable and unattainable amount for exchange. That damned old man, he is clearly just toying with us. Blackie cursed in the party chat. Leader, what do we do now? Should we just give up on the fragmented legendary and dark gold ranked items and just go for a fine gold ranked item? Lonely Snow had already given up on an unattainable item. Shi Feng shook his head, saying, "You guys focus on catching the golden fish. I'll try by myself." It was impossible for Shi Feng to give up on the fragmented legendary rank item. Who knew when he would have another chance to meet with a fragmented legendary ranked item? Moreover, the difficulty of obtaining one at that time would definitely be much higher than now. If he couldn't even obtain a fragmented legendary ranked item, how could he secure a legendary ranked item in the future? Soon after, with his attributes now greatly increased, Shi Feng rushed towards a golden fish that currently swam in the Silver River. Chop! A black light slashed at the golden fish's soft-sided abdomen. He struck the golden fish before it could even react, a damage of over 600 points appearing above its head. Immediately after, Shi Feng sent a normal slash at the golden fish, causing over 800 damage. Following which, Shi Feng brandished the silver lake in his hand. 3 electric arcs wove across 8 golden fish. Instantly, damages of 1056, 1384, and 758 appeared above their heads. In the blink of an eye, the golden fish lost over 6,000 HP. The frightening damage surprised Faust. Not bad, Faust praised as he stroked his white beard. However, he still did not hold a thread of belief that Shi Feng could procure the heavenly dragon's breath. On the other hand, there was a large possibility for him to secure a dark gold ranked item. Brother Feng, leader. Looking at the damage Shi Feng had caused, Blackie and Lonely Snow forgot to continue attacking the golden fish as their eyes filled with fanaticism and excitement. With such frightening damage, there might really be a hope of completing the quest. "Don't just stare at me, continue your attacks," Shi Feng said in the party chat, his hands not halting their actions as he spoke. Shi Feng's intense attacks quickly caused the golden fish's HP to fall at flying speeds. In the end, Shi Feng had only spent about 100 seconds to capture a golden fish, using around 2/5 of Blackie and Lonely Snow's time. As expected, it's still not enough. Shi Feng wrinkled his brows. At this rate, even if Shi Feng continuously attacked and captured the golden fish without stop, he would, at most, capture 170 to 100 Mishi, golden fish. There would still be an immense gap from the targeted 1,000 golden fish. Ha ha ha, young man, you have truly given me a shock. However, I've already said this before, you all should not try to obtain the fragmented legendary ranked item. With all 3 of you combined, it would be good enough to trade for 1 or 2 dark gold ranked items, Faust laughed with confidence. Naturally, Shi Feng did not give up at Faust's words. Suddenly, a clear blue flame appeared floating above Shi Feng's palm. This flame was the ice blue devil flame. The ice blue devil flame wrapped around Shi Feng's entire body, increasing Shi Feng's damage by 20%. I've truly underestimated you. You can even control a mysterious flame. When Faust saw the ice blue devil flame, he was once more given a shock. Looking at the mysterious flame's power, it should be a Tier 2 mysterious flame. Mastering a Tier 2 mysterious flame at such a young age, you are truly not a simple fellow. Unfortunately, it is still not enough. With the support of the ice blue devil flame, Shi Feng's damage soared once more. He then attacked zealously, filling the sky with sword images. Now, his normal slashes alone could deal over 1,000 damage, while his chop dealt over 1,700 damage. The most frightening was the Thunderflame explosion, dealing over 3,000 damage. In the end, Shi Feng only spent around 1 minute to successfully catch a golden fish. Moreover, Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, and Thunderflame Explosion also dealt some damage to the other golden fish. Only, the cooldowns for these skills were too long. In addition to the golden fish constantly swimming about, never staying in a single place, the effects of these AoE skills were extremely limited. Continuing at this pace, Shi Feng could catch somewhere over 300 golden fish in 5 hours. However, it was still a great distance from 1,000. Am I really not able to attain the fragmented legendary ranked item? Shi Feng felt very reluctant. No matter what was said, a fragmented legendary ranked item was simply too rare. Finding one now was only due to heaven-defying luck. Ha ha ha! Don't be discouraged, young man. You have already performed quite well. If you all can capture 400 golden fish, I can trade you an epic ranked item. Consider it as a reward for your efforts, Faust smiled, consoling. It had been very long since he had seen a youth with such a fighting spirit. However, with Shi Feng and the others' current standards, there was not a great likelihood they could earn even an epic ranked item. That damned old man, he only knows how to toy with us. Even if we have a full 5 hours right now, our chances of catching 400 golden fish are less than 40%. Blackie cursed in the party chat. Having learned his lesson, he no longer cursed out directly. My attack power is still too low. My attack speed is also too slow. I need an increase to my damage and speed. Shi Feng entered deep thought as he tried to think of a way to increase his abilities. If he used the intermediate frost grenades, with all 3 of them bombarding a wide area of the Silver River, they might capture over 400 golden fish. The problem was, however, that he simply did not have that many intermediate frost grenades. Moreover, each intermediate frost grenade cost 10 silver coins. A single intermediate frost grenade could deal around 500 damage to the golden fish. Then, killing a golden fish would require 200 intermediate frost grenades, which would cost up to 20 gold coins. Taking into account the effective area of the frost grenades, every 200 frost grenades would kill around 20 golden fish, making the value of each golden fish the equivalent of 1 gold coin. Meanwhile, 1,000 golden fish would equal to 1,000 gold coins. Although purchasing a fragmented legendary ranked item for 1,000 gold coins was no different than daylight robbery, to begin with, Shi Feng did not possess nearly that much money. Hence, this method was not feasible. What should I do? How can I increase my attack power? Shi Feng flipped through his bag. He managed to think of over a dozen methods, but not one of them were feasible. At this moment, Shi Feng discovered the level 10 fine gold ranked greatsword that he collected from the Sun Temple. This greatsword was something he had prepared for the Abyssal Blade's level up. He had completely forgotten about it due to being too busy. Now that he collected 10 Silver Dawns, he could level up the Abyssal Blade. That's right. If I can raise the Abyssal Blade to level 10, its attributes will massively increase. Maybe it would be possible at that time. Inspiration struck Shi Feng. There would be a checkpoint for weapons at every 10 levels, and there would be a big improvement when these checkpoints were reached. Right now, the level 5 Abyssal Blade could rival a level 10 secret silver weapon. If it devoured a fine gold weapon and 10 secret silver weapons, it would undergo an impressive growth. Let's start devouring then. Shi Feng immediately chose to level up the Abyssal Blade, starting the devouring process. 156 Black Dragon. Coming into being at a glance, the Kabulu wilderness was comprised mainly of silt and gravel. There were also plenty of abandoned pastures and farmland. From time to time, sounds of crows cawing reverberated throughout the land. Level 10 monsters such as white-tusked boars, large bisons, and vultures roamed this land, and they were all extremely ferocious. At this stage of the game, a level 10 monster area was an extremely dangerous place for players. However, in a certain pasture in the Kabulu wilderness, a 20-man team currently grinded on white-tusked boars. We're almost finished clearing out the monsters over here. Little Shadow, go lure some more monsters over, a handsome youth commanded. This youth wore a set of golden armor and wielded a greatsword. Yes, the level 9 assassin called Little Shadow very respectfully answered. He then turned to lure more monsters. If an average player witnessed this scene, they would probably be incomparably shocked. A level 9 assassin wearing mysterious iron set equipment was definitely an expert of God's domain. No matter which large guild such an expert joined, he would be one of the upper echelons of the guild. However, such an expert was unexpectedly willing to take on the role of an errand boy, and there was not even a hint of resentment or rage in his eyes when treated as such. On the contrary, there was even a hint of pride in them. What? Snow? The golden-armored youth was slightly surprised when he received a communication request from this person. He picked up the call and spoke in a soft tone. Snow, it's been a while since you've contacted me. How have you been recently? I really don't know why you insist on staying in a guild like Ouroboros. Won't you develop further if you join me in Underworld? Feng Xuanyang, I've already said it before. I will not join Underworld. I will depend on myself to create my own legacy. I'm only looking for you today to ask for your help on a matter, Gentle Snow calmly said. Say it then. As long as it's a request from you, Snow, I will strive to fulfill it, the golden-armored youth immediately said with a smile. This was the first time Gentle Snow had came to him asking for help. Previously, Gentle Snow had constantly tried to put distance between them, so this was a golden opportunity for him to show off. It's nothing big. It's about the message that you sent me before, telling me to stay out of that matter. I understand the crux of the problem, and isn't it just a small conflict? Moreover, Ye Feng is a friend of mine. So, I hope that you can give me some face and let this matter go, Gentle Snow said. Ye Feng, is it? Feng Xuanyang wrinkled his brows. He did not think that Gentle Snow would ask him about this matter. That's right, it's Ye Feng. What are your thoughts? Gentle Snow asked. Since you've already spoken, naturally, there will be no problems. You can rest assured, I'll talk to my subordinates about it, Feng Xuanyang smiled. After, Gentle Snow disconnected the call. Snow, why would you care so much about that Ye Feng? You don't usually pay much attention to anyone else. Don't tell me you've taken a liking to that brat? Zhao Yueru, who stood beside Gentle Snow, giggled, the expression she revealed suggesting the two must be involved with each other. You're overthinking things. Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at Zhao Yueru. She then said in a soft tone, Moreover, don't forget who it was that gave us the potion-making recipe. Not only did it allow you to become an intermediate potion-making apprentice, but you are also earning a lot of money with it. Aren't you happily counting your silver coins all day right now? Fine, I admit that he was indeed a great help, so we ought to help him in return this time. Hearing Gentle Snow saying so, Zhao Yueru was like a kitten that had its sore spot poked, acting pitifully. Moreover, Ye Feng's help isn't limited to just that one time. It was only thanks to him that we managed to clear the hell mode of the Dark Moon Graveyard, allowing my position in Ouroboros to rise rapidly. Many elders in the guild have also changed their initial attitudes towards me, choosing to stand on my side instead. This result has saved me from many troubles, and I haven't even gotten the chance to thank Ye Feng for this yet. Helping him with a small matter like this is nothing. Gentle Snow then continued, if Underworld still doesn't give up and still wishes to deal with Ye Feng, I can only use that move. However, since Feng Xuanyang has already agreed, there should be no problems. On the other side, after Feng Xuanyang ended the call, his face paled with anger. Feng Xuanyang could not understand just what sort of relationship Gentle Snow had with that Ye Feng for her to actually speak up for him. Feng Xuanyang had been trying to woo Gentle Snow for so long, yet she had paid him no attention from the start. Right now, Underworld was just teaching Ye Feng a lesson, yet Gentle Snow immediately came calling. The degree of care that she gave Ye Feng was abnormally high. It had even reached a degree that caused Feng Xuanyang jealousy. Feng Xuanyang had both money and power. He was also incomparably handsome. He was hundreds of times better than that Ye Feng in every way. Yet Gentle Snow chose to pay attention to Ye Feng instead. There must be a problem here. However, Feng Xuanyang was extremely clear about Gentle Snow's daily lifestyle. There was no chance that a minor character like Ye Feng could meet her in real life. The only possibility was in God's domain. There must be something that he had here that led to Gentle Snow treating him so well. If Ye Feng remained in God's domain, the two of them might have a deeper development. The more Feng Xuanyang thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Feng Xuanyang's eyes gleamed with a cold glint. He had no intentions of watching his years of effort go to waste. I absolutely cannot let that Ye Feng remain in God's domain. He would not tolerate Ye Feng's continued contact with Gentle Snow. He needed to get rid of Ye Feng immediately. Only with Ye Feng gone would there be no possibility of any development occurring between him and Gentle Snow. Young Master Feng, do you have any commands? South Wolf respectfully asked. I want you to break apart the relationship between Ye Feng and Gentle Snow. Think of a way to turn them against each other, then make Ye Feng disappear from God's domain. However, you cannot let others know that Underworld is involved in this matter. Do you understand? Feng Xuanyang coldly said. This subordinate will carry out your orders. However, I hope that young Master Feng can allot me some more helpers. That way, I can do things more easily. South Wolf smiled as he spoke. Fine, I'll send a party from the Underworld Guards to assist you. However, you have to carry things out more beautifully, Feng Xuanyang said. Hearing the name Underworld Guards, South Wolf was shocked into a jump. He simply did not know how Ye Feng had provoked young Master Feng to unleash the Underworld Guards, the core strength of Underworld. Moreover, it was not tasking just an individual, but a full party. Young Master Feng, rest assured, this subordinate will carry out your orders without fail, South Wolf assured. Star River Valley. The abyssal blade in Shi Feng's hand suddenly emitted pitch-black flames. These black flames instantly wrapped around the fine gold-ranked greatsword and the 10 silver dawns. The flames radiated a scorchingly hot temperature as they melted these weapons. The temperature of the black flames was on an entirely different level compared to the ice-blue devil flame. In the blink of an eye, even the fine gold-ranked greatsword melted into a lump of metal, the abyssal blade continuously absorbing the essence of the weapon. After the devouring process completed, the abyssal blade flared with a gigantic black flame. The black flame was like a living being, transforming into a black dragon. The size of the dragon was like a great mountain with the height of around 200 to 300 meters, and pitch-black scales that were even harder than steel covered its entire body. Soon after, the black dragon released a heaven-shaking roar, instantly scattering the dark clouds in the sky. The roar of the dragon shocked the entire Star River Valley, and even the golden fish in the Silver River were shocked still, not moving at all. Magic weapon. Faust, who floated in midair, instantly knew what was happening when he saw the black dragon's appearance from the abyssal blade. His constantly calm expression before even showed signs of shock right now. How is this possible? A young fellow like you actually controls a magic weapon and haven't felt its curse yet. 57 Battle prowess. Dramatically rises. The appearance of the black dragon instantly sent Blackie and Lonely Snow into shock. Just standing on the ground and feeling the roar that rang through the skies was enough to cause one to tremble with fear. As for the flames surrounding the black dragon, the temperature it radiated increased the temperature throughout Star River Valley by more than 10 degrees. The black dragon had thoroughly frightened them stiff. The black dragon glanced at its surroundings, its sight stopping on Faust momentarily before shifting to Shi Feng. It isn't trying to kill me, right? This was the first time Shi Feng had personally witnessed a dragon. In God's domain, dragons were the symbol of power and destruction. It was obvious just how terrifying dragons were. Not to mention, the dragon before him right now was a king amongst dragons, the Black Dragon King. Young man, relax. It died long ago, and this is merely a phantom of its past. It cannot hurt anybody at all. It has only materialized itself now because you allowed the magic weapon to devour and obtain new power. Faust could see the worry in Shi Feng's eyes, hence, he explained with a smile. As expected, the Black Dragon King before Shi Feng simply stared him, taking no other actions. However, even if it were just a phantom, it was still enough to frighten a person greatly. If the actual body of the Black Dragon King were here right now, it might have instantly turned the entire Star River Valley into a sea of flames, a living hell. Shi Feng and the others would not have remained standing there, safe and sound. After a moment, the shadow of the Black Dragon King dissipated, turning into black flames as it returned into the abyssal blade. Immediately, the abyssal blade began its transformation. Unknown silver-colored runes suddenly appeared on the pitch-black blade in Shi Feng's hand. The abyssal blade itself gave off a faint illusion of being surrounded by black flames. There was also a dragon coiling around the hilt of the sword now. A single glance was enough to tell that the abyssal blade was no ordinary item. Is this the new power of the abyssal blade? As Shi Feng held the abyssal blade, he felt the misconception of two minds connecting with each other. It felt as if the abyssal blade were becoming another part of his body, and moving it was no different than stretching his own arm. Aside from this misconception, the attributes of the abyssal blade also underwent an earth-shaking transformation. Abyssal blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon, attack power plus 96. All attributes plus 22 attack speed plus 6. Ignore levels plus 7 attacks, have a 30% chance of causing 200% damage, 10% chance to cause 300% damage, 20% chance to induce doom curse, reducing all attributes by 40%, lasting 30 seconds. If wielder belongs to any swordsman Job, all skill levels plus 3. Increase free ability points received by 2 points for every increase in level. Equipment level 10, can be leveled up. Devour 10, level 15 mysterious. Iron equipment and 1 level 15 secret silver equipment to level up to level 15. Can be evolved unknown. Additional skill 1, phantom kill. Instantly creates a doppelganger. You can control this doppelganger. Doppelganger will have 50% of original body's attributes and all skills. At the same time, doppelganger and the original body can be swapped. Duration of 40 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 2, abyssal bind. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration of 3 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Additional skill 3, 9 dragon slash. Instantly create 9 phantoms of the abyssal blade for the wielder's use. Each phantom sword is capable of dealing up to 30% damage. Duration of 28 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 4, dark violent dance. 40% of the total damage dealt spreads in a cone-shaped area towards targets within a distance of 12 yards for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. The abyssal blade was personally created by Master Smith Ulysses, using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, and it is ranked 31st. However, this sword has been cursed by the Black Dragon King. Aside from providing the wielder with immense strength, there will be a backlash every period of time. However, after being remodeled by Jack using a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been greatly reduced. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the curse of the Black Dragon King, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped, unable to be traded. It looks like, if the abyssal blade devours better quality weapons, the resulting improvements are also greater. Shi Feng was extremely satisfied by the abyssal blade's improvements. Right now, the abyssal blade's attack power has reached the standard of a level 10 dark gold ranked two-handed weapon, not to mention its frightening attributes. Just the chances of causing a double damage critical hit increasing to 30% was a frightening improvement. not to mention the chances of inflicting the doom curse increasing to 20%. As long as the target was cursed, all their attributes would be reduced by 40%. It was a fatal power. Let's test out the new power. Shi Feng tightened his grip on the abyssal blade as he looked towards the thousands of golden fish swimming in the silver river. The heavenly dragon's breath will definitely be mine. Young man, you are still better off giving up. Although you have greatly increased your weapon's prowess, it is still impossible for you to obtain the fragmented legendary ranked item, Faust said with a smile. It was not that he looked down on Shi Feng, rather he was extremely clear about the difficulty of the challenge he had set. If Shi Feng reached level 20 right now and possessed a complete set of level 20 fine gold set equipment, in addition to a level 20 magic weapon, he would then have a chance of completing this quest. However, it was clear that Shi Feng had yet to reach such a standard. Moreover, he was still far from achieving it. On the other hand, there was a great possibility that he could earn an epic ranked item now. What if I use this? Shi Feng suddenly took out the freezing shadow he previously obtained. Freezing Shadow, Dart Type, Consumable Item, Usage Count, 10,000, E2 10,000 causes, 110,000 causes 120% frost damage towards a target. Only effective towards enemies that are level 30 and below. No cooldown. At a glance, even Blackie and Lonely Shadow, who were familiar with Shi Feng, might not understand this item. The Freezing Shadow darts could only attack a single target at a time. Compared to using a skill to cause damage, it was much weaker, so how could it possibly reach the target of 1,000 golden fish? Faust could not help but shake his head, silent as he turned back to his fishing. Blackie, Lonely Snow, come over here and help me capture the golden fish. Shi Feng flew up to the Silver River as he spoke to his companions. Although the two did not know what Shi Feng was trying to do, they still chose to trust him unconditionally. Let's start then. After the two of them made their preparations to capture the golden fish with the magical net, Shi Feng also finished his own preparations. Immediately after Shi Feng activated the ice blue devil flame, he rushed towards the group of fish with the abyssal blade in one hand and the freezing shadow in the other. Shi Feng then slashed the abyssal blade towards the spot with the highest concentration of golden fish. Thundering flash. Instantly, 3 electric arcs weaved across over 20 golden fish, inflicting frightening damages of 1846, 2389, and 3201. There were also some golden fish that received critical hits, doubling the damage they received to 3692, 4778, and 4778, and 4778. There were even some that felt the doom curse upon them, immediately reducing their attributes by 40% and their maximum HP to 60,000 points. Earth Splitter, Thunder Flame Explosion. After the 3 massive AoE skills, every golden fish Shi Feng struck lost at least 20,000 HP. The ones that received critical strikes lost over 30,000 HP, while those that received the Doom Curse instantly lost close to half of their HP. Seeing these damages, Blackie and Lonely Snow were both dumbfounded. They even thought that they were dreaming. Scatter and Go, Dark Violent Dance. After using the 3 massive AoE skills, he wielded the Freezing Shadow as he activated the Dark Violent Dance. Shoo, 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 shoo. Instantly, more than 10 Freezing Shadow darts pierced the golden fish inflicted with the Doom Curse. Every dart caused over 1,700 damage. Simultaneously, the damage spread effect of the Dark Violent Dance caused over 600 damage to each of the surrounding golden fish. In the blink of an eye, over 100 golden fish had their HP reduced. Unlike the Frost Grenades, the Freezing Shadows did not have a cooldown. The number of darts a player could toss out within a fixed period of time depended solely on their attack speed. Due to the attribute improvement of the Abyssal Blade, Shi Feng's attack speed had become much faster. In addition to Faust's buff, Shi Feng could easily throw out 20 Freezing Shadow darts simultaneously. However, in an attempt to pursue stability and accuracy, Shi Feng limited the number of darts he tossed out to 12 at a time. Due to Shi Feng's unrestrained damaging, the HP of the golden fish afflicted by the Doom Curse madly reduced. Very quickly, the 60,000 HP of these golden fish fell to a critical level, forcing them into a crippled state. 15-8. The final violent dance, Lonely, I'm not dreaming, right? Blackie slapped Lonely Snow's shoulders, his finger pointing towards the group of crippled golden fish. Lonely Snow's gaze turned sluggish as he shook his head in a daze. Compared to the rapid decrease of the golden fish's HP, Lonely Snow was more shocked by Shi Feng's techniques. He only managed to see the countless shadows left behind by Shi Feng's hands. Before Lonely Snow could even get a clear view of Shi Feng's hands, more than 10 freezing shadow darts already flew out. Such speed could practically rival an assault rifle. Aside from Shi Feng's frightening speed, his accuracy also caused others to submit. Every dart he shot out had accurately landed on the golden fish afflicted with the Doom Curse. Moreover, they even landed on the softer side abdomens of the golden fish. If Lonely Snow were in Shi Feng's shoes, it would be fortunate if he could toss out 1 freezing shadow dart at a time and land the hit, not to mention tossing out more than 10 darts at a time and land every single one on the side abdomens of the golden fish. I'll be satisfied when I can achieve such a level of technique. Lonely Snow was completely trapped in the fantasy of Shi Feng's dart-throwing technique. Stop daydreaming and quickly capture the crippled golden fish, Shi Feng hurriedly commanded. At this time, Blackie and Lonely Snow were finally aroused from their thoughts. They immediately used the magical nets to capture the crippled golden fish. 1 fish, 2 fish, 3 fish, Shi Feng only spent a short 30 seconds to force 3 golden fish into a crippled state. Shi Feng's violent speed had shocked even Faust himself, and he could not help but feel a slight ache in his heart. However, when the effects of the damage amplification, doom curse, and dark violent dance dissipated, the capturing speed of the golden fish immediately slowed. Shi Feng could only wait until the cooldown for Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, Thunderflame Explosion, and Dark Violent Dance to finish before renewing his assault. Overall, Shi Feng's group captured an average of 5 golden fish per minute. Within 1 hour, they could capture around 300 golden fish, and within 4 hours, they could collect the required 1,000 golden fish and complete the quest. Time passed, little by little. Unknowingly, over 4 hours passed by already. We're rich. Lonely, how many fish did you catch? I got 618. You? Ha ha ha. I have more than you. I have 625. We'll have 2043 if we add them together. We've already reached the targeted 1,000 to trade for the fragmented legendary ranked item. Leader, hang in there. We should still have some time remaining. We might even gather another 100 or so golden fish to trade for a dark gold ranked item. Blackie and Lonely Snow captured the golden fish in exhilaration. As they watched the number of golden fish continuously grow in their bags, they could not suppress even a smile of their faces. The only misfortune in this situation was that Shi Feng could not raise his skill proficiency by attacking these golden fish. He also did not obtain a single point of experience from his efforts. If he killed this many level 20 special elites in a normal situation, the 3 of them would have long since risen by 2 or 3 levels. However, Shi Feng did not feel much from this. It was only Blackie and Lonely Snow who did not know of the rarity of a fragmented legendary ranked item. They might not get another chance to secure one for a very long time. To obtain the fragmented legendary ranked item, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, right now, even spending 1 to 2 days would be worth it, not to mention spending only several hours. Shi Feng's strength would soar if they possessed a fragmented legendary ranked item. As long as he equipped it, even when faced with apex experts, he would still suppress them with overwhelming strength. In God's domain, there were none willing to follow a weakling. Players would only revere the strong. If Shi Feng wanted to establish his own virtual empire, he first needed to empower himself. Only then could attract others to follow him. During the early stages of God's domain, players like Shi Feng, who had yet to start up their own workshops, had 0 chances of competing against the various large guilds. In God's domain, there were plenty of high-leveled field bosses that dropped valuable loot. There were even some that would drop dark gold ranked items. If lucky, players might even encounter a High Lord ranked monster. Although High Lord ranked monsters were incomparably powerful, they possessed a small chance to drop an epic ranked item. As for the usefulness of an epic ranked item to a guild, that was obvious. Not only could it increase a player's personal strength, allowing them to kill even more powerful monsters, they would also attract plenty of famous players to join the guild, further increasing the guild's overall prowess. In regards to dealing with high-level monsters or High Lord ranked monsters, large guilds could simply use numbers to overwhelm them. Although they would have to pay a heavy price, everything would be worth it if they could obtain top-tier equipment. Meanwhile, small guilds and workshops did not have such capabilities, and such a situation would allow the large guilds to have a much easier time procuring top-tier equipment. As more time passed, the gap between the two would continue to grow larger and larger, and soon the small guilds would have no chance to compare to large guilds at all. Although developing a guild with a massive amount of members was an easy task, it was a long and arduous process to fully persuade these players to willing stay in the guild and share in the wealth and woe together. Time was necessary for the members to improve their cooperation with each other. A guild also needed a core framework that could properly manage the guild members. Aside from that, a guild needed sufficiently attractive incentives and treatment to attract new members. It also needed to have a massive space for improvements and wonderful future prospects. Meanwhile, having wonderful future prospects meant having a powerhouse as a leader. None of these points could be missing. Otherwise, the recruited members would easily choose to leave the guild. For guilds like Martial Union, Assassin's Alliance, and Ouroboros, they had long since formed a sturdy foundation. They were also led by apex powerhouses. Hence, the moment they entered a new virtual reality game, they would very quickly develop themselves. They also continuously recruited a large number of players. Hence, even if they suffered massive setbacks, they would very quickly rise again. Meanwhile, for startup guilds like Shadow, they did not even possess a proper welfare system. If they wished to recruit a large number of players within a short period, they might cause an adverse effect, entering a period of stagnation and maybe even a period of declination. Thus, Shi Feng chose to go down the road of the elite. He planned to first form a powerful team as the guild's foundation. He would then improve it steadily, gradually increasing the guild's member capacity. He would not follow in the footsteps of Shadow, where the guild appeared superb on the outside, but in reality it was riddled with holes, unable to withstand even a single blow. If Shi Feng wished to form a sturdy foundation, powerhouses were a definite must, even more so for a newly established guild and workshop like Zero Wing. Without strength that surpassed others, how could they suppress those other experts and recruit them into the guild? Only with great strength would Zero Wing show others the possibilities of advancement in their guild. Meanwhile, the fragmented legendary ranked item was unquestionably a great source of strength for Shi Feng. Time is almost up. I should start the final spurt then. After battling at full power for over 4 hours, Shi Feng was drenched in sweat. Be it mentally or physically, he was exhausted near to collapsing. If it were not for the attraction of the fragmented legendary ranked item, he would have long since fainted into a deep sleep. Soon after, Shi Feng took out all the frost grenades he had in his possession and all of the Tier 1 magic scrolls he had. He then distributed them to Blackie and Lonely Snow. These items are very precious. We'll use them together. Absolutely do not waste them, Shi Feng sternly said in the party chat. Brother Feng, rest assured. I'm a cursemancer, so it will not be a problem for me to release these Tier 1 magic scrolls. Leave it to me. Blackie and Lonely Snow could also feel the weight of these items. Not mentioning the frost grenades, just the value of such a large quantity of Tier 1 magic scrolls was immeasurable. If any accidents occurred, their losses would be abnormally huge. Attack that group of golden fish with me. Shi Feng tossed out an intermediate frost grenade, solidifying a group of golden fish in place. He then used Thundering Flash, inflicting a damage amplification effect and the Doom Curse on them. Soon after, he unfurled a Fire-type Tier 1 magic scroll, blasting an attack at the group of golden fish. Blackie and Lonely Snow also tossed out their frost grenades at the same time, freezing all the golden fish. They then followed up by using the Tier 1 magic scrolls, immediately starting violent bombardment. A series of explosions resounded throughout the Silver River, giving rise to layers upon layers of waves. The shocking damages caused the HP of the group of golden fish to roll downwards frantically. Compared to Shi Feng's initial burst, this burst was much more powerful. Watching this, Faust could not help but wipe away the cold sweat that formed on his forehead. Are these young lads trying to snatch even my family inheritance away? 59. The Forgotten History. The power of Tier 1 magic scrolls far surpass the capabilities of the magic of players at this stage of the game. The might of Fire-type and Ice-type magics that Shi Feng wielded was especially frightening. A Tier 1 AoE scroll, Flame Explosion, instantly caused over 6,000 damage to the golden fish, while another Tier 1 AoE scroll, Cold Wind Blowing, caused over 5,000 damage. With all 3 members of Shi Feng's group attacking simultaneously, the golden fish had nowhere to hide. Due to being frozen by the frost grenades, the golden fish were unable to move at all. Tier 1 magic scrolls bombarded them with magical attacks, one after another, rapidly reducing the golden fish's HP and sending them into a crippled state. After an all-out burst lasting more than 10 minutes, Shi Feng completely exhausted all of the attack-type Tier 1 magic scrolls he obtained from the Moonlight Forest. They had also fully depleted the frost grenades he bought from the Blackwing City. If totaled, the value of all of the items used was at least 20 gold coins. This loss could bankrupt a normal guild. However, their harvest during these 10 minutes or so was bountiful. They captured a total of 247 golden fish during this time, increasing their total accumulated number to 1510 golden fish, far exceeding Shi Feng's initial estimation. They had perfectly achieved the quest's targeted number. Brother Feng, here's the golden fish one collected. Here's mine as well. Blackie and Lonely Snow excitedly handed over all the golden fish they captured to Shi Feng. Anticipation filled their eyes as they waited for Shi Feng to trade for the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. They wanted to see just how powerful the attributes of fragmented legendary ranked item were. Just as Shi Feng received all the golden fish, hesitation appeared on his face. Originally, his goal from the beginning had been the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. Now, however, he had an additional 500 or so golden fish in his possession, far exceeding his initial estimates. He did not know just what sort of items he should trade for with these extras. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Blackie curiously asked as he noticed Shi Feng's thoughtful expression. Nothing much. I want to ask you guys for your opinions. Right now, we have over 500 extra golden fish, so we can gain plenty more items with them. If we trade them for dark gold equipment, we can get 2 to 3 pieces. If we convert them to level 15 fine gold equipment, we have enough for more than 10 pieces. If we trade them for secret silver ranked items, we can outfit the entire party with them, greatly increasing the party's strength. However, we can also exchange 500 golden fish for an epic ranked item, Shi Feng said. When everyone reaches level 15, the entire party can be fully equipped with level 15 secret silver equipment. Blackie trembled with excitement just from the thought of it. Although they still needed some time before they reached level 15, and by the time they reached that level, the scarcity of equipment would have decreased. An entire party fully geared with secret silver equipment was not a feat that even a first-rate guild could achieve. Even the elites amongst the elites of these first-rate guilds would, at most, have 1 to 2 pieces of secret silver equipment. Moreover, the equipment would be level 10, not level 15. Possibly, only those very few Apex experts that reached level 15 could gather a full set of secret silver equipment. However, it would still be impossible for them to gather a complete set of level 15 secret silver equipment. This meant that the moment all the members of the Zero Wing party reached level 15, they would instantly soar to become an Apex party in God's domain. None of the elite parties of the major guilds would be their equal. We could surpass all the elite parties of first-rate guilds and become the topmost level 15 elite party in God's domain? Lonely Snow grew excited as well. What do you guys think? Shi Feng asked. Blackie and Lonely Snow entered deep thought. This was an extremely grave matter, as it was a problem related to the future development of the Zero Wing workshop. After the three of them gave the matter some thought, Blackie suddenly said, Brother Feng, my suggestion is to trade for the epic ranked item. Although it would be awesome for our party fully equipped secret silver equipment the moment we reach level 15, it isn't exactly impossible for us to get more secret silver equipment in the future. Meanwhile, an epic ranked item is definitely something we won't encounter again. We also don't know when we'll get another chance like this. This is an extremely rare opportunity, so we need to grab it without hesitation. Although an epic ranked item can only raise a single person's strength, its benefits to the party not that great. However, with a single powerhouse in the party, we will have a much easier time obtaining secret silver ranked items. On the other hand, even if we had a party fully geared with secret silver equipment, we won't obtain even a single epic ranked item. When considering the future, level 15 secret silver equipment will sooner or later be worthless. However, it is a different matter for an epic ranked item. It can bring us longer lasting benefits. I also agree. To a large guild, the improvements brought about by an epic ranked item might not compare to over 100 pieces of secret silver ranked items. However, these large guilds are still willing to use hundreds of secret silver ranked items to trade for just a single epic ranked item. The reason being, although having 100 or more secret silver ranked items could temporarily increase our strength, what about the future? Leader, I think we should exchange for an epic ranked item instead. Blackie and Lonely Snow exchanged looks with each other. They had both given Shi Feng their most earnest opinions. They both believed that, once Shi Feng grew stronger, by the time they reached level 15, he could outfit them with a pile of good equipment. So, why should they carry out an action that was the equivalent of killing the chicken to get the egg? I get it. I'll take a look and see whether or not the epic ranked items available for trade will be of any help to us in the future. If they are useless, then I'll exchange for a dozen or so fine gold ranked items. Shi Feng nodded his head. In reality, Shi Feng had thought of this matter as well. However, he couldn't be too selfish either. Compared to a fragmented legendary ranked item, an epic ranked item was not as important. Hence, when trading for other items, he needed to consider everyone else's opinions. After all, this was a result that was only possible through everyone's joint efforts. Young adventurer, here is the list of items. Have a look and simply tell me whichever items you wish to trade, Faust said with a stiff expression. He truly did not expect the young fellow before him to be so powerful. To actually obtain the heavenly dragon's breath that he had treasured for so many years, he had not been willing to sell it in the past, even when someone offered 30,000 gold coins. Yet, today, he was trading it away for only 1,000 golden fish. Shi Feng looked at the list of items, discovering that there were 3 additional epic ranked items available for trade. There was a necklace called Heart of Light, a longbow called Star Chaser, and a staff called Mavis's Guard. As for the dark gold ranked items and fine gold ranked items, there were a ton of them available. Almost every kind of item was available. However, the item that aroused the most attention was still the fragmented legendary ranked item, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. It was needless to be mentioned that the Heavenly Dragon's Breath had to be purchased. As for the remaining 3 epic ranked items, one of them was a longbow, a weapon for rangers, and it was useless to their current party. Hence, only the necklace and staff remained as options. However, when Shi Feng looked at both the attributes of these items, he was instantly speechless. He could not decide which item would bring the greatest personal improvement to his party. Which one should I choose? Shi Feng's gaze kept switching between the 2 epic-ranked items before him, indecisive. Faust only revealed a smile at this sight. What he loved watching the most was the distressed appearance of young people. After hesitating for a long time, Shi Feng suddenly recalled a name in his memories from long ago. This name had once resounded throughout God's domain. However, after going through the ravages of time, this name slowly became unknown and forgotten. Esteemed Lord Faust, I wish to exchange for the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, Mavis's Guard, and this level 15 secret silver-ranked ring, the Ring of Glory, Shi Feng said. How do you know about this matter? Listening to the items that Shi Feng wanted to exchange, Faust was instantly dumbfounded. He fixedly stared at Shi Feng, asking in disbelief, 160 shocking attributes great. The gamble paid off. It really is a treasure left behind by that great existence. Shi Feng inwardly felt immense excitement. However, he did not reveal it on his face, maintaining a calm outward expression. To Faust's shock and questioning, Shi Feng did not give out an answer. He only revealed a mysterious smile at Faust. Esteemed Lord Faust, I wonder if I can purchase these items, Shi Feng asked once more. Ha! Maybe this too is fate, Faust sighed. He then said, Since you've already made your choice, you have to use this strength properly. The total is 1,510 golden fish for all 3 items. Esteemed Lord Faust, here are 1,510 golden fish. Shi Feng handed over the golden fish, receiving 3 items in return. He had made a huge profit from this trade. Actually, Shi Feng did not think that his luck would be so heaven-defying after his reincarnation. In Shi Feng's previous life, 6 years after God's domain began, Shadow accidentally discovered a level 150 lost ruin. Moreover, to fully explore the lost ruin, they had sacrificed a disastrous amount of resources. However, they did not obtain anything significant from this exploration, only managing to find a golden book on a goddess statue. There was nothing special about this book. It was simply a book made of pure gold, so it did not rot easily. Recorded in the book was a segment about a long-forgotten history. Meanwhile, one of the phrases within the book contained the name Mavis. During that ancient era, Mavis was likened to a god, and she was referred to as the god of light. Compared to the strange old man Faust, Mavis was much stronger. Aside from that, Shi Feng had not a clue about who Mavis was. Even so, an item left behind by a legendary existence much stronger than Faust would not be an ordinary item. Meanwhile, Blackie and Lonely Snow stood silently in confusion as they watched Shi Feng. They did not understand why Shi Feng was so joyful. However, listening to Faust's words, they faintly felt that they had gained a great advantage from the trade. Young man, seeing that fate has allowed us to meet, let me give you a warning. The magic weapon in your hand is extremely terrifying. Sealed within the magic weapon is the curse of the Black Dragon King, which even I will not face. This curse is extremely formidable, and even if the lucky stone suppresses it, sooner or later you will have to face it. Faust's caution was grim. He then continued, saying, while you allow your magic weapon to absorb more power, you also strengthen the curse suppressed within the weapon. Remember that a magic weapon is a double-edged sword. If you wish to obtain extraordinary strength, your will must be extraordinary as well. Otherwise, strength will, soon or later, devour you whole. Maybe this is also fate. Although the Heavenly Dragon's Breath is only a fragmented item, it could still, more or less, aid you in resisting your magic weapon's backlash. If you can fully restore the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, it will bring you unimaginable benefits. Strive harder, young man. Finished speaking, Faust's body vanished, while the entire Star River Valley gradually faded from existence as well. System, Rare Quest, Delicious Golden Fish, completed. Rewarding 300,000 EXP. Reputation in White River City plus 10. Shi Feng instantly rose to level 12, a golden glow enveloping his body. Immediately after, a golden glow also coated Blackie and Lonely Snow, both of them reaching level 11. This quest is too awesome. It instantly gave me 150,000 EXP, Blackie said, entranced. Lonely Snow also nodded, saying with a smile, I also received 140,000 EXP. With this, our Zero Wing party dominates the top 3 positions of White River City. If others know of this, our Zero Wing workshop will become famous. We might be more than famous. Those other players from major guilds might even be dumbfounded. Those bastards from Martial Union would regret becoming enemies with us. The next time we meet them, I will teach them a good lesson. Confidence about the future filled Blackie's heart. Now that his level was so high and his equipment was excellent, even if he encountered several experts from Martial Union, he could still kill them all. While Blackie fantasized, the Star River Valley had completely disappeared. Only the dark silent swamp and dying forest remained around them. Brother Feng, that strange old man looked so shocked just now. Just what did you obtain from him? Blackie curiously asked. Nothing much. I got the fragmented legendary ranked item, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, an epic ranked staff, Mavis's Guard, and a secret silver ranked ring, the Ring of Glory. Shi Feng shared the information of the items with the other 2. Heavenly Dragon's Breath Ring. Fragmented legendary rank. Equipment requirement. Strength 200, Agility 200, Intelligence 120, Strength plus 40%, Agility plus 40%, Intelligence plus 30%, Endurance plus 50%, Endurance plus 50%, Attack Speed plus 30%, Attack Speed plus 30%, Ignore levels plus 10. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional Skill 1, Dragon's Authority. Suppress all enemies in the surroundings with the might of the Heavenly Dragon, inflicting the fear status onto enemies within a 30-yard distance, reducing their attack power by 20%, attack speed by 20%, and movement speed by 20% for 1 minute. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Additional Skill 2, Dragon Breath, inflicts 6x damage in a 305-yard line in front of you. There is a 20% chance to induce the fainted state for 2 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional Skill 3, Heavenly Dragon's Power. Allows the user to temporarily possess the power of the Heavenly Dragon, increasing HP by 300%, Strength by 100%, and Defense by 300%, and grants immunity to all controlling effects for 2 minutes. Cooldown, 3 hours. The Dragon Slayer Makasaru once owned the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. It was originally a legendary ranked item possessing the suppressed strength of the Dragon tribe. Due to damage resulting from a war between gods, its might has greatly decreased. However, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath possesses an incomparably strong magic power, and possesses the potential to restore itself. Its past glory may be restored with 3 magic stars and 1 dragon's heart. Current restoration, 04. Mavis's Guard, Staff, Epic Rank Level 1, Level 60, Equipment Requirement, Intelligence 80, Attributes adjust according to user's level. Magic damage plus 20%, maximum mana plus 20%, mana consumption, WAC, percent, Nino 10%, ignore levels plus 10, all magic type skills plus 20 all, magic type skills plus 10 all magic. Additional passive skill, Spear of Light. There is a 15% chance to trigger this skill when attacking, launching a Spear of Light at the target and causing 200% magic damage. Additional skill 1, Guardian of Light. Grants a target immunity to all magic damage, reduces physical damage by 80%, and recovers 5% HP every second for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Additional skill 2, Stars of Light. Deals 500% magic damage to targets within a 5-yard radius, or deals 300% magic damage to targets within a 20-yard radius. The damage scales up by 10% every second for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Mavis's Guard was once a staff blessed by the god of light, Mavis. It possesses incomparably powerful magic. However, due to the limited materials used to make the staff, it is unable to display its full might. Its maximum level can increase to level 100 if a master forger uses 5 radiant god steel to reforge the staff. Ring of Glory, Ring, Secret Silver Rank, Level 15 Equipment Requirement, Intelligence 40, Intelligence plus 24, Vitality plus 115, Endurance plus 10, Strength plus 8, Agility plus 8 increases damage of all light-type magic by 15%. These are a fragmented legendary ranked item and an epic rank item? Aren't they too OP? Blackie and Lonely Snow's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they saw the attributes of the 3 items. Previously, they thought that the attributes of a secret silver weapon were already powerful. Only now, after seeing these attributes, did they understand that no matter how strong you were, there would always be someone stronger than you. In the face of fragmented legendary ranked items and epic ranked items, secret silver ranked items were simply trash. First Team 1 frightening damage. Seeing these items' attributes, even Shi Feng himself was greatly shocked. It was the first time he had witnessed the attributes of a fragmented legendary ranked item. In his previous life, the attributes of fragmented legendary ranked items were all kept secret by their respective owners, so others could only guess the actual attributes. He truly did not think that the Heavenly Dragon's Breath would be so powerful. Instead of increasing a fixed amount of attributes, it had a percentage-based increase of the user's attributes. It was no wonder the powerhouses who possessed legendary ranked items claimed that only a powerhouse could use the full potential of such items. Even if a weakling obtained one, the bonuses would not be significant. If Shi Feng could equip the Heavenly Dragon's Breath right now, with his current attributes, he could easily kill a level 20 elite player. Unfortunately, with the equipment requirements of 200 strength, 200 agility, and 20 intelligence, Shi Feng could only helplessly stare at it. Right now, his strength was only at a 1 in 11 points, with only 23 points in agility and a measly 50 points in intelligence. He was still far from possessing the required attributes. With the magic weapon he possessed, he would obtain 2 more free attribute points than other players for each level up. Even so, if he wished to equip the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, he needed to be level 20 at the very least and own a full set of level 20 fine gold equipment. Blackie, see if you can equip Mavis's Guard and the Ring of Glory. Shi Feng handed the 2 pieces of equipment to Blackie. Shi Feng had made considerations when he chose these 2 pieces of equipment. He could not always carry everyone in the party as he still had many things he needed to tend to. However, if he wanted his party to level up quickly, the party needed a powerhouse to lead it. Meanwhile, the matter regarding an epic weapon was extremely important. The person he could trust the most was Blackie, so he could feel secure passing both the Mavis's Guard and Ring of Glory to Blackie. With the improvement brought about by these 2 pieces of equipment, Blackie's damage output might even surpass his own. After all, his magic weapon was currently only the equivalent of a dark gold weapon. It was still a distance away from rivaling an epic weapon. Moreover, Blackie was a mage class, and Blackie's grinding speed was originally faster than his. In addition, the skills Mavis's Guard granted were extremely powerful. Blackie would have a much easier time leveling up the party than he would. This, alright then. At first, Blackie hesitated. He felt that he did not possess the qualifications to wield this epic weapon in the least. However, looking at Shi Feng's serious attitude and trust, he nodded his head earnestly. Although the requirement of 80 intelligence was very high, Blackie was already level 11. His character's attributes massively increased. He also had a few pieces of secret silver equipment. After he added all his attribute points he received from leveling up into intelligence, he just barely reached the staff's requirement, managing to equip Mavis's Guard. Right now, Mavis's Guard was a level 11 epic ranked staff. The staff increased numerous attributes. There was also an additional critical attribute that gave a 20% chance of magical attacks achieving a critical hit. It was much more powerful than Blackie's original goal. Mavis's guard also reduced the level requirement for equipment by 5 levels. After Blackie equipped the Ring of Glory and the previously obtained level 15 mage class Mysterious Iron equipment and Bronze equipment, he was completely born anew. He now gave others a faint oppressive feeling. My intelligence has reached 186 points, Blackie exclaimed, looking at his attribute panel. Compared to before, the 86 intelligence was more than double what he had before, not to mention the increase in his magic damage. His overall attributes had exceeded even the currently most powerful mage class by at least 2-fold. He could possibly one-shot a properly geared level 10 MT. Too powerful. Lonely Snow gazed at Blackie's dazzling attributes with admiration. Even so, he would not feel jealousy over Blackie. After all, this was a natural matter as he had only recently joined Zero Wing Workshop. Just the aid he received in leveling up and the amount of secret silver equipment were already unimaginable, not to mention receiving an extremely important item such as an epic ranked item. On the other hand, it would be extremely strange if he received an epic ranked item that he could use right now. Moreover, when Lonely Snow looked at Shi Feng's carefree reaction as he gave Blackie the epic ranked item, he knew that, as long as he performed well in Zero Wing Workshop, there was bound to be a day where he could obtain his very own epic ranked item as well. Hence, he did not need to be jealous over Blackie. An epic weapon is as frightening as expected, Shi Feng said with a smile, looking at Blackie's attributes. Normally, an epic ranked item's level would grow along with its user. Only when Blackie reached level 60 could he display the true potential of Mavis's protection. The potential displayed by the level 11 Mavis's guard was but the tip of the iceberg. Moreover, Shi Feng knew of plenty of locations which hid epic ranked items. However, he did not have the ability to retrieve them right now. He also did not have a powerful team, so he had no way of obtaining those epic ranked items at the moment. He could only wait until his workshop developed before setting out to claim them. Brother Feng, let's go kill some elite monsters. I want to see the awe of an epic weapon. Blackie looked at Shi Feng, restless with anticipation. Fine, let's go look for some then, Shi Feng replied with a smile. During that year when he held his first epic ranked item, he too was as excited as Blackie right now. He had been extremely eager to test out his strength on powerful monsters. Very quickly, under Shi Feng's leadership, the trio located a level 17 rare elite, the Swamp Lizard. Swamp Lizard rare elite, level 17, HP 200,000, I'll lure it over. Lonely, try to restrict it as it attempts to spit out gray fog and use caution. Blackie, pay careful attention while you kite it. Make sure you maintain your distance from it, Shi Feng spoke in the party chat. The Swamp Lizard was the most challenging rare elite in the Silent Swamp. If it was not for reaching level 12, the Abyssal Blade having upgraded to level 10, and Blackie's possession of Mavis's guard now, he would not have chosen to fight this monster at all. The Swamp Lizard was a physical melee-type monster. However, it could deal a lot of damage. With a single claw attack, it could take away more than half of a normal level 15 MT's HP. Its attacks also carried an additional petrification effect that slowed the target. Moreover, the Swamp Lizard's movement speed ranked at the very top of all the monsters found in the Silent Swamp. If a normal level 15 party met it, the usual result would be a party wipe. Soon after, Shi Feng circled the Swamp Lizard. Without holding back, he activated the Ice Blue Devil Flame. He then used Wind Blade, his swords piercing towards the back of the Swamp Lizard. 2 damages of 288 and 224 points appeared above the Swamp Lizard's head. Compared to when Shi Feng dealt with the 3-headed snake demon, his damage had greatly increased. However, to the Swamp Lizard, which possessed 200,000 HP, such damage was negligible. With an angry bellow, the Swamp Lizard slashed its claws at Shi Feng. Shi Feng dodged to the side, sending a level 7 chop slashing towards the Swamp Lizard's waist. A damage of 1058 popped up above the Swamp Lizard's head. The Swamp Lizard immediately released a pained wail. Its steel-like tail turned into a black shadow as it swiped at Shi Feng. Shi Feng quickly reacted. He leaped into the air and dodged the attack, distancing himself from the Swamp Lizard at the same time. Lonely Snow took this chance to use charge on the Swamp Lizard, interrupting the Swamp Lizard's follow-up attack. He then sent a violent strike at the Swamp Lizard's back, causing 28 damage. Lonely Snow nearly spat out blood when he witnessed this damage. However, he was utterly helpless about it. Not mentioning the level suppression, the Swamp Lizard's physical defense was extremely high. Moreover, Lonely Snow could only deal this amount of damage due to reaching level 11 and wielding a secret silver weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't even deal over 10 damage. Let me see just how amazing you are, Mavis's guard. Blackie had waited in frustration. He shot out a level 7 dark arrow strengthened by the Mavis's guard. When the skill blasted the Swamp Lizard's body, a damage of 712 points appeared above its head. Immediately after, Blackie's attack triggered the passive skill on Mavis's guard, the Spear of Light. A silver-colored Spear of Light struck the Swamp Lizard once more, landing a critical hit of 11354 damage. The damage was far more powerful than Shi Feng's attacks. Immediately after, Blackie used Evil Whip. 9 thick chains constricted the Swamp Lizard. When the Swamp Lizard broke free from one of the chains with much difficulty, a damage of 116 points appeared above its head. By the time it broke free from all the chains, Evil Whip had caused close to 1,000 damage. Due to Blackie's intelligence reaching over 100 points, he activated the intermediate hidden passive skill for intelligence, Quick Chant. The passive greatly reduced the time required for chanting spells, increasing Blackie's rate of attack. As a result, damages in the hundreds continuously appeared above the swamp lizard's head in quick succession, its HP decreasing like water flowing from an open tap. This is too powerful. This is an epic weapon? Lonely Snow was tongue-tied from watching this scene. Blackie was similarly dumbfounded. In addition to Shi Feng controlling and damaging the swamp lizard, before even a minute had passed, the swamp lizard fell dead. It dropped 4 items in total, a level 15 mysterious iron equipment and 3 rare materials. Come on, let's look for a place with plenty of monsters to release the Stars of Light. Seeing that even normal spells were so powerful, Shi Feng highly anticipated witnessing the staff's additional AoE spell. 162 I-level 15 monster area Silent Swamp. Leader, where are we headed? Brother Feng, wasn't there a herd of swamp hippos just now? Blackie and Lonely Snow followed after Shi Feng all this time, moving deeper into the Silent Swamp. They could not figure out just what kind of monster Shi Feng intended to test the Stars of Light on. The Stars of Light has a cooldown of half an hour. It would be a huge waste to use it on just a group of level 15 common monsters. Right now, we're going to a place with monsters that are much stronger and more numerous, Shi Feng explained. Even the level 17 rare elite swamp lizard died with ease. It was obvious just how high Blackie's damage had become, not to mention a skill like the Stars of Light. The skill could possibly one-shot the level 15 swamp hippos with only 2,000 HP each. That would not properly display the true might of the Stars of Light. Only by seeing the skill's full potential could Shi Feng make an accurate judgment. He could then let Blackie lead the others to the most suitable high-level monster area to level up. That way, be it Martial Union or Underworld, neither could locate Blackie and the others, much less surround them. Under Shi Feng's lead, after the trio reached the core area of the Silent Swamp, they discovered a large, naturally occurring marsh. All around, there were a total of 5 groups of level 20 swamp rhinos. Occasionally, they spotted a few level 20 elite twin-horned rhinos. There was also a small island situated in the middle of this large marsh, and a gigantic figure laid flat on this island. This gigantic figure was a 2-story tall rhino. From a distance, the trio could vaguely see the information of this large rhino. It was a monster named Rhino Chieftain One-Eye. Brother Feng, isn't this a little too dangerous? Witnessing so many level 20 rhinos gathered together, Blackie felt his confidence waver. Swamp Rhino, Common Monster, level 20, HP 1,200, Twin-Horned Rhino, Elite Monster, level 20, HP 17,500, 17,500, 17,500, 17,000, 5,000 common monsters were still fine. However, it would be extremely dangerous to tangle with elite monsters, not to mention special elites. Even if Shi Feng were very powerful, and his movements extremely agile, when surrounded by so many monsters, he would still meet his end. Only here can the Stars of Light display its true might. I'll think of a way to lure even more monsters, so choose when you cast the spell carefully. Shi Feng surveyed his surroundings, his mind planning his route. Leader, this is too dangerous. On the off chance that we die, it would be a huge loss. Lonely Snow opposed. The monsters here were not numbered in the 20s or 30s, but in the hundreds. Every one of them could trample a level 15 player with ease, not to mention the elite monsters or the special elite monster. Moreover, with their currently low levels, the monsters would have an easier time discovering them. They could easily be surrounded, and at that time only death awaited them. If I activate a speed scroll, my speed will be faster than theirs. However, when I lure all of them over, Blackie, I need you to use Guardian of Light on me, then use Stars of Light. You don't need to panic. Just maintain a calm heart and you will be fine. Seeing Blackie's nervous expression, Shi Feng spoke with a smile. I get it, Blackie nodded, suppressing the panic in his heart. Soon after, Shi Feng sent Blackie and Lonely Snow to a slightly elevated location. On his own, Shi Feng activated a speed scroll before rushing towards the rhinos. The rhinos immersed in the marsh quickly discovered the intruder. After all, Shi Feng's level was simply too low. He was only level 12, and there was a huge distance from level 20. In addition, Shi Feng did not attempt to hide his movements in the least, making it even easier for the monsters to discover him. Within moments, over 20 rhinos stood and rushed towards Shi Feng. Although the marsh did not reduce movement speed by half, it still reduced it by 30%. Fortunately, this movement speed reduction was also effective against the rhinos. Now that Shi Feng had used a speed scroll, catching up to him was impossible. Shi Feng followed along the route he had planned before and circled the central island. He intended to lure all the rhinos in the marsh, aside from the one atop the central island. The Rhino Chieftain One-Eye on the central island was extremely difficult to deal with, and it would be a huge loss if he lost his life as a result of an accident. Hence, Shi Feng had no intentions of luring it. Brother Feng, leader's movement technique is truly powerful. If I were in his place, those rhinos would have already turned me into meat paste. Standing on high ground, Blackie and Lonely Snow watched Shi Feng use various movements and methods to dodge the attacks from the group of rhinos. They could not help but wipe away the sweat permeating their foreheads. The number of rhinos Shi Feng lured grew larger and larger. He had only run half the distance, yet he lured over 100 rhinos. Every time he dodged an attack, the rhinos would dangerously scrap past his body. However, after witnessing this scene repeat itself over and over, Blackie and Lonely Snow discovered that Shi Feng successfully dodged every single time. He would always dodge the attack at the very last millisecond. He relied purely on technique to do so, and there was not a hint of luck or coincidence at all. Blackie and Lonely Snow both engraved this scene deeply into their minds, resolving themselves to learn from Shi Feng in the future. With an expert like Shi Feng demonstrating the moves, they would not have to spend time slowly exploring these techniques. After watching for only a moment, the two of them had benefited greatly. They could not help but wish they could try out these dodging techniques right this instant. Just when Shi Feng thought that all was within his control, an elite twin-horned rhino suddenly appeared in front of Shi Feng, charging at him. Although Shi Feng used parry to block this attack, his entire person was still sent flying. By rotten luck, he landed on the edges of the central island, alarming the rhino chieftain One Eye. Discovering that a human had disturbed its rest, One Eye abruptly stood up. It glared at Shi Feng with its blood-red eye, its front hooves gouging the solid ground as it released an angry roar. Suddenly, it charged at Shi Feng with its steel-like horn. Compared to the other rhinos, this rhino chieftain One Eye possessed an extremely fast speed, and not even the marsh could impede its immense charging power. This was the rhino chieftain One Eye's skill, Violent Charge. Even a level 20 MT would instantly die if One Eye's horn smashed into them. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to dodge, Shi Feng activated Defensive Blade. He then used Chop, the abyssal blade slashing at One Eye's horn. Due to the Defensive Blade's absolute defense effect, Shi Feng did not retreat by even an inch. Instead, a damage of 367 points appeared above the rhino chieftain One Eye's head. Such a tough defense. Shi Feng was slightly shocked. However, Shi Feng did not intend to continue entangling with the rhino chieftain One Eye. The moment One Eye used War Trample, Shi Feng used silent steps to appear behind a swamp rhino that was 30 yards away, successfully evading One Eye's attack. Ah-ooh! One Eye became further enraged when it saw that its target had evaded. It immediately charged at Shi Feng. However, it did not use Violent Charge this time, so its speed was only slightly faster than the other rhinos. Blackie, use the skill. After arriving at the appointed location, Shi Feng stopped and spoke into the party chat. Although his plan did not include luring the rhino chieftain One Eye, the plan still had to proceed. He simply had to be more careful now. Leave it to me. Blackie had long since waited with anticipation. Immediately, a golden brilliance descended upon Shi Feng's form. This was the effect of the first additional skill of Mavis's Guard, Guardian of Light. For 20 seconds, Shi Feng became immune to all magic damage. He also enjoyed 80% physical damage reduction and 5% HP recovery every second, following which Shi Feng activated the Tier 2 Life Shield, his maximum HP soaring. If it were a level 20 MT standing in place of Shi Feng, that MT would have long since been trampled to death. However, Shi Feng could hold on. Through evading alone, Shi Feng managed to dodge over 60% of the attacks sent at him. In addition to Guardian of Light recovering 5% of his HP every second, he was able to hold on to his life. Almost. Shine out, Stars of Light. When Blackie saw all those monsters grouped together, he used Mavis's Guard's other skill, Stars of Light. After chanting the final verse of the incantation, Blackie lost half of his mana in an instant. Immediately after, Blackie pointed his staff towards the sky. The dark clouds hovering above the large marsh were instantly pierced and disappeared. The sky trembled, and suddenly, a gigantic golden magic circle appeared in the sky, shining down on the core of the silent swamp. 163 mad leveling. This is, Shi Feng looked towards the sky, discovering that this magic circle was much more powerful than he imagined it to be. Even a Tier 2 spell wasn't as mighty as this. The magic circle actually shook the sky. This was definitely not something a Tier 2 spell was capable of. Although Shi Feng did not know exactly how powerful the Stars of Light was, as long as its might surpassed that of a Tier 2 spell, it would be enough to deal with the rhinos chasing after him. Such a powerful magic power. Blackie looked at the sky, towards the light element that madly gathered in the magic circle, with eyes filled with disbelief. This was the most powerful magic he had seen since he started playing God's Domain. As the magic circle in the sky gathered an endless amount of magic, the rhinos on the ground panicked. They started sieging Shi Feng desperately from all corners in an attempt to dispel the fear in their hearts. As a result, Shi Feng had to deal with the simultaneous attacks from over a dozen swamp rhinos. The space available for him to evade was extremely limited. Fortunately, he had a physical damage reduction of 80%, and he could generate 5% of his HP every second. Faced with no chances of dodging the incoming attacks, Shi Feng abruptly leaped into the sky and activated the Ice Blue Devil Flame. The clear blue flame instantly covered his body, while the power of thunder and fire gathered around the abyssal blade. Thunder Flame Explosion. The moment the abyssal blade struck down, thunder and fire engulfed and devoured all the monsters within a 5-yard radius. Damages of 626 points appeared above the heads of the monsters, and there were even some rhinos who received critical strikes, succumbing to over 1,000 damage. All the rhinos Shi Feng's attack struck fell into a fainted state, unable to move for 4 seconds. The monsters surrounding Shi Feng in a fainted state formed a natural barrier, granting Shi Feng a short breather. Is it starting? Shi Feng detected that the golden magic circle in the sky had finished gathering magic power. The magic circle then transformed into a shooting star, falling from the sky. Before the shooting star collided with the ground, Shi Feng cast Thundering Flash at the Rhino Chieftain One Eye. Unfortunately, the 3 streaks of thunder did not deal much damage to One Eye. All 3 attacks only caused around a total of 900 damage. However, Shi Feng's aim was not its damage, but the additional 20% damage amplification effect. It would allow the Stars of Light to inflict massive amounts of damage to One Eye. Finally, the golden shooting star reached the ground, landing in the center of the rhinos. An explosion occurred, and a blinding light devoured every inch of the large marsh. From a high position, Blackie and Lonely Snow saw damages of over 1,000 points appearing above all the rhinos in the marsh. There were also plenty that received critical strikes, receiving over 2,000 damage. Furthermore, the rhinos close to the epicenter received damages of over 3,000 points, and some even received frightening damages of over 6,000 points. A level 20 Swamp Rhino only had 3,200 HP, while the elite twin-horned rhinos had 17,500 HP. Even the Rhino Chieftain One Eye only had 50,000 HP. The 3,000 damage was not a light injury. It immediately directed its furious gaze at Blackie. It was not just the Rhino Chieftain One Eye. All the other rhinos also redirected their rage to Blackie, as the damages Blackie caused were simply too high. There were many swamp rhinos that instantly died from this single attack. However, during the time these rhino monsters directed their angry gazes towards Blackie, a second golden-colored shooting star appeared in the sky. It, too, descended. This time, the impact of the shooting star caused 10% more damage than the previous one. This attack wiped out all of the level 20 swamp rhinos, and only the high HP elites and Chieftain One Eye remained alive. However, this was not the end. With every passing second, for a total of 15 seconds, a shooting star would appear and descend from the sky. Moreover, each shooting star would deal 10% more damage than the previous one. The elite-ranked twin-horned rhinos could only hold on until the 5th shooting star before dying out completely. Meanwhile, Chieftain One Eye remained alive. Its angry gaze turned deadly as it glared at Blackie atop the high slope. Chieftain One Eye instantly went berserk, its defense and attack power greatly increasing as it charged forth. I won't let you go. Shi Feng used Windblade and arrived in front of the Rhino Chieftain One Eye. He then stabbed the Abyssal Blade at it. Abyssal Bind. 9 abyssal chains instantly coiled around One Eye, preventing it from moving even an inch, following which, streak after streak of stars of light crashed down into the marsh. From the initial 3,000 damage, the damage had now accumulated up to over 7,000 damage. Rhino Chieftain One Eye's 50,000 HP very quickly drained to 0. It then vanished within the blinding light, leaving behind a pile of items. After the stars of light ended, the entire marsh fell deathly silent. All the monsters within had turned into ashes, leaving behind piles upon piles of items. At the same time, golden light surrounded the bodies of both Blackie and Lonely Snow. Within an instant, their levels jumped from level 11 to a little beyond level 13. Shi Feng had also risen to 92% of level 13, only a thread away from level 14. Blackie looked at the staff in his hands, then looked at the marsh. He did not know how to express the emotions that filled his heart. Not only had the Stars of Light killed a level 20 elite monsters, it even killed a level 20 special elite. Its intents might far exceeded Blackie's imagination. Previously, they had enjoyed an extremely envious leveling speed. Now, however, it was no longer envious, but shocking. They rose by 2 levels in just slightly over 10 seconds. Moreover, they had risen from level 11 to level 13, and not from level 13, and not from level 3. Even elite players would have to grind for 5 or 6 days to obtain such a frightening amount of EXP. However, they achieved it in the blink of an eye. This is simply too formidable. If this skill is used in a team battle, no matter how powerful the enemy team was, they would still have to surrender. Lonely Snow unconsciously shuddered as he spoke. Only now did they truly understand why all those large guilds were so desperate to obtain an epic ranked item. Even if they had to sacrifice countless members, they would still willingly choose to overwhelm those powerful monsters with the lives of their people. As long as they obtained an epic ranked item, be it leveling up or securing high-level equipment, everything would become a lot easier. The current scene before Blackie and Lonely Snow was the perfect example. Not to mention a special elite, the Stars of Light could inflict massive damage to even a chieftain-ranked field boss. This was definitely not a feat that a party, fully equipped with secret silver equipment, could achieve. The aid rendered by an epic ranked item to a workshop's development was simply immense. It far outstripped the usefulness of more than 100 secret silver ranked items. The massacre the Stars of Light caused yielded Shi Feng's group with plenty of level 15 to level 20 bronze and mysterious iron equipment. There were also plenty of varying gemstones. At the very least, the total value of all these items was 10 gold coins or more. It's finally over. Shi Feng let loose a relieved breath. If it were not for the Stars of Light, he definitely could not contend with a level 20 special elite that went berserk. However, he managed to verify the prowess of the Stars of Light personally. He could now send Blackie and the others to the level 22 map, the Crystal Forest, to level up. The drop rate for gemstones in the Crystal Forest was much higher than in the Moonlight Forest. Not only could they level up quickly, but they could also earn a lot of money and extremely precious gemstones and equipment. Moreover, it would be impossible for their enemies to locate Blackie and the others, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After the trio tidied up all the loot, Shi Feng intended to make a trip back to town to clear up his inventory. Leader, the situation you wanted me to investigate has already occurred. Several guilds have started taking action. Should we start taking action now? Kola, who was in Red Leaf Town, suddenly contacted Shi Feng, his face filled with excitement. Great, just in time. I've waited a long time for this moment. Our Zero Wing Workshop should also start taking action now. Shi Feng smiled brightly. It's about time we show off Zero Wing Workshop's strength. 64. The first crisis Kola was at a loss when he heard Shi Feng's words. Show the strength of Zero Wing Workshop? Others had constantly targeted the 3 of them, so they had been hiding in Red Leaf Town all this time. They had no chances to leave town to grind and quest, and they were all only level 7 right now. They were only slightly stronger than the average player. They had no chances of competing with the members of other guilds at all. If this situation continued, their levels would, sooner or later, fall behind even the average players. Is Leader telling us to go level up? Kola grew excited at the thought of this possibility. This is too great. We're being stifled to death by constantly staying in town. It would be fine even if we have to slaughter our way out. You 3 wait for me inside the hotel in the trade area. I'll be there soon. Shi Feng did not further explain, only revealing a faint smile. Brother Feng, what happened to make you so happy? Blackie curiously asked, seeing Shi Feng's joyous smile. Something good. You 2, stay here and continue leveling up. I'll bring Kola and the others later on. After you carry them to level 10, go to White River City to do some high-level quests, Shi Feng said. Brother Feng, rest assured, now that I'm fully geared in level 15 bronze and mysterious, iron equipment and possess Mavis's protection, carrying Kola and the others will be a breeze, Blackie assured his leader. He was level 13 right now and even had an epic-ranked staff. If he could not carry Kola and the others to level 10 quickly, he might as well revert to playing with mud rather than play God's domain. When Kola and the others see our levels, they will be shocked. And when they see Blackie's epic-ranked staff, the Mavis's protection, they will be stunned speechless. I am even eager to see their expressions, Lonely Snow joked. That's right, Kola and the others could not possibly imagine that, within just a short few hours, we went from hiding from Marshal Union's pursuit to reaching to level 13. We've taken the top 3 rankings within the Star Moon Kingdom and even possess an epic weapon now. Compared to before, it is like the difference between heaven and earth. If I were in their shoes, even I wouldn't believe it. Blackie grew even more joyful at the thought of the shocked expressions of Kola and the others. You guys, Shi Feng helplessly smiled at the sight of his 2 teammates. Soon after, he took out a return scroll, teleporting to Red Leaf Town. At this moment, there were a lot of changes occurring in Red Leaf Town as well. The number of players purchasing equipment in the trade area grew larger and larger, and an endless stream of shouts for purchase filled the air of the trade area. There were many new players walking around and looking at the stalls set up throughout the street, looking for required items and equipment. Meanwhile, inside the hotel at the trade area, I've previously asked you guys to collect hard stones, so just how many have you actually collected? Why is the number of whetstones still 0? Unstable Devastation's expression turned grim as he asked. He abruptly stood up after taking a look at his subordinate's report. Boss Unstable, under your commands, we desperately tried to purchase all the hard stones available. However, we're not sure why, but hard stones are extremely scarce on the market right now. Moreover, they're very expensive. After much determination, we only managed to collect slightly more than 4 stacks. However, our guild has only recently started nurturing forgers, so their success rate of making whetstones is extremely low. So, that subordinate timidly said, Pung, Unstable Devastation slammed his fist onto the table, snarling, you bunch of useless wastes. I clearly notified you all of this matter long ago, and 3 or 4 hours have passed already. Yet, you guys couldn't even produce a single whetstone? How is the elite team supposed to level up this way? Why do I even need you guys here? Boss Unstable, maybe the other guilds have discovered the issue of their weapons deteriorating quickly. Maybe that's why we only managed to purchase a few stacks of hard stones, the Berserker 5 Rats said. That's a high possibility. After all, it isn't only our guild leveling up in high-level monster areas. However, hard stones aren't exactly rare, and they can be obtained from level 2 monster areas or above. Moreover, normally nobody touches those things, so there should be a huge stockpile available in Red Leaf Town right now. There should also be plenty of players selling them on the auction house. We also discovered this matter fairly quickly, so even if the other guilds have taken action, it is impossible for them to buy them all out immediately. Unstable Devastation nodded, then shook his head again. He could not make any sense of the situation. After they started hunting Ye Feng's party, they discovered that the durability of their weapons fell extraordinarily fast. In the beginning, they paid no attention to it, only focusing on leveling up and their search for Ye Feng's party. However, before they found Ye Feng, their equipment and weapons were already close to scrap. Without a choice, they had to give up their search for Ye Feng, returning to town to repair their equipment. Although the journey back wasted a lot of time, the elite team's equipment was extremely precious. If they did not repair it all in time, resulting in their equipment turning into scrap, the guild would suffer an irrecoverable loss. Moreover, without the equipment, they would also have no way to grind and level up. Thus, they needed to return and repair their equipment. After repairing their equipment, Unstable Devastation began hearing complaints from his subordinates. The repair fees were too expensive, they said. The cost of repairs had nearly depleted all the money they had. As for classes that wore plate armor, they were even forced to borrow money from others for the repair fees. This situation dumbfounded Unstable Devastation. These players were all elites amongst elites. Normally, they carried a lot of money on their persons, and they were considered wealthy. However, their wealth was not enough to cover the fees. Unstable Devastation quickly discovered the crux of the problem. The lower the remaining durability of a piece of equipment was, and the higher the level of the equipment was, the more expensive the resulting repair fee would be. Grinding high-level monster areas greatly depleted equipment's durability. Making a trip to and fro from town to these high-level areas also required them to waste at least 2 to 3 hours. Moreover, they could, at most, stay for 3 to 4 hours at these high-level monster areas before they needed to return to town to repair their equipment. This meant that they had to spend almost half their time in God's domain just traveling. As a result, the time needed for a single level up almost doubled. If they could negate the travel time, their leveling speed would surpass the other players. When Unstable Devastation thought of this crucial matter, he immediately instructed his subordinates to look for a solution to this problem. The resulting solution was the whetstones. Although this item could only repair a small amount of durability of a weapon, even that small amount was enough. Compared to equipment used for protection, a weapon's durability decreased at a much greater rate. If they used whetstones to repair their weapons, the total cost would be much less than repairing it at the smithy. Hence, Unstable Devastation quickly ordered his subordinates to purchase whetstones. However, they quickly discovered that forgers did not normally create this item as its cost was simply too high. Moreover, whetstones normally did not sell at all. Unstable Devastation could only take a step back once again and instead choose to purchase hard stones, the materials required to make whetstones. Hard stones were also relatively cheap items. They were mainly used to create whetstones and certain engineering components. Each stack was only around 30 copper coins, and there were 20 in a stack, which meant that they could make 20 whetstones from a single stack of hard stones. However, Unstable Devastation had received even more shocking news. If they could not purchase whetstones directly, then so be it. However, how could hard stones be difficult to purchase as well? In reality, it wasn't just Martial Union who had discovered this problem, the other guilds had also discovered this issue. By the time they tried to purchase hard stones, they suddenly discovered that, be it the auction house or the stalls in town, there were only scarce amounts of hard stones remaining. It was far from enough for the forgers in their own guilds to create whetstones with. He watched as the various large guilds tried to purchase hard stones at a high price. They purchased each stack for 80 copper coins. The price of hard stones had more than doubled. Immediately, Shi Feng felt an intense joy in his heart. The moment he had long awaited had finally arrived. However, this was only the beginning. He still wanted to add oil to the fire, causing the price to soar sky high. 165? A foolish choice? Shi Feng completely ignored the high prices these guilds were willing to pay. He headed to the appointed hotel directly. He had stockpiled hard stones for so long, to the point where he had purchased 90% of the hard stones available in White River City. Thus, he would not reveal his hand just for this little bit of profit. Right now, the danger of equipment durability was only beginning. Along with the constant increase of players' levels, they would head towards monster areas of a higher level. Very quickly, players would discover the problem regarding their equipment durability and the importance of whetstones. If they did not possess whetstones, it would greatly affect their leveling speed, and as a result, others would increase the gap between them. This result had caused the demand for whetstones to soar. They were as popular as the commonly used regeneration potions and mana recovery potions. Meanwhile, hard stones were required to make whetstones. Along with the growing demand for whetstones, the prices of hard stones would still increase by several folds. In Shi Feng's previous life, hard stones once sold for a maximum price of 3 silver coins per stack. Its price had increased by tenfold from the original. Right now, due to God's domain's evolution and the investment of major corporations, the available resources were more precious than in Shi Feng's previous life. Most likely, the prices of hard stones would increase to record highs. The current price of 80 copper per stack was only the beginning. Red Leaf Town, Trade Area, Black Rose Bar. At this moment, Firedance had gathered her entire team to discuss matters regarding the team's future development. Firedance's team often frequented this Black Rose Bar, as it occupied a more secluded region. Very few players came to this place. Thus, this place became the gathering spot for Firedance's team. Every time they completed a dungeon raid or obtained some precious item, they would come to this bar to celebrate. Firedance, we understand what your intentions are. However, I will still tell you the same thing. We are only playing God's domain to pass the time, and we don't have any great ambitions. We prefer to be free, and we aren't planning to earn any achievements through God's domain. If you want me to join that person called Ye Feng's team, I can only tell you that I'm sorry. That's right, Firedance. If it were a normal situation, maybe joining would be fine. However, Ye Feng has a beef with Martial Union, and right now, Martial Union targets us too. Martial Union has already put out the word that if we do not sever our relations with Ye Feng and apologize to them, we won't ever need to think about leaving town to level up and quest. If we leave town, they'll just kill us and send us back. If we join Ye Feng's team, won't we end up in an even worse situation? That's right, Martial Union is just too powerful right now. There is no way Ye Feng can establish himself in Red Leaf Town. If you want us to join Ye Feng's team, I can only look for another way out of this. I too share this opinion. We have lost a lot of our levels, and our average right now is only level 5. We can only apologize to Martial Union if we want to have the possibility to continue mingling in Red Leaf Town. If we join Ye Feng's team, we'll truly be finished. According to my investigations, the Martial Union branch in Red Leaf Town is completely under the control of that person called Unstable Devastation. He has gathered all the players from Martial Union in 5 different towns to Red Leaf Town, and he is prepared to go all out developing in Red Leaf Town. There are many experts from Martial Union in Red Leaf Town right now. Their guild's treatment is generous, and its development rate is impressively fast. I heard that their member count has already exceeded 1,000, and amongst them there are over 200 elite members. They are much stronger than before. Martial Union has the ability to constantly target us and prevent us from leaving town to grind and level up. We can afford to provoke them any longer. Even if we reach level 10 and go to White River City, Martial Union's member count would have exceeded 10,000 by then. It would only be a simple matter for them to deal with us. It was a mistake to provoke them right from the very beginning. Our only way out of this mess is to offer them an apology. Right, I agree as well. Our original goal in playing God's Domain was simply to mess around. We are completely different from that Ye Feng who has embroiled himself in a fight with Martial Union. If you, Firedance, wish to join him, please don't drag us in as well. We don't wish to be under surveillance 24 hours a day. Firedance did not expect everyone to voice their opinions. They all expressed their refusal to join Shi Feng's team, and they even wanted her to apologize to Martial Union. I understand. I'll only ask this one last time then. If there are any of you willing to join Ye Feng's team with me, please stand by my side. Firedance understood their troubles. Previously, they were all veteran gamers of virtual reality games. However, the virtual reality games they played before only had a player base in the hundreds of thousands. Even until the later stages of the game, a top-tier guild would only have several thousand members. On the other hand, God's Domain had made clear to them the true meaning of a large guild and the true power of a game with over 2 billion players across the globe. God's Domain was completely different from any other virtual reality games. It had utterly shattered their concept of virtual reality games, as it was practically a second reality. Previously, they didn't think there was anything special about the various large guilds. Only now did they truly understand how frightening a guild could be in a virtual reality game. Just the members of Martial Union inside a single town reached the thousands, and it was still increasing. If they reached White River City, their member count would break into the tens of thousands. A team of independent players like themselves could not afford to provoke such a large guild. Moreover, such a large guild like Martial Union was only an unrated guild. As for third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate guilds, they were tyrannical existences. Although Martial Union was a very frightening existence in Red Leaf Town, Ye Feng's shocking performance had been deeply engraved onto Firedance's soul. She truly thought that she had wasted her time playing those other games before. Right now, only the thought of following Ye Feng filled her heart. She wanted to get to know and experience the world of Apex experts. Firedance, wake up, alright? We will not follow you. Right now, our only way out of this mess is to apologize. Haven't you always dreamt of becoming an expert in God's Domain? If you continue fighting it out with Martial Union, you will head away from that goal. Stop being silly and acting foolish. After Firedance finished speaking, aside from Water Buffalo, there was not a single person who walked towards Firedance's position. They all had their heads lowered, feeling that Firedance was simply too foolish. She had truly been bewitched by that Ye Feng for her to dig her own grave by joining him. Alright, since you guys have decided, Water Buffalo and I will join Big Brother Ye Feng by ourselves. Firedance's mood sank after hearing everyone's decision. They had joined each other after much difficulty, dreaming of reaching some achievements in God's Domain, yet the result was such in the end. Soon after, Firedance opened her friends list, selected Ye Feng, and contacted him. Previously, she had told Ye Feng that she would contact him after speaking with her team. Now that everyone had finished their discussion, she had to notify him. Big brother Ye Feng, I'm done on my side, Firedance said, disappointed. Although she had long since guessed such a result, she originally thought that 3 to 5 others would follow her. Now, however, there were only 2 of them. She was too embarrassed to even speak of this matter. That's great. How many people do you have? If we have enough, we can raid a team dungeon. At this moment, Shi Feng had just finished meeting with Cola and the others. He was prepared to focus fully on establishing a core team for Zero Wing. Before that, he sent Cola and the other 2 to visit the auction house to purchase some bags with larger capacities, a large amount of mana recovery potions, and some refreshments. He also asked Violet Cloud to join Blackie to grind and level up. However, he did not think that Firedance would contact him just in time. Her timing was impeccable. 166 initial formation of the team, there are only 2, Water Buffalo and myself. Everyone has their own opinions, so I can't demand this of them. Firedance nearly choked on her words after hearing Ye Feng's excited tone. 2 people? That's not too bad, Shi Feng lightly laughed. Do you guys have anything you need to do right now? If not, you can join me. In reality, Shi Feng did not particularly mind the matter with Firedance's teammates. Previously, Firedance mentioned that her teammates were not ambitious and that they were only casual players in God's domain. Hence, it was best for Shi Feng if all of these people did not join him. It would save him a lot of trouble. He also did not need to waste time on training them. I don't have anything else to do here. Water Buffalo and I will meet you. Previously, Firedance had worried that she would disappoint Yi Feng with the news. However, after listening to his relaxed tone, she could not help but sigh in relief. After disconnecting the call, Firedance and Water Buffalo bade farewell to everyone else. They did not know when they would meet again. Ha, I truly can't understand her. Why is she so obsessed with that guy? An assassin in leather armor said after Firedance departed. He could not help but sigh. I'm also very curious about that Yi Feng. Just what is so good about him? If she becomes Martial Union's enemy like this, by the time we enter White River City, she might very well still be in hiding in this town, not daring to leave. Would there even be a meaning to such a gaming life? The team members that chose to stay behind voiced their confusion, one after another. Meanwhile, at the Fountain Plaza of Redleaf Town, although it was still daytime in God's domain, the benches that decorated the plaza were currently overcrowded with players. All around, one could see couples flirting with each other. The scene was the complete opposite of a battlefield. Big Brother Feng, sorry for making you wait, upon her arrival to the Fountain Plaza, she discovered Ye Feng enjoying the breeze as he waited for someone. No worries. All our members are finally here now. In the future, we will all be members of the same team. Let me introduce you all then. Shi Feng smiled as he started introducing each of the team members. There were a total of 6 members present, excluding himself, the Guardian Knight, Cola, the Oracle, Drowsy Sloth, the Summoner, Gluttonous Mouse, the Cleric, Violet Cloud, the Assassin, Firedance, and the Berserker Water Buffalo. With all 6 of them, they could be a standard dungeon party. Firedance, being level 9, was the highest leveled player amongst them. Following her was Violet Cloud and Water Buffalo, who were both at level 8. The remaining were all level 7. Looking at how Violet Cloud had raised herself to level 8 just through cooking, the effort and suffering she had gone through were obvious. If it were not for Shi Feng's stern command, Violet Cloud would not intend to go out to grind at all. She rather preferred continuously cooking and earning money. When Cola and the others saw Firedance's level, admiration filled their hearts. Moreover, she was also a great beauty. They only reached level 8 with Shi Feng's guidance. Even if Martial Union had not killed them, sending them back to level 7, they would only be level 8. They were still far from level 9. Moreover, Firedance's equipment was extremely high quality. She also possessed a few pieces of secret silver equipment, while the others were mysterious iron. One could see that Firedance was definitely an expert, far more amazing than themselves. As for the one who managed to recruit such an expert beauty into the team, Cola and the other 2 could not help but five Shi Feng a thumbs up. This was as expected of their leader. As for Shi Feng's level, nobody in the team could discern it, as Shi Feng had hidden his information with the demon mask. The others could only see unknown. However, nobody felt concerned about his actions. Shi Feng constantly felt like a mysterious expert to them, so it was only natural that they could see his identity. Big Brother Ye Feng is amazing as expected. We've only been apart for half a day, yet the pressure you give off has massively increased. After Firedance met Ye Feng again, she could clearly feel that he was different from before. He was like an unsheathed sword, and her 6 senses told her that Ye Feng had become much stronger. Since everyone is familiar with each other now, I'll tell you guys what you need to do next, Shi Feng said formally. However, just as Shi Feng was about to reveal their goal, a group of players suddenly appeared and surrounded the Fountain Plaza. Martial Union is dealing with an issue. All those uninvolved, leave immediately. Martial Union's members chased away the other players, taking complete control of the Fountain Plaza. Ye Feng, you've made me look for you for a long time now, a scholarly youth said as he stepped out from the crowd. This was unstable devastation. There were over 400 members of Martial Union crowding the Fountain Plaza. When Cola and the others saw all these players, they immediately panicked, their expressions turning solemn. What? You want to take action here? Shi Feng swept a glance over the players from Martial Union. The majority of them were level 5 or level 6. Only a minority were level 8 or level 9 elites. How could I possibly be such a brute? I'm only here today to give you all a final warning, Unstable Devastation said with a smile. Last time, he had taken a huge loss because of Yifeng. If he could, he really wished to kill Yifeng now. However, they were right in the middle of town. If he killed Yifeng here, he might implicate Martial Union as well. However, if he mobilized a dozen or so players against Yifeng, they would only be helpless against him, disgracing Martial Union's reputation. This was not a result he wished to see. Warning? We've already reached the point of no return. Your warning holds zero meaning to me. It is only a bunch of nonsense, Shi Feng laughed. You are still so fearless, even when faced with so many of our members. I truly admire you for that. Unfortunately, your strength is limited. You are not an opponent for Martial Union at all. My warning isn't actually directed at you. Unstable Devastation clapped his hands, shifting his sights towards Cola and the others. He then coldly said, This time, my warning is for the teammates standing behind you. You all better come to your senses. If you sever your relationship with Yifeng immediately, I assure you that I will not pursue past matters and let you all go. Of course, if you resolve to stand with the powerless Yifeng, prepare to suffer the rage of Martial Union. I admit that killing Yifeng himself is extremely difficult. However, it is only a simple matter for Martial Union to exterminate you all. Although Unstable Devastation smiled as he spoke, Cola and the others could only feel a deep chill from his words. They could not help but admit that Unstable Devastation's words sounded logical. They were not top-tier experts, and they did not possess that many life-saving skills that could help them escape. Although Martial Union could not kill Yifeng, that did not mean they could not get rid of them. As proven, they had died once before already. There would definitely be a second time in the future. If such a situation continued, they would not have a future in God's domain to speak of. Looking at the panicked and hesitant expressions on Cola and the others, Shi Feng spoke not a single word. He remained silent as he stood there. This move of Unstable Devastation's was extremely vicious. He wanted Shi Feng to taste the betrayal of his closest friends. Not only would it reduce his overall power, but it could also become a hit to his heart. Unfortunately, Shi Feng was no longer the arrogant brat that he used to be. On the contrary, he wanted to use this plan of Unstable Devastations to refine the members of his elite team. In the future, the team he led would have to face off against many powerful foes. If they could not handle the challenge before them right now, how could they succeed in the future? Shi Feng did not desire teammates who only enjoyed the good times, but could not suffer through the bad with him. This could be Shi Feng's test for them. He wanted to see just what sort of choice they would make in such a situation. After quite some time had passed, Cola and the others exchanged glances with each other, smiles on their faces. They had all made their decisions, and they all stood by Shi Feng's side without hesitation, having zero intentions of leaving. Cola, Drowsy Sloth, Gluttonous Mouse, and Violet Cloud were originally players who others looked down on. They lived at the very bottom of God's domain, and they only possessed the levels and equipment they had today because of Shi Feng's help. By becoming enemies with Martial Union, at worst, they would only revert to their original states. So, how could they possibly betray Shi Feng in this sort of situation? As for Fire Dance and Water Buffalo, they had long since steeled their hearts to follow Yifeng. They wished to experience the world of top-tier experts, and faced with such a threat, they paid no mind at all. Unstable Devastation, even in death, we would never betray our leader. If you have the ability, then come. Cola laughed loudly as he looked at Unstable Devastation. Good, very well said. Unstable Devastation smiled with indignation, saying, Don't say that I never gave you a chance. This is something you've all chosen for yourselves, so don't blame me for not lacking courtesy. Boys, get them. Originally, Unstable Devastation thought that he could take this chance to shame Yifeng, turning him into a laughingstock. However, he truly did not think that these people would be so muddle-headed. They must have eaten something wrong to follow Yifeng so steadfastly. Otherwise, Yifeng must have shown a hopeful fantasy, letting them think that they still had a future. Since he was already here, he would not let Yifeng and the others escape unscathed. 167. The Disparity Between Realms. Immediately, more than 400 players in the Fountain Plaza surrounded Shi Feng and the others. They all unsheathed their swords and armed their crossbows as they eyed their prey. However, to Shi Feng's surprise, none of them showed any intentions of rushing forward. Instead, they parted to the sides and opened a path, letting through 20-odd players. When these 20-plus players arrived by Unstable Devastation's side, their complexions were as gloomy as water, and their expressions numbed. These players' levels were not high, only around level 5 or level 6. Their equipment was also nothing special. Compared to the elites of Martial Union, the difference was just too great. They did not seem like players from Martial Union at all. I'll be looking forward to your performances. Unstable Devastation spoke to these newcomers harshly. He then turned his sights towards Fire Dance, revealing a fierce sneer as he looked forward to the start of a good show. These newcomers nodded their heads indifferently. They took out their weapons and walked towards Shi Feng. In the distance, Fire Dance and Water Buffalo were immediately stunned when they saw these players. You guys, why are you all with Martial Union? Firedance loudly questioned these players. The 20-plus players that walked over were not strangers to Firedance. On the contrary, they were the ex-companions with whom Firedance shared both bitter and sweet times. At this moment, Unstable Devastation looked at Shi Feng, laughter escaping his mouth as he said, "Ha ha ha, Shi Feng, I am an extremely generous person. Previously, these players aided you in killing many of Martial Union's members. I've promised them that, as long as they kill you and your companions, I will forgive all of their past transgressions, and Martial Union would no longer seek trouble with them. Shi Feng, don't you think that you should do something for them to compensate their losses?" Unstable Devastation jeered. Shi Feng had embarrassed him greatly last time, so he would not let him off the hook so easily. He eagerly wished to see whether Shi Feng would dare take action or not. As long as Shi Feng took action, the headline on tomorrow's official forums would be, "Publicly acknowledged swordsman expert is an extremely treacherous person. He willingly killed his allies to save himself." At that time, only tatters would remain of Shi Feng's reputation. Unstable Devastation wanted to see just how Shi Feng intended to mingle in God's domain in the future. Unable to endure it any longer, Firedance abruptly burst out in rage. Her eyes sent a chill as she glared at Unstable Devastation, yelling loudly, "Unstable Devastation, you despicable little man! These people have all killed your Martial Union members under my commands. If you have the guts, then come at me." Originally, Firedance felt extremely joy for being able to join Shi Feng's team. She did not think that she would cause Shi Feng such a mess. If Shi Feng killed all of these people right now, others would gossip, and nasty rumors about him would spread. Shi Feng would be slandered as a merciless person, a person willing to kill even those who had helped him in the past. Although this matter was not of her doing, these people were still her past companions. She was responsible for leading them to kill the members of Martial Union. Now that these people had betrayed her and sided with Martial Union, bringing trouble to Shi Feng, she felt extremely apologetic towards Shi Feng. "Firedance, we have no choice in this matter. We have to do this if we wish to obtain Martial Union's forgiveness and continue playing in Red Leaf Town. Firedance, this is our only way out. We hope that you can understand." "That's right. They forced us, left us no way out. Let us kill you just this once." Firedance's companions closed the distance as they spoke. Some of the mage classes even started chanting their spells, prepared to launch their attacks. "You guys," Firedance's complexion turned extremely ugly. She immediately turned towards Shi Feng, apologetically saying, "I'm sorry, big brother Shi Feng. I will definitely give you an account of this matter. Unstable Devastation, you best listen up. I, Firedance, will immediately leave the team right now. I will no longer have any relations with big brother Shi Feng, so let me shoulder this debt between us." Firedance immediately left the party. After her public declaration, she unsheathed her daggers as she walked forth towards her companions. She intended to deal with these companions of hers personally. That way, Shi Feng would not experience in any sort of slander. After seeing this, Unstable Devastation's complexion turned pale with anger. He did not think that this woman called Firedance would be so determined. "Firedance, aren't you just making things harder for us? Regardless of the circumstances, we were once companions in the past. How could you treat us like this? That's right, we've gone through life and death so many times together. Are you really going to treat us like this?" Firedance's previous team voiced their accusations, one after another. These accusations deeply pierced Firedance's heart. The laughs and suffering they went through together, all the bonds had simply turned to smoke. The only thing she could do was hold back her tears and kill the emotions in her heart. "Firedance, are you going to be so heartless as to kill us?" A middle-aged assassin wearing gray-colored leather armor asked resentfully. His words had immediately caused Firedance to pause. However, immediately after, this middle-aged assassin stabbed his dagger towards Firedance's heart. Dang! Before the gleaming dagger could reach its target, a pitch-black sword blocked the attack. "Firedance, you're not taking me, the team leader, seriously, are you? Since you've already joined my team, you are still a member of our team until this leader decided to kick you out. I will not acknowledge your selfish retirement from the team. Now that you are a member of our team, this team leader has the responsibility of shouldering everything for you. So, in regards to your painful memories, I will help you purge them all." Ever since Shi Feng re-entered God's domain, he no longer cared about what others thought of him, because only weaklings would mind how others looked at them. Oh, right. I forgot to mention one more thing to you guys. Anyone who joins my team has to keep in mind one important thing. If you constantly mind how others look at you, you will never truly improve your own strength and techniques. You don't have to care how others look at you. It is enough as long as you advance on the path that you wish to take. Only with that can you become a true expert. Shi Feng suddenly appeared in front of Firedance. To Firedance, he towered like a mountain before her, blocking any and all dangers from reaching her. Big brother Shi Feng, tears inadvertently leaked out from Firedance's eyes. Shi Feng's actions and words truly touched her heart. After listening to his words, it was as if the door to the realm of experts slowly opened for her. Maybe her hesitation held her back from becoming a true expert. So what if he killed them? Who cared about others' opinions? The strong would never pay attention to such small matters. The only things they needed to consider were the courage to forge ahead and constantly raising their own strength. By the side, after Water Buffalo listened to Ye Feng's words, his heart was inexplicably moved. He would never have thought Ye Feng would be such a dependable person, a person others could admire. Meanwhile, Cola and the other two merely exchanged glances with each other, smiles plastered on their faces. That's right, this was the leader that they respected and admired. Immediately, Cola and the others stepped forward, one after another, blocking Fire Dance. Well said. What are you guys still waiting for? Unstable Devastation felt extreme joy. He had recorded all of Ye Feng's words. When the time came, he could deny his actions. Ye Feng, you despicable little man, we've already helped you so much, yet, in the end, you still wish to kill us? You are simply inhuman. Fire Dance's ex-companions cursed, enraged. They all rushed at Ye Feng, one after another, intending to slash and bash him to death. Shi Feng smiled disdainfully at their actions. Looking at the 20-plus melee and mage-class players launching their attacks at him, Shi Feng only lightly waved the abyssal blade. Thundering flash. 3 electric arcs instantly weaved across the bodies of the 20-plus players. Damages ranging from 500 to more than 1,000 appeared above everyone's heads, instantly killing everyone. Meanwhile, the green prism marker above Shi Feng's head instantly turned bloody red, giving others a chilling feeling. Big Brother Ye Feng, leader. Fire Dance and the others immediately panicked. If a player actively killed other players within a town, the guards would hunt them until death. Moreover, after the offending player revived, the guards would toss them in jail. Judging by the intensity of Shi Feng's red name, he would lose at least 3 levels after death, maybe even 4. Ha ha ha, Ye Feng's name is finally red. Without the town's protection, we can kill you here without any repercussions and make you lose all of your items. Unstable Devastation laughed madly, saying, everyone else, get him. I will immediately promote whoever manages to kill Ye Feng into the leader of an elite team. However, immediately after Unstable Devastation finished his words, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. Has Ironsword Lion never told you how he died? Shi Feng asked coldly, appeared behind Unstable Devastation after using silent steps. Shifty 8 ranked expert Ye Feng had previously killed over 20 players in a single move. The frightening damage that he dealt that was over 1,000 points completely shocked all of the surrounding onlookers, and now Ye Feng had appeared right behind Unstable Devastation. Unstable Devastation was both shocked and angered. Indeed, he did not know how Ironsword Lion had died. However, the current Ye Feng was far more powerful than he imagined. Ye Feng's strength exceeded his previous estimates. If he received an attack from Ye Feng right now, he would unquestioningly die. Unstable Devastation almost instinctively used one of his life-saving skills. He dashed forth, unhindered, then leaped high into the air. He was currently immune to all restricting effects, and by the time he landed, he was already 20 yards from his original location. Shi Feng merely smiled at Unstable Devastation's reaction. With his current reaction speed and powerful attributes, it would be an extremely easy task to destroy Unstable Devastation. Or, speaking from another perspective, Unstable Devastation had 0 chances of retaliation. However, since Unstable Devastation dared to make enemies with him, the Martial Union player needed to prepare to enter Hell. It would be too good of an ending if he allowed Unstable Devastation to die, just like that. He wanted Unstable Devastation to feel despair in front of absolute strength and then die. Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights, block him. Elementalists, use Ice Spheres. Focus all attacks and eliminate him. Before Unstable Devastation even landed on the ground, he calmly gave out commands. Reacting quickly, the Shield Warriors and Berserkers immediately used charge at Shi Feng. Seeing that more than 10 warriors charged at Shi Feng and were about to stun him, Shi Feng abruptly leaped up, the abyssal blade carrying with it the power of thunder and lightning as he landed. Boom! A wave of thunder and fire devoured all of the warriors. Even the highest leveled shield warrior could not react in time and activate shield wall before Shi Feng's thunderflame explosion devoured him. The shield warrior received a critical hit of over 1,700 damage, dying instantly. However, even a normal hit of more than 800 damage was enough to critically slash a level 9 shield warrior's HP, not to mention the berserkers with less HP and defense. They all died in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a pile of equipment. The remaining survivors were all level 8 shield warriors. They were the fortunate ones, spared from a critical hit. However, even though they were alive, they suffered a fainted state for 4 seconds. When the players from Martial Union witnessed this scene, they all stared in shock. Previously, it was no big deal when Shi Feng had instant killed those crippled level 5 to level 6 players. However, the players he had just killed were no random Tom, Dick, or Harry. They were all level 8 or level 9 elites of Martial Union. Healers, quickly heal them. Ranged players, attack with everything you've got. Only now was Unstable Devastation aware of how formidable Shi Feng was. His monster-like attack power could even instantly kill a shield warrior that boasted the highest defense amongst all classes. No one present could defend against his attacks. Fortunately, they had the advantage of numbers. They could exhaust Shi Feng to death. Immediately after, several heals landed on a shield warrior, pulling his HP back up to half. Another of Shi Feng's slashes landed on the shield warrior's HP. A huge damage of over 700 points appeared above the shield warrior's head, his HP plummeting to 0, his body fell to the ground. Following which, with every slash of his sword, Shi Feng culled the lives of the surviving shield warriors. Even if the shield warriors possessed the defense of heavy armor and passive skills that reduced the damage they received, every one of Shi Feng's casual attack caused around 300 damage. The healers could not maintain the shield warriors' HPs at all. As for the berserkers without heavy armor, a single sword strike dealt them over 400 damage. Very quickly, the remaining shield warriors lay flat on the ground. At this moment, the Guardian Knights all activated Protection Blessing as they rushed forward. Meanwhile, the mages behind them shot out streak after streak of magic. Fireballs and ice spheres flew at Shi Feng, one after another. Shi Feng activated Wind Steps, avoiding more than half of the ranged attacks. Immediately after, he rushed after Unstable Devastation. Although Shi Feng dodged more than half of the spells, there were still a few occasional spells that hit him. However, the damage these spells dealt nearly dazzled the backline mages. Even when blasting a level 9 MT, skills such as the Flame Explosion and Great Fireball could deal over 100 damage. However, none of them had actually dealt more than 20 damage to Shi Feng. The highest damage was only 15 points, while a majority of the spells only dealt single digits. To Shi Feng, who possessed over 1500 HP, these spells simply tickled. Shi Feng's automatic recovery alone regenerated 30 HP for him every 5 seconds. This indicated that, even if Shi Feng received the ice and flame magic attacks from a normal level 7 or level 8 elementalist, Shi Feng would not die even if he did nothing. Shi Feng's was currently level 13, and these mages had no idea. Shi Feng also had 20 points in both fire-type and ice-type resistance. Even without the level suppression of 4 or more levels, their damage to Shi Feng would not exceed 40 points. There were many mages on Martial Union's side, however, their damages were too pitiful to watch. Standing behind Shi Feng, Drowsy Sloth and Violet Cloud merely used one heal each, and within an instant, Shi Feng's HP was already back to full. Faced with another wave of melee classes charging at him, Shi Feng activated Dark Violet Dance, using the 12-yard cone attack. Taking a step forward, Shi Feng instantly circled the Guardian Knights, and, like a ferocious lion, he pounced on the other melee classes. Before one of the swordsmen could even use parry, Shi Feng's sword sent him flying. The swordsman died in mid-flight, dropping a piece of equipment as his body disappeared. To Shi Feng, these swordsmen and assassins' attempts to block him were meaningless. With a single Earth Splitter, more than 10 players lost their lives. Shi Feng's attacks were all one-hit kills. With over 100 points in strength, he could snap a common weapon in half with his bare hands. As for the current Shi Feng, who held the Abyssal Blade and Silver Lake in each hand, a simple slash from either weapon could easily send the assassins and swordsmen flying and greatly damage their weapons. For some who reacted slower and failed to block Shi Feng's attacks, they died under a single slash. Not only did their defensive equipment's durability greatly decrease, but they also dropped a level and lost a piece of equipment. However, this was all. There was still the cleaving effect. Before the players behind could make sense of things, they lost close to half of their total HP, and in the next moment, even that remaining half vanished. As a result, a group of players lay dead on the ground after meeting their inexplicable demise. Within a short 5 seconds, Martial Union lost over a dozen elite members and several dozen average members. Shi Feng was like the god of death that caused people's hearts to shudder. Meanwhile, Unstable Devastation stood only several meters away from that frightening god of death. Shi Feng's chilling gaze landed on Unstable Devastation. The intent he radiated sent a chill down the surrounding Martial Union players' backs. Just looking into Shi Feng's cold eyes caused them to retreat backward inadvertently. Everyone, block him for me. Even when bombarded with so many spells and sieged on all sides by so many players, Shi Feng still walked forth, step after step, leaving behind a massacre as he advanced. It was the first time Unstable Devastation felt such a deep-seated fear. To Unstable Devastation, Shi Feng was no longer a player, but a devil. There was also the tangible killing intent that surrounded Shi Feng. Although Unstable Devastation knew that this was only a game, the realistic effects of virtual reality caused Unstable Devastation to forget that this was just a virtual world completely. He had even forgotten how many elites of Martial Union had died and how grave losses were to Martial Union. The only thing Unstable Devastation knew was that he was in an extremely dangerous situation. If he did not escape immediately, only death awaited him. Immediately, Unstable Devastation activated a speed scroll. He then turned and ran. Shi Feng simply smiled at Unstable Devastation's attempt to escape. With a single wind blade, his sword pierced towards Unstable Devastation's back. Unstable Devastation spun around, firing an arrow from his bow in an attempt to hold Shi Feng back. However, he immediately discovered that Shi Feng was truly too frightening. Shi Feng's pitch-black abyssal blade easily split the arrow, and in the blink of an eye, Shi Feng arrived in front of him. A silver glow pierced his heart, and immediately after, another black glow slashed across his neck. Unable to stop his HP from madly decreasing, his HP reached 0 in an instant. Even until death, Unstable Devastation wore a stupefied expression. The others from Martial Union were similarly shocked as they witnessed this sight. Unstable Devastation was one of the big bosses of Martial Union. He was also a level 9 ranger. Yet, when facing Ye Feng, he had no power to retaliate at all. Just how strong was this Ye Feng? Shi Feng noticed a secret silver-ranked longbow dropping after Unstable Devastation's death. He casually picked up the longbow and placed it in his bag. He then turned to look at the other members of Martial Union. Although Shi Feng did not take any action, only sending them a glance, his might had already deeply engraved into their minds. The members of Martial Union all halted their actions, inadvertently backing off. They all revealed fearful expressions as they looked at Shi Feng. Why hadn't the town guards arrived yet? This thought suddenly appeared in their minds. They felt that only the guards could protect them from Shi Feng's attacks. However, from the moment Shi Feng began his assault to the moment Unstable Devastation died, only a brief 8 or 9 seconds had passed. Even if the town guards hurried over, they would need at least 10 minutes before they arrived. Faced with the members of Martial Union who dared not move, Shi Feng only swept a glance at them. He did not rush up and kill them. The cooldown for most of his skills had almost finished. Although he could kill a sizable chunk of Martial Union if he continued his spree, he would run the risk of paying with his and his teammates' lives, and this was not an ending that he wished to see. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's actions had caused plenty of the surrounding onlookers to become tongue-tied. A single glance from Shi Feng was enough to petrify the hundreds of players from Martial Union. This power was just too frightening. Just who is this guy? Is he a god-ranked expert? The onlooking players were with both curious and shocked as they watched Shi Feng. He had single-handedly faced off against several hundred players and even managed to kill tens of players without receiving any damage. Even a god-ranked expert was not capable of such a feat. After some time, the town guards finally arrived. The guards are here, we're saved. Seeing dozens of guards in silver heavy armor rushing over, the members of Martial Union sighed in relief. 16-9, the most awesome red name. At this moment, thousands of players surrounded the fountain plaza of Red Leaf Town. Due to the increase of new players in God's domain, Red Leaf Town had become the most prosperous town among the few surrounding towns. The player count in Red Leaf Town was already close to 20,000. Hence, the scene of Martial Union suddenly chasing away all the players from the town's fountain plaza would naturally attract the attention of other players. Curiosity would grow over the disturbance. This wasn't limited to independent players. Even the other large guilds had sent players over to investigate what Martial Union was up to. When all these players arrived, they discovered that Martial Union currently attempted to carry out a vendetta against an independent player. Moreover, they did so right in the middle of Red Leaf Town. However, Red Leaf Town possessed a protective mechanism for players. If they started a battle here, the town guards would definitely appear. Not only would they kill red players on the spot, but they would also jail them upon revival. No matter how one looked at it, killing someone in town was unwise. Both sides would only suffer losses. At this stage of the game, no matter how many players one had on their side, they still would not dare provoke the town guards. Every player clearly understood how powerful these guards were. As these guards would normally patrol around the town, players could easily find one and observe their statistics. The normal guards alone were level 60, while the guard captain was a level 80 elite. It would not matter how many players went up against them, any who resisted would only meet their demise. To put it another way, the current players in God's domain had no abilities whatsoever to retaliate against the town guards. However, nobody would have imagined that someone would actually take action. Moreover, the one who took action was that independent player. Originally, everyone thought that the independent player was fated to die. In spite of that, the results exceeded everyone's expectations. One man alone had massacred the players from Martial Union, instilling a paralyzing fear. This feat was too heaven-defying. Unfortunately, even if that independent player were powerful, he would still die at the hands of the town guards, who told them to start a fight right in the middle of town. The town guards that hurried over had surrounded the fountain plaza, detaining all of the players involved in causing this ruckus. Big brother Ye Feng, I'm sorry. It's my fault for dragging you into this mess. Fire Dance apologized as she walked over. Shi Feng's character name had begun to turn black due to the high intensity of the red color. Just looking at it caused one to shudder. Including her past companions, Shi Feng had killed more than 100 players during this battle. With this crime value, if Shi Feng died, he would lose at least 7 levels. Meanwhile, the town guards had them surrounded. The guards would kill all red players, leaving Shi Feng no chance to escape. This was still not the most important point. After the guards killed him, Shi Feng would immediately revive in jail, and his crime value would determine the duration of his imprisonment. With Shi Feng's crime value, he would be locked up for around a week before he could clear away his crime value. The players of Martial Union watched Shi Feng with ridiculing expressions. Although they, too, would receive punishment, compared to Shi Feng, theirs would significantly pale in comparison. Relax, Shi Feng laughed. Cola and the others had smiles on their faces. It was especially true for Violet Cloud. This was not the first time she had experienced such a situation. Martial Union had also caused the previous incident she encountered. She would have never imagined that history would repeat itself. The reactions of Shi Feng's teammates confused Fire Dance and Water Buffalo. Why, as teammates, were Cola and the others not worried for Shi Feng one little bit? Big Sister Fire Dance, you should relax. Our leader isn't an ordinary person, Violet Cloud giggled as she spoke. The moment Violet Cloud finished speaking, a guard, donned with silvery gray-colored heavy armor, walked up. Esteemed Lord Demon Hunter, we meet again. How may I be of service to you this time? The guard captain was all smiles as he greeted Shi Feng respectfully. Compared to the last meeting, Shi Feng's current reputation was much higher. Hence, the guard captain spoke to Shi Feng with even more respect. Although Shi Feng and his teammates felt that the guard captain's actions were only natural, this scene shocked the other onlookers. It was especially true for the members of Martial Union. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in shock. Shi Feng was clearly a devil of massacre, yet, instead of quickly killing him, the guard captain spoke to him with such regard. What was going on in this world? Isn't that person Ye Feng? I remember him. Last time, he killed the members of Martial Union right in front of the guards. In the end, he got away with simply paying a small sum of money. I was dumbfounded at that time, but later on, I found out that if a player became a noble, they gained special privileges. Even if he killed players right in front of the guards, he would not receive any sort of punishment. At worst, he would have to pay a small compensation fee. How could Martial Union be so forgetful this time? They still dare to take action against Ye Feng inside of Redleaf Town. Don't they know that Ye Feng is a noble of Redleaf Town? How foolish could they get? You might not know this, but the Martial Union in Redleaf Town has already changed. The previous members have long since left the guild, and Unstable Devastation is the new leader. Right now, the members of Martial Union are all players called in from other towns. A large majority of them also consist of newcomers, so they have no idea about this matter at all. Some of the players aware of the previous incident simply shook their heads while laughing. They felt that Martial Union, as a guild, was truly beyond salvation. At the very least, before they tried to deal with Ye Feng, they should have investigated and tried to understand more about him. Regardless of what others said, Ye Feng was one of the few players who managed to clear the hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. Hearing the explanation from these knowledgeable players, the faces of everyone from Martial Union turned grim. Only now did they know why Shi Feng behaved so calmly. However, now that matters had reached this point, they could only glare at him, their gazes full of reluctance. Esteemed Lord Guard Captain, this isn't the first time these people from Martial Union have provoked me in town. I wonder if there is any way to prevent such incidents from happening in the future, Shi Feng asked with a smile. Esteemed Lord Demon Hunter, since this guild called Martial Union has a record of past offense, with my lord's high status, you can employ your rights to chase this guild out of Redleaf Town. However, you will have to pay a fixed amount of reputation to utilize this right. What will my lord decide? The guard captain stated. After all, without a definite degree of status, he could not employ such a right. However, he never imagined that a demon hunter would have such a high social status. Hence, he asked, how much do I have to pay? Since Martial Union does not possess any members of nobility in Redleaf Town, my lord only needs to pay 100 Redleaf Town reputation points, the guard captain said. I understand. Shi Feng only had 130 Redleaf Town reputation points right now. However, spending 100 points as a precautionary measure was nothing of significance. He had the Demon Hunter title in any case. He would be a noble wherever he went, and he did not lack such a small amount of reputation points. I wish to employ this right. System, you have used your special privileges, reputation in Redleaf Town reduced by 100 points. Redleaf Town will deport all members of Martial Union. As you wish, esteemed Lord Demon Hunter. Immediately, the guard captain gave out the deportation order to his subordinates. However, all members of Martial Union currently in the Fountain Plaza would first sit in jail for 3 hours before their removal from Redleaf Town. As for the other members of Martial Union, the guards would immediately exorcise them from town, and any who resist would be immediately killed. Simultaneously, all members of Martial Union within Redleaf Town received the deportation notice. The notice stunned every one of them, and even Unstable Devastation, who just revived with a stomach full of anger, was dumbfounded. He had already given up on his plan to develop Martial Union in 5 different towns, and after much difficulty, he only just managed to solidify Martial Union's foundation in Redleaf Town. Just as he was about to welcome a bright future, that future shattered. How could this be? Just what happened? Unstable Devastation's mental state was a mess right now. Everything had happened far too quickly for him to react. He had wasted so much manpower, resources, and a great amount of time, yet it all had gone to waste. Just who was this Ye Feng? Why did he possess such great authority? How could a red player have the authority to deport an entire guild from a town? For a time, countless questions darted through Unstable Devastation's mind. However, regardless of how hard he racked his brain, he could not think of any way to deal with this matter. He also could not change the fact that they were being deported. He could only watch as guards walked up to him, intending to chase him out of Redleaf Town. Everyone had sentimental attachments for their homeland. If they suddenly moved, within a short time, they could not adapt to the new location. It was even more so for average players. They would not suddenly accept having to leave the location with which they were most familiar. Thus, they all promptly chose to leave Martial Union instead. For a time, the member count of Martial Union frantically decreased. Only a few moments had passed since the deportation started, and the member count had already dropped below 500. The majority of the members who stayed mostly consisted of the members that Unstable Devastation had originally brought over from other towns. Hence, they did not choose to leave the guild immediately. However, leaving for another town now would greatly impact their leveling speed. As a result, the guild's development would stagnate for a long period. The loss they incurred was simply immeasurable. Watching the town guards deport the members of Martial Union, the onlooking players were at a loss. They were shocked into speechlessness. Just what was happening here? Could that red player be the new mayor of Red Leaf Town? However, compared to Martial Union's exorcism, the members of other guilds concerned themselves with another matter. Boss, I've discovered big news here. Look at the recording I just sent to you. Vice Leader, I discovered another God-ranked expert. Big bro, something big happened in Red Leaf Town. Someone in the Fountain Plaza has flipped over Martial Union's several hundred players by himself, and even the guards could do nothing against him. The members of various large guilds started contacting the upper echelons of their guilds. They intended to report this unbelievable incident, letting the upper echelons determining their next move. Originally, these upper echelons refused to believe the reports. However, after watching the irrefutable evidence, they were all greatly shocked. Could a single player be so strong? Shi Feng had killed a level 9 shield warrior in a single hit. Moreover, they were very familiar with this shield warrior. He was Cold Mountain Fighting Spirit, the core MT of Martial Union's elite team, and he was fully geared with mysterious iron equipment. Yet, he still died from a single hit. Xuanzi, listen up. You must keep an eye on him. I'll hurry over there now. For such a God-ranked expert to actually be an independent player, we must recruit him. Remember, you absolutely cannot provoke him. If any problems occur, it'll all be on your head. Undefeated Wolf, the vice leader of the third-rate guild, Heaven's Crown, said sternly, Boss, rest assured, I'll keep an eye on him. I will not let him out of my sight. At this moment, the upper echelons of the various large guilds had made a similar decision to recruit Shi Feng into their guilds no matter what it took. One could no longer use the normal standard to judge a great expert like Shi Feng. He was a tactical ranked expert that could single-handedly decide the results of a team battle. If they could recruit him, be it team dungeons or fighting field bosses, he would have a decisive role. 170 famous after the guard captain respectfully left, Firedance finally understood why her new teammates were not concerned one bit for Shi Feng. However, more questions tumbled through her mind now. Just who was Shi Feng? Standing by the side, Water Buffalo finally managed to shut his hanging jaw. There was a saying commonly used in virtual reality games, a team's achievements depended on their leader. Right now, even the guard captain treated Shi Feng with such respect. With a team leader like Shi Feng, just to what heights would he lead them? In God's domain, gaming experts like Shi Feng were definitely highly sought-after characters. With a simple word from Shi Feng, countless large guilds would be willing to offer a high price to recruit him into their guilds. Even first-rate guilds were no exception. Water Buffalo never imagined that Shi Feng would form his own team instead. Meanwhile, the players who joined such a team would become the envy of others. Previously, the main reason Water Buffalo willingly joined Shi Feng's team was his trust in Firedance. Meanwhile, Firedance was, more or less, an expert herself. As for Water Buffalo, he had his own hero's dream, and he only joined Firedance's team to learn various techniques from her. Since the beginning, this was the first time Water Buffalo truly felt fortunate for being able to join Shi Feng's team. However, it was not due to Shi Feng's terrifying attack power. Instead, it was because of the techniques Shi Feng displayed during battle. Be it dodging, angles to attack, timing, or a confident grasp of the surrounding terrain, Shi Feng was extremely precise with all of these aspects. Otherwise, Shi Feng could not have made fools out of Martial Union. Moreover, Shi Feng was a righteous person. Regarding potential, Shi Feng stood at the apex of the virtual gaming world. If Water Buffalo could learn even a little from this new team leader of his, he would have no troubles with becoming a normal expert. If he followed Shi Feng's guidance, he might even set foot in the unreachable world of top-tier experts. There's too many people here. Let's go to a restaurant with fewer people before we continue our discussion. Shi Feng surveyed his surroundings, discovering that there were over 300 or 400 players staring fervently at him. This was not a suitable place to speak about his future plans. Cola and the others nodded. They could no longer endure the countless stares either. These gazes all belonged to independent players that wished to join their team. Among them, there were plenty who were level 7 or level 8. There were even quite a few wealthy players who offered tens of thousands of credits in exchange for power leveling, or in some cases, assistance with their quests. There were also plenty of good-looking female players running up, asking to become friends. That aroused the envy of many male players. However, they were helpless in the face of Shi Feng's ferocity. Shi Feng was like a hero from ancient times. In this day and age, men who possessed powerful techniques were very attractive to beautiful women, not to mention a god-ranked expert like Shi Feng. However, something more amazing occurred simultaneously. The various large guilds in Red Leaf Town flooded Shi Feng with communication requests. Wishing to chat with him, he rejected them all. Sister Fire Dance, you have to strive harder. This is a great chance for you right now. In the future, as Leader's popularity grows larger and larger, who knows, there might be even more powerful beauties joining the team. Water Buffalo nudged Fire Dance, laughing quietly. Scram, who said that I wanted to become Big Brother Yi Feng's girlfriend? Fire Dance stuttered, a light blush suddenly appearing on her cheeks. Atop a hill, outside Red Leaf Town, hundreds of Martial Union's members gathered. They could only observe Red Leaf Town from the hilltop, not daring to go near the town. Despicable, despicable, that damnable Yi Feng. All my plans have been ruined now because of him. Unstable Devastation coldly glared at Red Leaf Town, his heart burning with anger. Previously, he had looked down upon Shi Feng. He merely thought of Shi Feng as a vagabond expert. How powerful could he be? Only now did he realize the crux of the problem. Shi Feng was no ordinary expert. As proven, he was even capable of deporting their entire guild. If Unstable Devastation had known of this matter earlier, he would not have taken such a foolish action. Yi Feng, you will only enjoy this glory for the moment. Very quickly, the footage that will ruin you will dominate the official forums. When that time arrives, everyone will condemn you. Although I can't kill you, it will be enough if I can annoy you to death. We'll see if you can establish your own team with your reputation in tatters. Without a team, a person's strength is limited. When we enter White River City, I'll deal with you slowly. I don't believe that you can deport Martial Union from White River City as well. Unstable Devastation laughed contemptuously. He then uploaded the footage he recorded to the official forums, and while doing so, he instructed his subordinates to hype things up. To save his own life, Shi Feng slaughtered his own companions. Sooner or later, Shi Feng's name would fall into ruin. Who would dare team up with such a person then? Inside a restaurant in Red Leaf Town, Shi Feng finally managed to break away from all the pestering that had overwhelmed him. Nobody could disturb him inside a private room. After spending more than 10 minutes discussing and arranging the necessary tasks for Cola and the others, just as they were about to take action, Leader, as expected, that Unstable Devastation has retaliated. Right now, a video has appeared on the official forums. The post also stated that, in order to save your own life, you willingly killed your own companions. Extremely despicable. There are also plenty of people slandering you below the post, Cola said. Fire Dance and the others took a look at the post as well. God-ranked expert is a despicable little man. Proof available. Immediately, the team's expressions turned livid. They did not imagine that their former companions would behave so shamelessly. They actually stood up to accuse Shi Feng. They had clearly received Shi Feng's reward, yet they worded it as if they had only attacked Martial Union because of their friendship with Shi Feng. After they realized their wrongdoings, when they tried to denounce Shi Feng, he killed them all. Such a treacherous little man did not deserve to be called an expert. However, as Shi Feng was too strong, and they were only a group of weaklings, they were powerless to seek justice. They could denounce Shi Feng online. The proof lay in their previous leader, Fire Dance, joining Shi Feng's current team. It was irrefutable, solid proof that Shi Feng could not challenge. Shi Feng was originally very famous throughout White River City. Not only did he clear the hell mode of a team dungeon, but he also enjoyed an indistinct relationship with the Snow Goddess, becoming the envy of others. Now that a scandal about him surfaced, in addition to the post being extremely one-sided, Shi Feng became everyone's target. All kinds of curses were written in response to the post. Some of Shi Feng's previous supporters also voiced their shock at Shi Feng's hideous behavior, exclaiming their bad judgment from before. Instantly, this post became the most viewed topic in White River City. Its view count soared, far surpassing the post made during the war between Black Flame and Hammer Trading. Leader, let's start a counterattack right now. Cola could no longer endure this travesty. Unstable Devastation was simply too despicable. He had failed to defeat Shi Feng in an upright battle, so he retaliated from the shadows, slandering Shi Feng's reputation. Although Shi Feng did not suffer any substantial losses, he still needed to establish his own guild in the future. Those players blinded by this matter would certainly not join a guild with such a leader. How were they supposed to develop their guild? How could they compete with those large guilds? Ha ha ha! It is truly well said, with both proof and logic. I'm so touched, I'm tearing up. Shi Feng could not help but laugh after seeing the post. Shi Feng had seen such tactics countless times in his past life. Among them, Unstable Devastation had used such tactics more than a dozen times to deal a hit to his enemies. Shi Feng could not help but admit that the tactic was indeed effective. However, so what? Unstable Devastation was the same as in the past. In the end, he could still not become the guild leader of Martial Union, and his strength in the later stages of the game was even weaker than Ironsword Lion by several stages. In front of absolute strength, all minor tricks were pointless. Alright, everyone's dismissed. Go to the Silent Swamp and meet up with Blackie and Lonely Snow. Also, take these 2 group isolation scrolls. Find a place inside of town to use these, then leave town and head for the Silent Swamp. Shi Feng took out 2 Tier 1 group isolation magic scrolls, handing them to Fire Dance and Cola. The group isolation scroll allowed players to enter stealth mode and increased movement speed by 10%. It could only be used in a non-combative state, and it had a duration of half an hour. The stealth effect would break when players entered combat. With this item, Cola and the others could easily meet up with Blackie while avoiding surveillance. The group departed from the restaurant. Meanwhile, Shi Feng headed towards Red Leaf Town's town hall by himself. Unstable devastation, I'll teach you right now that no matter what tricks you have up your sleeves, in front of absolute strength, it is all meaningless, Shi Feng smiled as he closed the official forums. He then entered the tightly guarded town hall. 71 Underworld Guard Red Leaf Town, Slums, the Enchanted Bar. It was currently daytime in God's domain. A majority of the players were all out in the fields leveling up, so there were very few players currently in the bar. However, there were currently over 10 men geared with high-level equipment sitting in the corner of the bar. A murderous air surrounded these 10-plus men, and each of them possessed a sharp gaze similar to that of a poisonous snake, causing the hairs of others to stand on end. The presence of these men kept other players a respectful distance from them, chasing them from the bar one after another. Hence, aside from the NPCs present, only these 10-plus men remained within. There was a man with thick eyebrows who sat at the outermost edge of these players. He was a former captain of Martial Union, Ironsword Lion. At this moment, Ironsword Lion did not wear the guild emblem of Martial Union, signifying that he was no longer one of Martial Union's men. Ironsword, you've done well this time. It is only thanks to you that Unstable Devastation has done as I wished. Once we return, I'll give you credit for your efforts. As long as you continue working hard, sooner or later you can be the same as Absolute Heaven, an outer member of Underworld. Seated at the head of the table, Southwolf praised Ironsword Lion. Thank you, Lord Southwolf, for your support. I will definitely give my utmost to complete all tasks given by the organization, Ironsword Lion respectfully said, his face filled with extreme excitement. Ever since Absolute Heaven had recommended him to Southwolf, Ironsword Lion discovered that his previous self was a frog in a well. His past self did not truly know how deep the waters of God's domain were. The interests involved in God's domain were simply too big for him to comprehend. If it were not for him coming into contact with a mysterious organization like Underworld, he would not know about this huge secret at all. Ironsword Lion was immediately stunned when he found out about this secret. He even thought that he had heard wrong. It took him more than 10 minutes before he could accept this chilling secret. He celebrated the fact that he could gain the favor of Underworld, leaving behind the worthless Martial Union. God's domain was not a place in which unrated guilds like Martial Union could play around. Even third-rate guilds could be annihilated at any time. Only those second-rate guilds or above, which possessed a strong background, could qualify to compete for authority in God's domain. If Ironsword Lion could become an outer member of Underworld, he could live a carefree life in the future. At that time, having an annual salary would only be a small matter. The more important part of becoming an outer member of Underworld was the status and authority that came with the position. He would be on equal standings with those big shots of corporations in the city. This was something that he had always dreamt of becoming. Let's continue by discussing how to deal with Shi Feng. With Unstable Devastation slandering him right now, Shi Feng will, sooner or later, fall from fame. The next step is destroying the relationship he has with Gentle Snow. Then, finally giving Shi Feng a fatal blow, we will make him disappear from God's domain completely. When Southwolf recalled Shi Feng's arrogant words, he could not help but narrow his eyes, a cold glint shining in them. He wished he could get rid of Shi Feng right this instant. However, young Master Feng had already given him a command and had even sent a party of Underworld guards to assist him. Hence, Southwolf could only vent his anger by slowly toying with Shi Feng. At this moment, Absolute Heaven, silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth, saying, "It would be very simple to break apart the relationship between Shi Feng and Gentle Snow. The problem is, how are we going to deal with Shi Feng? From the footage transmitted to us just now, I think that everyone has clearly seen how powerful he is. Even several hundred players could do nothing to Shi Feng. Who could block that frightening attack power of his? The last time I exchanged moves with him, I could withstand a few his blows. If I met him now, however, I probably wouldn't even have the chance to escape. As for a direct confrontation, he could most likely kill me in 2 to 3 moves. Dealing with Shi Feng right now, we'd only have a chance if we had 10 or more top-tier experts to surround him. However, where can we find so many experts? Naturally, I realize this. This is also the reason why we need to deal with Shi Feng. He possesses an epic ranked item, so his strength is intense. However, you shouldn't downplay our strengths just because of this. He merely got rid of a group of trash like Martial Union. Although the Underworld guards are not as capable as Shi Feng, we can do the same thing. The only thing we lack is attack power. Regarding pure technique, Underworld guard is much stronger than Shi Feng. Moreover, young Master Feng has specifically sent us a full party of Underworld guards as assistants. With a party of Underworld guards, even if Shi Feng has an epic ranked item, he will still be helpless against them. So, you don't have to worry about this, Southwolf said, smirking. He is simply a small character that got lucky. If it weren't for young Master Feng's command, I would be enough to deal with him. There would be no need for our entire party to take action. A level 9 assassin named Flying Rat said disdainfully as he toyed with his dagger. Flying Rat wore the level 8 mysterious iron set equipment, the Blood Dawn. That's enough, Flying Rat. That Shi Feng has some ability. Otherwise, young Master Feng would not have told all of us to come here. South Wolf, contact us if you have any matters that you need us to deal with. The underworld guards aren't free all day. The higher-ups have already given us a command to reach level 10 by tomorrow. Otherwise, they'll expel us from the underworld guards. So, we're off to level for now. Ming Sha, the party leader of this group of underworld guards, said. Ming Sha had a large body, and he was a stern-looking man over 40 years old. Killing intent radiated from his entire body, and even absolute heaven feared this man. That is only natural. How could I possibly waste Big Bro Ming Sha's valuable time? South Wolf said respectfully. Within the Underworld organization, the position of the Underworld guards was relatively high up as they were the core strength of all of Underworld. Normally, Underworld guards would only listen to the commands of the guild leader or elders. As for young Master Feng, however, he was not even an elder in the organization. He could only mobilize the Underworld guards due to his position in Underworld being slightly special. If it were any other person, the Underworld guards would not pay them any attention. Elsewhere, Shi Feng had already walked into the town hall. Sir, how may I be of service to you today? An elegant female worker walked up and asked Shi Feng. I wish to activate the permission to utilize the teleportation circle, Shi Feng said. In God's domain, only when a player reached level 10 would they have the qualifications to come to the town hall and utilize the teleportation gates. After all, teleportation gates were extremely precious, and their maintenance required a lot of resources. Not just anybody could use them, I understand. Please follow me. Following which, Shi Feng arrived at the front desk of the town hall. After dealing with all the necessary procedures, he obtained a new identity card. With it, he could freely utilize the teleportation gate. However, he would have to pay a fee each time he used it. Normally, when one teleported from a town to a city, the fees were 1 silver coin. Meanwhile, teleportation between cities was slightly more expensive, and the fees would change depending on the distance. Teleporting to one of the closest cities from White River City cost at least 20 silver coins. Meanwhile, teleporting to the capital city, Star Moon City, from White River City cost around 1 gold coin. As a result, average players had no way to utilize these teleportation gates to travel between cities. Thus, average players would normally stay within the surroundings of their own cities to level up. They would not go to other cities to grind or do quests. Of course, they could run to other cities by foot as well, only they would need to spend at least a few days running to cross such a distance. When Shi Feng arrived at the teleportation hall of Redleaf Town, the place was void of players. There were only a few level 100 elite guards wandering about. In actuality, Shi Feng did not originally intend to go to White River City so early. However, after the ruckus unstable devastation caused, his troubles had grown larger and larger. In order to develop his guild in the future, he could only hasten his plans and take action now. Adventurer, you have to pay 1 silver coin to use the teleportation gate. The magician guarding the teleportation gate informed Shi Feng. Shi Feng paid the fees without hesitation, walking up to the teleportation gate. Shua, Shi Feng disappeared from the teleportation hall of Redleaf Town. At the same time, a notification rang out throughout the Star Moon Kingdom. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Ye Feng for becoming the first player in Star Moon Kingdom to arrive at a city, rewarding 20 reputation points in White River City and the title of Honorary Citizen of White River City. The appearance of this notice immediately sent trembles through all the players in the Star Moon Kingdom. 72 shocking all sides. Currently, the players of Martial Union hurried towards Clearwater Town. Clearwater Town was the nearest town to Redleaf Town, and the player base there was around 5 to 6,000. Ha ha ha. Although we will incur a huge loss moving our base of operations, we can just start all over again. However, Ye Feng, your reputation is ruined. Everyone is denouncing you right now. I really want to see just how you are going to mingling in God's domain, and who else will dare join your team now. Unstable Devastation could not help but laugh as he read the forum post. Originally, the others from Martial Union felt depressed over having to move to another town. However, after watching Shi Feng's fame fall into complete ruin, their moods greatly improved. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Ye Feng for becoming the first player in Star Moon Kingdom to arrive at a city, rewarding 20 reputation points in White River City and the title of Honorary Citizen of White River City. What is this? Unstable Devastation immediately froze, shocked after listening to this system announcement. 5 to 6 seconds passed before he sobered up, and questions instantly filled his mind. How did Shi Feng reach level 10 so quickly? The EXP required to go from level 9 to level 10 was several times that of the EXP needed to go from level 8 to level 9. Even for the upper echelons of first-rate guilds, the most heaven-defying were only at 70% or so of level 9 right now. Yet, Shi Feng had already reached level 10. This also meant that Shi Feng had reached level 10 before they had surrounded him. In regards to an independent player, such a leveling speed was simply unimaginable. Boss unstable, not good. A new post about Ye Feng has appeared on the forums, and it is filled with all sorts of reverence and support for Ye Feng. Unstable Devastation hurriedly opened the official forums. At this moment, the post his subordinate mentioned already owned the top position on the forum with the title, The #1 Player in White River City. Instantly, the popularity of the post surpassed the post Unstable Devastation had previously submitted. In this post, aside from Shi Feng's achievement of becoming the #1 player in White River City, there were also plenty of other accomplishments mentioned. There was even uploaded footage of Shi Feng massacring the hundreds of players of Martial Union. In the footage, Shi Feng had killed close to 100 players by himself, while he had frightened the hundreds of Martial Union's players present. Shi Feng's domineering actions had caused many players to start worshipping him. Although the footage only lasted a few short seconds, even after viewing it over 100 times, one would still not tire of it. Shi Feng's lightning speed dodging techniques and battle techniques were especially worth watching and learning. Previously, there had been quite a few people writing harsh words about Shi Feng, stating that he edited the footage and that it was impossible that he could be so powerful. They also argued that Shi Feng was only a backstabbing, traitorous bastard, that there should be a limit to how far he could go, even when severing relationships. These people warned others not fall for such tricks, claiming that people like Shi Feng did not deserve praise. However, very quickly, people started standing up and speaking for Shi Feng. These people had all personally witnessed the entire incident and knew more information than others. Moreover, videos recorded in God's domain could not be photoshopped, as these videos were under the supervision of the main God system. Thus, the law acknowledged both the videos recorded and contracts signed in God's domain. Immediately, those who slandered Shi Feng fell abruptly silent, as they knew that they would only become a joke if they continued mindlessly causing trouble. Simultaneously, plenty of people who explained the truth of the matter came out of the woodwork. These idiots only scandalize others because they can't stand others living a better life. I'm a player of Red Leaf Town, and I witnessed the incident very clearly. Even Martial Union was helpless against Ye Feng. Do you think he'll need that trash's help? Those losers were people who took the bounty Ye Feng offered, and they slandered Ye Feng simply because they were afraid of Martial Union taking revenge on them. I've also heard about it. Those people are the scum of society. To avoid Martial Union's retaliation, they were even willing to kill their own team leader. Meanwhile, Ye Feng killed all of them because he simply could not sit back and watch. Now, not only have these people not repented for their actions, but they also took the initiative to blame Ye Feng. They are simply too despicable. Ha ha ha, those people received a big slap to their faces. Ye Feng can frighten hundreds of players from Martial Union into a pause. Do you people really think that you are fit to become a God-ranked expert's companions? You even have the gall to say that you helped Ye Feng? Is your second-grade syndrome incurable? You guys don't know how awesome Ye Feng is. Just a word from him, and right now, all of Martial Union is being removed from Red Leaf Town. You can't find a single player from Martial Union standing on the streets now. Ye Feng is just too awesome, as expected of a God-ranked expert. When God slaps faces, all of those haters will have to dismiss themselves. Unstable Devastation was immediately dumbfounded as he read the replies to the post. He had only managed to slander Shi Feng after great difficulties. Yet, in the end, without even saying a word, Shi Feng had recovered using a single system announcement. Not only did he solve the problem, but he had also increased his fame to greater heights. As for Fire Dance's companions, when they saw the system announcement and the forum post, their expressions turned extremely ugly. Even their intestines turned green with regret. They did not imagine that Shi Feng was actually so powerful. How great would it have been if, at that time, they had joined Shi Feng's team with Fire Dance? Instead, they were now scorned and verbally abused by others. Furthermore, they had lost another level due to their deaths at Shi Feng's hands. They could not even compare to average players anymore. At that time, they only acted in such a way to avoid the retaliation of Martial Union. In the end, however, Martial Union was deported from Red Leaf Town, so they wouldn't be able to retaliate against them in the first place. Such an end left them feeling empty and lost. Just why had they chosen such a path? Meanwhile, it wasn't just Unstable Devastation who was shocked by this development. On Underworld's side, both South Wolf and the Underworld guards were similarly stunned by this news. Wasn't this Ye Feng's leveling speed a little too fast? South Wolf nearly spat blood in anger. Now that Shi Feng had entered the city, his previous detailed plan was useless. He needed to start from the very beginning again. When Gentle Snow, who was currently in a level 10 monster area, discovered this news, she fell into deep thought for quite some time. I truly underestimated him. Although my level is already quite high, I still have to grind for 5 to 6 hours before I can reach level 10. During these 5 to 6 hours, Ye Feng might very well widen the gap in our levels even further after entering White River City. Gentle Snow laughed bitterly. Everyone knew that all virtual reality games shared a common point. The resources available were limited. There were only so many leveling resources available in every region. Unquestionably, the more resources a person possessed, the greater their leveling and development speed would be. As for the resources available in the city, without a doubt, the earlier one entered the city, the more resources one could obtain. There were plenty of high-level quests in a city. The existence of teleportation gates also enabled fast travel to leveling areas. Hence, by entering the city ahead of others, one could quickly monopolize the best areas for leveling up. In the city, the tools and items sold were also limited. These items would be of great help to a team's speedy development. This gap of 5 to 6 hours would allow Shi Feng to do plenty of things in the city. By the time we reach White River City, most likely, we would have to discuss matters of cooperation with him once again, Gentle Snow revealed a helpless smile. In actuality, Gentle Snow wasn't the only person who intended to discuss matters of cooperation with Shi Feng. The various large guilds around White River City also tried desperately to contact Shi Feng. They all wished to recruit Shi Feng into their command. As for the guilds outside of White River City, they all developed a curiosity toward Shi Feng. An independent player was actually the first player to reach level 10. It was an incredible feat. If Shi Feng were some great character from a large guild, they might not have thought much about this matter. However, this was not the case. The upper echelons of the various guilds all had a group of elite players aiding them with grinding monsters. Thus, their leveling efficiency was much higher than other players. However, against all odds, the first person to enter a city was an independent player. How could this not shock them? At the same time, Shi Feng's entrance into White River City had rung alarm bells to the many guilds out there. Someone had already started their development in a city. If they continued dragging their feet, this would become a big threat to their futures. To increase their leveling speed, they all focused on crafting whetstones. They purchased hard stones in bulks, inflating the cost of hard stones once more. However, all these large guilds were unaware that their actions were precisely as Shi Feng had planned. White River City, one of the 5 major cities in Star Moon Kingdom. From afar, one could see towering buildings erected throughout the city. It was a sight no town could ever hope to compare with. Just the number of NPCs residing within the city exceeded 100,000. Moreover, the city could hold over 2 million players within its walls. It was a sight that many guilds would fight to possess. At this time, Shi Feng walked down the main street of White River City. Before he had arrived in White River City, Shi Feng had wiped clean his name using the demon mask, so he was not afraid of the city guards. In any case, he was a globally recognized noble. Even if he entered White River City with a red name, he would not face any major challenges. Only, there were some NPCs unwilling to deal with red players, preventing Shi Feng from accepting any high-level quests. So, he chose to clear up his name. Let's have a look at the city hall for now. Shi Feng revealed a faint smile. He took out the recommendation letter that he received from Blackbeard, the mayor of Stonehammer Town. This letter was one of the items he would use as capital to rise in White River City. 173 Magistrate Weissman. White River City was the 5th most populated city in Star Moon Kingdom. Although it was incredibly small compared to Blackwing City, if one wanted to explore the entire city fully, one would need at least several days. The teleportation hall of White River City was located on the southwest side of the city. It was relatively close to the city's entrance. Meanwhile, the city hall was situated right in the heart of the city, by the White River Plaza in the trade area. White River City was considered a city because its administration was far more strict than a town's. At the same time, it was also much active. Being the focal point of several hundred towns, there were many more merchants here. On either side of the main street, one could easily find various item shops, bars, restaurants, fruit stores, clothing stores, leather clothing stores, armor stores, magic stores, alchemy workshops, smithies, and much more. In the city, players were not allowed to set up their own stalls. If they wished to sell their items, they needed to purchase a shop. However, it was extremely expensive to purchase a personal shop in the city. Ordinary players could not afford a shop by themselves. Not just any player could purchase a shop either. Players needed a set amount of reputation points before they were able to do so, and the locations of the shops they could buy depended on their status. However, this didn't mean that players had no chances of selling their items at all. The first method players could employ, other than purchasing their own shops, was the auction house. The auction house of White River City was extremely prosperous as it connected to the closest 8 cities with lower populations. As long as players put their items up for auction, players from the other 8 cities could access them. However, the auction house charged an extraordinary fee for their services. The registration fees depended on an item's selling price and the duration the owner wished to auction for. There was also an 8% auction fee after the item sold. If players sold an item in the auction house, overall, they would have to pay 15% of the item's value in fees. It was not worthwhile in the least. Items sold in a city's auction house were extremely expensive. Some of the minor items were not even worth auctioning. As for the second method, there would be a large-scale market once every 3 days in the plaza of White River City. Players only need pay a small fee, and they could set up their own stalls to sell their items. This method suited independent players extremely well. The only unfortunate aspect was that the market only occurred once every 3 days. Moreover, the market began at night and only lasted for 10 hours. For players uninterested in grinding and adventure, yet still desiring development within God's domain, opening their own shops in a city was of the utmost importance. Only with a shop could players conduct business 48 hours in a day. Moreover, along with the development of God's domain, the money one could earn from opening a shop in White River City could rival the earnings of opening a shop in real life. In Shi Feng's previous life, there were plenty of players who were unimpressed by grinding monsters and leveling. Instead, these players spent all their efforts to purchase a shop. Although the locations of their shops were very secluded, the amount of money they earned was enough to cover their living expenses in real life with a lot to spare as well. Shi Feng rode a horse carriage towards the city hall. Compared to the town hall in Redleaf Town, the city hall in White River City was a much more spectacular sight. The building had a total of 10 floors, and the area it covered was about the size of a football field. At the entrance of the building, there were more than 20 garrison knights standing guard. These guards were all level 150 elites. The garrison captain was a level 160 tier 2 knight. With his strength, he could easily decimate an entire town. Moreover, for a large city like White River City, there would be 2 to 3 tier 4 class NPCs on guard. Powerful monsters and dark powers dared not come near it. Immediately after Shi Feng stepped into the city hall, an elegant beauty walked towards him. "Esteemed sir, is there anything I can help you with?" The beautiful employee blinked her doll-like eyes as she asked. "I wish to see the magistrate, Lord Weissman. I have with me Blackbeard's letter of introduction," Shi Feng said, displaying his demon hunter title. Congers had no right to meet the magistrate of White River City, Weissman, as one needed sufficient status to do so. After all, a magistrate was equivalent of a mayor, and Magistrate Weissman controlled all military and political power in White River City. If one wished to speak with him, at the barest minimum, one needed to be a noble of White River City. However, Shi Feng's reputation in White River City was far from a noble. He could only reveal his identity as a demon hunter, so it is Lord Demon Hunter. Magistrate Weissman is currently occupied with public affairs. My lord will have to wait for some time before he becomes available. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait in the lounge, and I will notify Lord Weissman of your arrival. The beautiful employee showed respect upon seeing Shi Feng's title. A noble was not in existence commoners like her could afford to provoke, even if she worked for the kingdom. "Yes, please notify him for me," Shi Feng nodded. He then wandered towards the city hall's lounge. Sitting in the empty lounge with nothing better to do, Shi Feng switched his system communications back on. D. Previously, to avoid interruption, Shi Feng had intentionally switched off the system communication function. Nobody could contact him that way. However, the moment he switched it back on, he discovered hundreds of communication requests pending his approval. Shi Feng was familiar with many of these players. A majority of them were the upper echelons of large guilds situated in White River City. Some were even the vice leaders or elders of guilds. Of course, Stabbing Heart and Gentle Snow were no exception to this list. After all, the advantage of entering White River City ahead of others was far too impressive to ignore. Before entering White River City, information such as the best leveling grounds and the best locations to farm resources were a big mystery to everyone. Without entering the city, one could not obtain any information about the quests available in the city and the city laws imposed on players. To a guild, obtaining such information before others was a great boon. They could occupy the best leveling spots and obtain high-level quests a step ahead of others. They could purchase daily and weekly limited items and gather herbs, ores, and such resources ahead of others. Guilds were most eager for this information as it would enable them to rise ahead of their competitors, especially now as these guilds neared level 10 and the ability to enter White River City. If they could obtain this information beforehand, they could adapt to the new environment quickly and confidently go out to grind and gather resources. They would not need to waste time collecting this information. They could also use the time saved to pull ahead of the other guilds developing in other cities. With so many benefits, these guilds would not Shi Feng slip through their grasps. They would find a way to contact him. Unfortunately, the results of their efforts simply dumbfounded all of them. They did not think that Shi Feng would shut down all forms of communications, leaving them with no way to contact him at all. The only choice they had left was to leave Shi Feng messages. As a result, thousands of messages filled Shi Feng's mailbox. If he read all of them, he would need to spend at least 4 to 5 hours. However, since Shi Feng had nothing better to do right now, he looked at the messages sent by guilds worth contacting. After all, he was an independent player. If he did not sell even any information, he would only gain enemies. With his current strength and influence, he would only end up in tragedy by doing so. So, he would choose a few to do business with. Naturally, Stabbing Heart and Gentle Snow were on his list of business partners. Shi Feng was already friends with them no matter how he looked at it. He would sell them information at a reduced price. However, it was a different story for the other guilds. Shi Feng also had to consider what information he would sell. After all, he knew White River City like his own backyard. However, there was no way he could sell all the information he knew. He needed to consider what information he could sell. This information should greatly interest these guilds. He could charge a high price while not giving these guilds too much advantage and hindering to his own future. Shi Feng was gaining a migraine over this decision. 74 Blacksteel's contract. Shortly after Shi Feng entered White River City, all the players within White River City region entered a crazed state. The various large guilds behaved in the same way. They all began forming teams to grind and level up, intending to enter White River City as soon as possible. However, the higher level the monster areas they grinded in were, the more problems they encountered. Not mentioning the fact that more players explored the high-level areas, nor the matter of the guilds competing and battling with each other, just the simple matter of weapon and equipment durability was already a huge headache to these various large guilds. Have they still not sent the whetstones yet? The entire team's weapon durability is almost at its limit, Stabbing Heart said in the team chat. They just informed me that the forgers have just finished a new batch and are sending it our way, a ranger replied. How many are they sending? Stabbing Heart asked. 5 stacks, a total of 100 whetstones, the ranger said in a soft and troubled tone. Why are there only 100? Didn't we buy over 500 hardstones? Stabbing Heart's expression sunk, turning extremely ugly to behold. There were over 60 players in their elite team, and they all were currently grinding in a level 10 monster area. Each whetstone could recover 3 to 7 durability points on a weapon, and 100 whetstones would only last them around an hour or so. They've already used all 500. We are trying to purchase them in bulk, but we simply can't find any. Many players are just paying forgers to turn their hardstones into whetstones. We've already sent out many of our newcomers to grind for hardstones in Darkmoon Valley. However, ever since God's Domain's upgrade, the drop rate of hardstones has decreased. Moreover, the 10+ forgers we've nurtured are only basic forging apprentices right now. They have a very low success rate for making whetstones. The success rate would be higher if they were intermediate forging apprentices. We wouldn't have to waste so many hardstones. However, the increase in proficiency in forging is just too slow. Right now, they don't have enough proficiency points to become an intermediate forging apprentices at the moment. The ranger's face turned awkward as he explained. Nurturing forgers and potion makers had been very important to their guild for some time. However, where would they find enough money and resources to invest in them? Until now, these lifestyle players had not supplied any advantages to the guild. Stabbing Heart let out a deep sigh. He grew worried as he listened to his subordinate's report. Only now did he truly realize the importance of forgers. Although their guild had started nurturing forgers from an early period, collecting plenty of resources and investing a great amount of money into their development, they never thought that it would be so hard to raise a forger. If the guild had an intermediate forging apprentice right now, they wouldn't have been so desperate for whetstones. I understand. Tell the elite team members to use them sparingly then. Try to reduce the contact their weapons have with monsters. That way, they can slow down the damage to their weapons. Also, tell the outer members to put more effort into gathering hardstones, Stabbing Heart said helplessly. The lack of whetstones had left a second-rate Apex guild like the Assassin's Alliance in such a poor state. Of course, this wasn't due to them not having money, but simply because they could not buy any hardstones, not to mention whetstones. Even if a stack of whetstones sold for 10 silver coins at the moment, Stabbing Heart would not hesitate to purchase it. Unfortunately, there were none to be found on the market. The Assassin's Alliance wasn't the only guild faced with such a predicament. All the guilds throughout the Starmoon Kingdom currently held an intense desire for whetstones. Only, they were not as tense as the guilds situated within the White River City region. Speaking of which, the guilds in the White River City region were currently in a desperate situation. The durability of their weapons fell too quickly, so they could not battle for long periods. However, without weapons, how could they battle at all? Even though they had such a large-sized guild, there were only a scarce few forgers that could create whetstones. An average guild based in a town would normally have an elite team of around 30 players grinding in high-level monster areas. As for the third-rate guilds in the White River City region, they had elite teams of around 500 to 600 players, while second-rate guilds had over 1,000, and first-rate guilds had over 3,000 to 4,000 players. Of course, there were still the independent players. Right now, the demand for whetstones throughout the White River City region was intimidating. However, due to all of these guilds desperately grinding towards level 10, the price of hardstones soared once again. Each stack of hardstones sold of 1 silver 20 coppers right now. Yet, even with such a high price, the many guilds in the White River City region still failed to purchase any White River City Hall. Unknowingly, more than half an hour had passed since Shi Feng began his wait. During this half hour or so, Shi Feng managed to tidy up all the information regarding White River City. To the guilds in the White River City region that did not know anything, this information was gold. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had organized this information into 2 versions. One was the simplified version, the other was the luxury version. After players read the simplified version, they would only have a rough understanding of White River City. For example, they would know that White River City held a large-scale market once every 3 days. However, the simplified version would not touch on the topic of resource distribution. On the other hand, the luxury version would give a rough introduction to it. It would tell the owner which locations were suited to certain classes for leveling, and which locations would have the most of a particular resource and more such information. This was the information large guilds needed the most. Originally, Shi Feng intended to sell this information to these guilds personally, converting it into gold coins. However, it was simply too troublesome to carry out these tasks. Moreover, Shi Feng did not lack gold coins right now, but credits. After some careful consideration, Shi Feng finally decided to sell the information through the official forums. He would conduct the trade in credits. The simplified version would target the independent players, while the luxury version would target the guilds. Shi Feng sold the simplified version for 300 credits. If players possessed the simplified version, it would be the equivalent of purchasing a guidebook of the city. At the very least, players would not be at a complete loss after entering the city, not knowing a single thing. As for the luxury version, Shi Feng sold it for 20,000 credits. Although these guilds would, sooner or later, discover the information themselves, they would need to waste a lot of time to do so. According to Shi Feng's estimates, at the very least, they would need to spend 2 to 3 days' time investigating. Moreover, the information they obtained by themselves would not be as accurate as Shi Feng's. 2 to 3 days' time was incomparably precious to a guild, so they would not pay any heed to wasting 20,000 credits. Lord Demon Hunter, Magistrate Weissman waits for you in the parlor. Please, follow me. The beautiful employee suddenly returned to Shi Feng's side, softly saying, "All right, lead the way." He followed the female employee up to the parlor on the building's second floor. When he stepped into the spacious and elegant-looking parlor, the person waiting for him wore a silvery gray-colored robe. The well-dressed man was in his 50s, and he held a staff with a deep blue-colored gemstone embedded in it. The man currently sat by the window side, gazing at the scenery outside the window in silence. This man was the magistrate of White River City, Weissman. He was also a Tier 4 wizard, and he was a level 200 NPC. Without question, he was one of the strongest individuals currently in White River City. Even though Weissman stood there in silence, Shi Feng could clearly feel the elemental mana in the room frantically gathering around Weissman, forming a weak magical domain that pressured others. However, this was merely an unconscious action of Weissman's. It went to show just how frightening a Tier 4 powerhouse was. If Weissman employed his magical domain, he could instantly turn Shi Feng into a pile of ash. Although Weissman only appeared to be a man in his 50s, his true age was well over 100 years old. He was, without a doubt, an old monster. "Young man, I hear you have a recommendation letter from Blackbeard?" Weissman asked, smiling at Shi Feng. Although the Demon Hunter title held sway over normal NPCs, to a powerhouse like Weissman, it was nothing worthy of mention. Weissman's identity as a Tier 4 class far exceeded the status of a Demon Hunter. That's right. Mayor Blackbeard wanted me to pass this to you. Shi Feng took out the recommendation letter, handing it over to Weissman. After Weissman received the letter, he did not immediately open it. He simply let out a deep sigh as he looked at Shi Feng, saying, "That which should have come has finally arrived. I've waited for this letter for 30 years. Only, I never imagined a young man like you would bring it to me. I guess it is now time for me to fulfill the contract made so long ago." 75 demons here contract, Shi Feng silently murmured, confused. From the information he collected in his previous life, there was no mention of a contract. That fortunate player had not revealed this information, so naturally, Shi Feng had no idea. However, since that fortunate player managed to complete the quest, Shi Feng did not believe that he could not complete it himself. After all, he was much stronger than that fortunate player in his previous life, so there was no reason why he couldn't do it as well. As long as he completed this quest, he would have the capital to establish himself in White River City. As for what that capital was there even a need to mention it? To any players new to White River City, there was nothing better than to own their own real estate. Moreover, this real estate wasn't ordinary. It was one of the nobles' mansions, located in the heart of the trade area. Only with a mansion could one establish a guild residence. A guild residence was extremely important to a guild. It was a guild's most important benefit, second to none. Every guild residence acted as private territory. The greatest benefits it provided were an increase in leveling speed and unique resident quests. As long as a guild possessed a residence, all members that rested within could gain a double EXP buff. With this buff, whether grinding or questing, players could obtain double the original EXP. However, players needed to rest in the guild residence for a certain amount of time to gain the double EXP buff. Normally, resting for 48 hours would grant a player 20% double EXP, and players could gain up to an entire level's worth of double EXP. To guild members tired from battle, this feature was fatally tempting. There were also the special resident quests only available in the guild residence. The local NPCs commissioned these quests, and there would be some available every day. Moreover, the rewards for these quests were quite bountiful. There were even times that a quest would reward a dark gold ranked item. When these resident quests were completed, the guild would also receive guild reputation and guild funds, as 20% of the remuneration for these resident quests would belong to the guild. However, even though the guild members only received 80% of the reward money, it was still a great deal more than the reward money of the majority of high-level quests. Aside from all that, a guild residence had many more functions. Thus, a guild residence was the core of a guild. Unfortunately, it was extremely hard for guilds to obtain their own residence. First-rate guilds could usually not obtain a residence until more than a month had passed since God's Domain's release, not to mention the second-rate and third-rate guilds. Even after 4 months, there would still be plenty of third-rate guilds without guild residences. In Shi Feng's previous life, Shadow only managed to obtain its first guild residence after 7 months in God's Domain. By that time, a majority of the players were already around level 50 or so. After much difficulty, Shadow only secured a guild residence in a relatively isolated city with only a population base of 200,000 to 300,000. From that moment onwards, Shadow had finally begun walking the path of a rated guild. In God's domain, a guild would only be officially recognized when they possessed a guild residence. Also, the speed at which they procured a residence displayed the guild's strength. Shi Feng's goal was to attain his own guild residence 15 days after he entered White River City, and Blackbeard's recommendation letter was the fastest way to achieve that goal. Right, however, Weissman measured up Shi Feng in detail, shaking his head, saying, "Young man, you are still too weak right now. I'm afraid that you cannot fulfill this contract. Although I don't understand why Blackbeard places such trust in you, it is still too early for you right now. Lord Weissman, I believe that I am competent enough to complete this quest." Shi Feng spoke with determination. Weissman couldn't help but smile. Young people are so confident. However, they will realize their ignorance when they meet true trouble. He immediately replied, "Young man, how about we make an accord? If you can pass the test I give you, I'll agree to your request. I will even aid you in completing Blackbeard's contract. If you fail, however, then please only return after you have officially become a swordsman." "How about it?" Shi Feng lowered his head in silent contemplation. Based on what he could recall from his past life, that fortunate player also received his private territory when he was only around level 10. Meanwhile, Weissman insisted that Shi Feng only return after officially becoming a swordsman. At the beginning of the game, players did not actually start out with official classes. They were merely class apprentices. If they wished to receive an official class, a Tier 1 class, they needed to reach level 20. Players would then need to apply for a class examination at the class association. Only when players passed the test would they officially be a Tier 1 class. In Shi Feng's case, after he passed the class examination, he would officially become a swordsman. At that time, not only would his attributes greatly increase, but he could also learn skills that catered to Tier 1 swordsmen. He would also receive an official swordsman's emblem. If even that level 10 fortunate player could clear the quest, Shi Feng did not believe that he couldn't. After all, he was already level 13, he hadn't just reached level 10. Moreover, the equipment he wore was extremely good quality, so there was no reason for him to fail the quest. "Lord Weissman, I accept your test." Shi Feng nodded his head in affirmation. "My requirement is very simple. Bring me a demon's heart. In the Cursed Land, there is a demon's castle. Originally, it was the residence of a lord. However, after being tempted by a demon, that lord became a demon himself, reborn as the Dark Knight Gaia. He then cursed the land he ruled over, turning all of its people into demonkin. I need you to retrieve Gaia's heart to dispel this curse. I wonder if you would be willing to go to that cursed castle and kill Dark Knight Gaia, fetching his heart for me?" Weissman asked, his tone stern. The demon's castle in the Cursed Land? Shi Feng could not help his shock. That was where the Apex 20-man team dungeon for levels 10 to 15 was. In the past, there had been countless guilds who experienced team wipe after team wipe raiding the demon's castle. They had all died at the hands of Dark Knight Gaia. That's right. "If you can't accomplish even this task, I can only advise you to give up on the contract," Weissman persuaded. "Is there a time limit?" Shi Feng asked. "None. It will be fine even if you complete the task after you've been promoted to an official swordsman," Weissman smiled. "All right then, I accept this agreement." Shi Feng released a breath. Most of the players in God's domain had yet to reach level 10. If there were a short time limit, he could not complete this quest at all. If there were no time limit, however, then there would not be any huge problems. Shi Feng finally understood how that fortunate player completed this quest. At that time, a large majority of the players had already reached level 20 or so. The elite team of a third-rate guild could easily raid and conquer the demon's castle, obtaining the demon's heart. However, to the current guilds in God's domain, it was an impossible task. At the very least, a team of 20 players was necessary to raid the demon's castle. Moreover, their levels needed to be around level 12 or level 13, and they needed to possess adequate equipment. Otherwise, raiding the demon's castle was only a pipe dream. It seems that I need to hurry up and establish a team. Shi Feng now had an approximate goal in his heart. The fellowship party being held in a few days' time was an especially a good place for Shi Feng to recruit new members. If he had sufficient capital, he might be able to establish a powerful team. At that time, conquering the demon's castle would be much easier. Watching Shi Feng leave, Weissman suddenly thought of something. He called at Shi Feng saying, "Young man, wait a moment, I still have something very important to tell you." 76 Blazing Meteor Shi Feng could not help but wonder when he was suddenly called. After all, Weissman was a Tier 4 wizard and the tyrant of White River City. Any item he gave would have unlimited uses to Shi Feng. "Regardless of the circumstances, my good friend still sent you. Take this item and this letter, hand them over to Master Celiora. It may be of some help to you." Weissman took out a flame red-colored crystal and a letter, handing them to Shi Feng. "Lord Weissman, thank you for your help." "I will complete this agreement as soon as possible," Shi Feng said gratefully. System, unique quest, Demon's Heart accepted. Quest details, go to the Demon's Castle and obtain the Demon's Heart for Weissman. Quest rewards, unknown. System, hidden quest, search for Celiora accepted. Quest details, look for Celiora in White River City and pass her the items that Weissman has given you. Quest rewards, unknown. Instantly, Shi Feng received 2 precious quests. They were both more amazing than any high-level quests, especially the unique quest. As long as Shi Feng completed it, he could earn shocking rewards. Since he had received the quests, Shi Feng would not continue to waste his time here. He departed from the city hall immediately, summoning a horse carriage and dashing towards the free zone of White River City. The person Weissman wanted him to look for, Celiora, was a master forger. In White River City, very few players would know of Celiora's fame. However, that did not mean that Celiora was not amazing. On the contrary, Celiora was known as a genius in the forging world. Celiora had become a master forger at a very young age, and she was only a step away from becoming a grand master forger. However, Celiora preferred to maintain a low profile, so not many people were aware of her existence. Shi Feng was one of the scant few players who knew about Celiora. Moreover, Shi Feng even knew where Celiora lived. The hidden quest Weissman gave might have troubled other players, but it was no trouble to Shi Feng at all. As for the unique quest Demon's Heart, Shi Feng could only leave it alone for now. He also still had the epic quest Darkness Descends. Although Charlene was also in White River City, Shi Feng was too poor right now. He could not afford the information fee of 10 gold coins. So, he could only leave it alone for now as well. Moreover, when compared to the Demon's Heart quest, an epic quest was most likely much harder to complete. Even if Shi Feng had the clue to complete the epic quest, he would still be powerless to complete it, so he might as well set it aside for now. In any case, he had 30 days to complete it, and the time limit was still far away. It would not be too late for him to accomplish the quest after he further raised his strength. 20-something minutes later, Shi Feng finally arrived at a very small smithy located within the free zone. The wooden door to this smithy was still closed. If outsiders saw this, they would think that the smithy was either closed to the public or no longer in operation. So, naturally, nobody would visit this place. After paying the 60 copper carriage fee, Shi Feng walked towards the humble-looking smithy, knocking on the door gently. However, even after a long time, Shi Feng did not receive an answer. "Hello, Master Celiora. I was sent here by Lord Weissman. I have with me a letter for you from the magistrate." If Shi Feng barged into the smithy, even after having knocked for a long while without an answer and possessing the status of a noble, the guards would apprehend him and lock him up in jail for a good while. Hence, Shi Feng could only use a big character like Weissman to lure Celiora out. That way, Celiora would not continue feigning ignorance. After some time, there was finally some movement in the house. Kachik, the thick wooden door opened, and a great beauty dressed in a black leather shirt stepped out. Below the large V-shaped collar, her ample bosom revealed itself. The beauty wore a pair of extremely short leather pants, revealing her long and slender legs. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, and her dark hair cascaded down to her fine and delicate waist. Her entire body gave off a wild charm. The woman before him was indeed the master forger, Celiora. If Blackie could see this sight before Shi Feng right now, he would whistle his praise, his drool puddling on the ground. For Shi Feng, however, he had long since grown accustomed to such a sight. Celiora was the black rose of the forging world, and she was one of the rare few beauties who worked as a forger. After all, most forgers were muscular barbarians, unlike Celiora, who was a young beauty, both sexy and attractive. "I'm very busy. Pass me the thing and leave," Celiora spoke impatiently, glancing at Shi Feng. Hearing Celiora speaking in such a way, Shi Feng felt extremely familiar with these words. He felt as if he had heard of them before from somewhere. After giving it some thought, Shi Feng suddenly recalled something. Wasn't he usually fond of using these words? "This is the letter that Lord Weissman wanted me to give you." Shi Feng took out the letter, passing it to Celiora. Celiora received the letter. Not sparing the letter a single glance, she arbitrarily said, "You can return now." Celiora started shutting the wooden door. Shi Feng was immediately left speechless, even though he had long since known of Celiora's personality. He couldn't help but admit that any sort of master would have their own strange personality. Celiora was no exception. However, Shi Feng had made Celiora submit in his previous life, so there was no reason he could not do so now. Moreover, he seemed to have learned his catchphrase, "I'm busy," from Celiora. "I'll leave then." Shi Feng took out the flame red-colored crystal given to him by Weissman as he said so. He toyed with the crystal as he turned to leave. The flame red crystal gave off a dazzling red-colored glow. Just by taking it out, the fire-type mana in the surrounding area started crazily gathering around the crystal. The flame red glow increased its brilliance, attracting the attention of all onlookers. "Wait," Celiora suddenly called out to Shi Feng. "Master Celiora, do you still have some other matter?" Shi Feng turned, a faint smile on his face as he asked. At this moment, Celiora's large eyes were already glued onto the flame-red crystal in Shi Feng's hand. She was like an enamored little kitten, and her eyes followed the flame-red crystal's movement in Shi Feng's hand, going up and down with great interest. Although Celiora's personality was somewhat strange, she too faced a common problem that all forgers faced, the desire of rare forging materials. There was not a single forger out there who did not wish to create an item famed throughout the entire continent in their lifetime. Meanwhile, the prerequisite to create such an item was incomparably precious materials. Take the abyssal blade in Shi Feng's hands, for example. In order for its fame to spread throughout the continent, the famous smith, Ulysses, used the Black Dragon King's fang as its core forging material. What was the Black Dragon King? That was the king among dragons, which represented destruction. It was a frightening creature that was the closest being to a god. Just the breath it spat out could destroy a city with millions of inhabitants. It was a frightening existence that could single-handedly destroy an entire kingdom. Meanwhile, to create the abyssal blade, the most precious fang of that frightening existence's body was necessary. In the end, after the abyssal blade's creation, it became one of the 36 famed swords in God's domain. The abyssal blade's existence shook all of God's domain, and even after thousands of years, its might was still boundless. Can you sell me that item? Celiora asked, her face filled with desire, her tone making a complete transformation. Shi Feng shook his head, saying, I am truly sorry, Master Celiora, but Lord Weissman originally wanted me to bring this item to you to forge an item for me. However, seeing as you are busy, I would feel bad to continue disturbing you. So, I intend to look for Master Proust and see if he will make the item that I want. What? You are actually going to take this precious material to that old bastard Proust? Do you know how wasteful you are being? If you want to forge an item, I can help you. Also, since you are a swordsman, with this item, I would have no problems forging a blazing meteor of relatively high quality. If you give this material to that old bastard, he will definitely ruin it. 77 Celiora's shock. Celiora stared at Shi Feng with her almond-shaped eyes, her hands on her hips. She looked like an angry lioness. This scene dumbfounded Shi Feng. He did not know what to say in this situation. Before, Celiora simply reacted with cold indifference towards him, yet now she was so obedient? The blazing meteor was a weapon that only Celiora knew how to create, and it was also her most famous creation. It was a weapon that all swordsmen dreamt of having. In Shi Feng's previous life, as long as one was a swordsman, they would definitely have begged Celiora to create a blazing meteor for them. Many players were even willing to go bankrupt to obtain a blazing meteor. Shi Feng, who at that time had already become a sword king, was no exception. He only managed to obtain one with much difficulty after a very long time. Although Shi Feng had already met his goal, he still toyed with Celiora by pretending hesitation. Immediately, Celiora started panicking. If she truly allowed that old bastard Proust obtain such a large starfire crystal, that old rat would come over to her place to show off, and very often at that. You should know that I am the most amazing master forger in White River City. None of the items I forge are of ordinary quality. Moreover, I am in a very good mood right now, so I will even use a rare material from my exclusive collection to forge a blazing meteor suitable for you. If you don't believe me, then come in and have a look. Celiora hurriedly pulled Shi Feng into her smithy, letting Shi Feng witness the masterpieces she had created. After entering the house, one would immediately discover that the exterior and interior of the house were practically two entirely different worlds. Although the exterior of the house was broken down and humble, the interior was both beautiful and magnificent. Fine weaponry and equipment were all showcased within crystal cabinets. Not a single one of these weapons or equipment were of ordinary quality. They were all masterpieces of fine gold rank or above. These were all masterpieces because, when compared to items of the same rank and level, the attributes of the weapons and equipment made by Celiora were far superior. How is it? Do you see that dark red-colored greatsword placed in the highest position? That's an epic weapon that I personally made. Celiora stuck out her chest, boasting. Indeed, it was as Celiora had said. Among all these weapons and equipment, the most amazing item was the level 120 epic weapon. In terms of strength, it exceeded the Mavis's protection by leaps and bounds. It was Celiora's greatest creation to date, and it was also the only epic ranked item that she had ever made. The reason Celiora bore the title of Genius of the Forging World was due to her accidentally creating this epic weapon. After all, it was nearly impossible for a forger to forge an epic weapon intentionally, as the success rate for even a master forger was abysmally low. Normally, only grandmaster forgers could achieve this feat. Unfortunately, Celiora was stuck at a bottleneck, and she would constantly be a step away from becoming a grandmaster forger. Hence, Celiora did not wish for anyone to disturb her as she stayed hidden in the free zone of White River City, continuously researching the art of forging. Now you know how amazing I am, right? Aside from those old hidden monsters, there has not been anybody else who can beat me regarding forging techniques. Celiora grinned. Her gaze shifted back to the starfire crystal in Shi Feng's hand. With my techniques and the starfire crystal, I guarantee that I can create an exceptional blazing meteor. Moreover, since Lord Weissman sent you to me, I will naturally give it my all to help you. Shi Feng simply smiled at Celiora's words. He handed the starfire crystal over to Celiora, softly saying, I'll be troubling you then, Master Celiora. Celiora revealed a wide smile as she received the starfire crystal. Immediately, she ran towards her forging room, intending to create the blazing meteor straight away. Master Celiora, please wait a moment, Shi Feng hurriedly said. What is it? Don't tell me that you're going back on your word? Celiora's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. She was extremely reluctant to part with the starfire crystal in her hands. You misunderstand me, Master Celiora. I think that this item should be of some help to you. Shi Feng took out a piece of runic steel that he received as a system reward. This item could increase the forging success rate, and at the same time, it had a chance to increase the forged item's attributes. Celiora could not help her shock when she saw the runic steel. She instantly snatched it out of Shi Feng's hands. She then started appraising Shi Feng with her charming eyes, her delicate tongue sliding across her pouty lips. Giggling, she said, Why, I didn't think you would have so many precious treasures on you. What else do you have? Just pull them all out. All right then, I still have an item that I can temporarily lend to you. Under Celiora's eager gaze, Shi Feng could not help but smile bitterly. He then took out the Book of Forging. Suddenly, Celiora's eyes widened as they locked onto the Book of Forging in Shi Feng's hands. She was under immense shock, unable to speak a single word. This is the Book of Forging personally penned by the Forging God. Why do you have this item? Celiora was incomparably shocked, and her voice trembled with excitement as she spoke. She could not help but immediately snatch the Book of Forging, delving in. Master Celiora, I assume that you also know how precious this item is. I can loan it to you temporarily, so I hope you can use it properly and create a masterpiece. Shi Feng held high expectations of the blazing meteor, so naturally he would not hold anything back in its creation. Moreover, NPCs could not steal items owned by players. Really? Celiora could not believe her own ears. She pounced Shi Feng in excitement, planting a kiss on him. She then took the Book of Forging, rushing into her personal forging room. Wait here for a while, I guarantee that you will not be disappointed. Shi Feng was stunned. However, he recovered very quickly, revealing a bitter smile. Celiora needed a long time to forge a piece of equipment. Since Shi Feng had nothing better to do, he continued enhancing the luxury version of the White River City guidebook. After all, he had an expansive amount of information on White River City. Although he had already made plans for its revelation, he couldn't explain everything in a few sentences. Time flowed by unnoticed, and 2 hours had passed since Shi Feng entered White River City. Meanwhile, the various guilds in the White River City region were in full swing. They continuously purchased and exchanged whetstones, and at the same time, desperately grinded in high-level monster areas. Snow, the number of players here grows larger and larger, and it is slowing our leveling speed by a lot. Why don't we go to the Gloomy Valley to level up? With a single triple flame barrage, Zhao Yueru finished off a low HP level 10 Shadow Werewolf. She then turned to Gentle Snow and spoke. Originally, there had not been that many players in this level 10 area. However, due to Shi Feng's actions, level 8 and level 9 players began arriving, crowding the area. Every region had limited leveling resources, and every extra player in a region decreased the availability of those resources. With a decrease in resources, naturally, leveling speed would similarly fall. Thus, Zhao Yueru suggested going to the Gloomy Valley, which was a monster area of an even higher level. The Gloomy Valley was a level 11 to level 14 monster area. With their current equipment, they could still deal with level 11 and level 12 monsters. Only, the danger would increase significantly. However, their leveling speed there would surpass that of this place by leaps. The Gloomy Valley was also only a short distance from their current location. If they hurried, they could reach it in just half an hour. If they used a speed scroll, they could arrive there in 10 minutes or so. Gentle Snow looked at her surroundings, discovering that the number of players had certainly increased. Moreover, these players were all elites of various large guilds. Whether luring or snatching monsters, they were all extremely experienced. As a result, the number of monsters available decreased, and their current leveling speed was less than half of what they started with. The players gathered here were still increasing in number. If this situation continued, they might not even reach level 10 within 7 to 8 hours grinding here. Alright then. After we receive the new batch of whetstones, we'll head for the Gloomy Valley. Gentle Snow looked at her weapon's durability as she spoke. Only 9 points remained. As her weapon was secret silver rank, she could still wield it for over an hour before its durability reached a critical point. At this moment, Gentle Snow's communicator rang out. Originally, Gentle Snow intended to reject the call without giving it much thought. However, when she saw that the caller was Shi Feng, a faint smile appeared on her face. Previously, after Shi Feng entered White River City, she had tried contacting Shi Feng as well. However, Shi Feng had immediately shut down all forms of communication, leaving her with no way of contacting him. She could only send him a message. Now that he was personally contacting her, it was possible that he had finally seen her message. 178 gold rank. Since Shi Feng attempted to contact her, Gentle Snow would not reject the call. In any case, there was still some time before the new batch of whetstones would arrive. Busy man? You finally have the time to contact me? Gentle Snow laughed softly after the call connected. You jest, Miss Snow. I am helpless about this as well. I was worried that my communicator would ring endlessly and distract me, so I simply turned it off. Didn't I immediately contact Miss Snow after I finished with my matters? Shi Feng smiled. From Gentle Snow's tone, Shi Feng could somewhat discern her aggrieved feelings. However, he was simply helpless with this. He had spent quite a long time conquering White River City. Moreover, he needed to waste even more time. After all, if he published the White River City guidebook shortly after he entered White River City, others would become highly suspicious. Without spending some time, how could he conduct an investigation? If he made the guidebook without any prior investigation, it would be strange if nobody suspected him. Hence, Shi Feng intentionally took such a long time before he initiated contact, letting others think that he used this time to inspect White River City. Since you've come looking for me, it means that you've seen my message regarding the information about White River City. What are your thoughts? Name a price, I'll buy it all, Gentle Snow said seriously. If she could obtain information about White River City, she could prepare ahead of time. This way, they could get a huge lead on the other guilds. As for the matter of money, she rarely paid any mind. Moreover, she believed that Shi Feng would not just set a random price. I've already compiled a guidebook with information about White River City. The guidebooks are divided into two versions, a simplified version and a luxury version. I'm prepared to publish and sell them on the official forums after some time. Shi Feng nodded as he spoke. Gentle Snow was at a loss when she heard Shi Feng. She couldn't help but admit that Shi Feng was too good at grasping business opportunities. If Shi Feng truly did such a thing, in addition to his identity as the first player to enter White River City, the legitimacy of the White River City guidebooks were surely guaranteed. The various large guilds would all compete for them. She had to admit that even she admired Shi Feng's business acumen. There were countless guilds, both large and small, within the White River City region. A rough estimate would put the number at over 1,000. Even if Shi Feng earned only 1,000 credits from each of these guilds, he could still earn well over 1,000,000 credits. When she heard of him mention a simplified version, it was clearly meant for average players. There would definitely be countless players purchasing it, so Shi Feng would earn quite a lot from them as well. Just by collecting information for a few hours, in addition to his title as the number 1 of White River City, Shi Feng had already made a net profit of several million in a single night. It was possible that only Shi Feng was capable of such a feat. I can't help but praise your idea. However, I wish to obtain this information in advance. Of course, I will pay a higher price. To put it another way, I hope that you can delay the information's release for 3 or 4 hours. Not only will I purchase the information at a high price, but I am also willing to pay 1,000,000 credits as a postponement fee. I wonder if that would be possible, Gentle Snow inquired, smiling. A 1,000,000 credits postponement fee, is it? Shi Feng was truly shocked. Originally, by contacting Gentle Snow, he merely intended to sell the White River City guidebook to her in advance. He didn't think that Gentle Snow would have a move like this. He could not help but appreciate her intelligence. In actuality, even if Gentle Snow did not pay any compensation, he would still delay the release of the guidebooks by 2 or 3 hours. That way, the credibility of the guidebooks would be even higher. At the same time, it would increase those guilds' urgency. After all, they were already close to reaching level 10, so they were in dire need of information about White River City. Is it not enough? Then 2 million should be fine, right? Gentle Snow wrinkled her eyebrows slightly, feeling that Shi Feng was somewhat too greedy for money. No, 1,000,000 is enough. It's just, I wonder if you want the simplified version or the luxury version. Shi Feng teased with a laugh. Do you even need to ask? The more detailed, the better. Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at Shi Feng. She was even willing to spend 1,000,000 credits as an extension fee, so would she even lack that kind of money? That would be the luxury version then. I'm selling it for 20,000 credits. As a matter of fact, I still have a super luxury version of the guidebook in my possession. I wonder if Miss Snow would be interested in it, Shi Feng smiled as he asked. A super luxury version? How much do you want for it? Gentle Snow responded, slightly contemptuous. 1,000,000, Shi Feng said earnestly. The luxury version is selling for 20,000 credits, but you're selling the super luxury version for 1,000,000 credits? Are you taking me for a fool? Gentle Snow accused. How could that be? I've poured my blood into making it. If you don't want it, so be it. It is similarly sufficient to purchase just the luxury version. Shi Feng was only filled with kind intentions. He would add some of the truly important information to the super luxury version. For example, information pertaining to the matter of how to quickly develop oneself, and information about the various daily quests available in White River City that could quickly increase one's level and reputation. Although it was not a lot of information, the help it provided was still considerable. It was enough to allow Gentle Snow to pull ahead of the other guilds by a great distance. Originally, Shi Feng did not intend to sell this information. However, Gentle Snow was a slightly special case. The main reason was that Ouroboros, the guild Gentle Snow belonged to, did not have any conflicts with him. After all, Ouroboros' main power was based in the capital city, Star Moon City. Gentle Snow would, sooner or later, have to head to the capital to continue her development. Right now, he simply offered Gentle Snow a favor. In the future, if he were to meet with trouble, he might even be able to get Gentle Snow to help him. After all, the competition in White River City was bound to be intense. If some large guild intentionally targeted his own while his tasks swamped him, he could ask Gentle Snow for assistance. With Gentle Snow's personality, she would definitely lend him a hand. Also, another reason Shi Feng did such a thing was to disperse the attention from himself. Destruction always pursued the great. If there were another, more outstanding existence around, the various large guilds would shift their line of sight from Shi Feng to that existence. Shi Feng could kill 2 birds with 1 stone with his action, and only Gentle Snow's decision remained as the final hurdle. After a few seconds of silence, Gentle Snow let out a deep sigh as she said, "All right then, I'll buy it." "When can you give it to me?" "In half an hour," Shi Feng affirmed. "Good then, I'll transfer the money to you at that time." Gentle Snow disconnected the call. Standing beside Gentle Snow, Zhao Yuru had heard every word of the conversation. Puzzled, she asked, Snow, I'm not trying to reprimand you, but although that Ye Feng is one of the rare top-tier experts, within only a short few hours, just how much information could he possibly have gathered? Not to mention, that information is even priced at 1 million credits. He is clearly just trying to make a quick buck off of us. That Ye Feng is insincere. We have already helped him out so much, and even dealt with the matter of Underworld targeting him. Let's have a look at it before we judge, Gentle Snow sighed. In reality, even she did not hold much hope about the information. If it truly contained some valuable information, she would not take too big of a loss, at the very least. Following which, Shi Feng also made a similar deal with Stabbing Heart of the Assassin's Alliance. However, he did not offer the super luxury version this time. After all, the Assassin's Alliance's main power was stationed in White River City. He only sold them the information in advance because of the friendship he had with Stabbing Heart. Stabbing Heart naturally knew this, so he was greatly touched by Shi Feng's actions. He immediately paid 50,000 credits as gratitude to Shi Feng. At the same time, with this information about White River City in hand, Stabbing Heart would also have the confidence to request the higher-ups to review the matter of suppressing Martial Union's development in White River City. That way, Martial Union would not even have the time to find trouble with Shi Feng. Soon, another half-hour passed by. Shi Feng finally managed to compile and arrange the super luxury version of the White River City guidebook. He then sent it to Gentle Snow, Blackie, and the other members of his team. With Blackie's power leveling speed, every member of the team would quickly rise to level 10. They would be much faster than Gentle Snow, so Shi Feng had to provide Blackie and the others with a better understanding of White River City ahead of time. Otherwise, they would simply be lost after entering White River City. At this moment, the metal door of the forging room opened, and Celiora walked out. Compared to when she entered the forging room, Celiora clearly felt more fatigued now. Crystal clear sweat coated her healthy, wheat-colored skin, and she looked like she had just stepped out of a pool of water. Her appearance was utterly seductive. Here, this item's for you. Celiora took out the Book of Forging, handing it to Shi Feng with great reluctance. She then took out a flame-red flying dart. This flying dart radiated a brilliant red that intoxicated a person's heart. Aside from the epic-ranked greatsword, this item could be called my greatest masterpiece. Due to the quality of the materials being a limiting factor, this item could not achieve epic rank. However, it has still surpassed Dark Gold rank. You could call it a Super Dark Gold ranked throwing weapon, so you have to cherish it properly. Super Dark Gold rank? What's that? Doubt-filled Shi Feng. If it was Dark Gold, then it was Dark Gold. If it was epic, then it was epic. Why would there be a Super Dark Gold rank? Looking at the meaning that Celiora tried to express, this item seemed to possess a special quality between the two ranks. 79 extraordinary attributes. Within Shi Feng's memories, there was no mention of a Super Dark Gold rank. However, if a master forger like Celiora called it such, that's what it was. Only, just what kind of attributes would this blazing meteor possess? Are you unsure of what the Super Dark Gold rank is? Celiora was in a very good mood after forging such a masterpiece. Hence, she explained, it is utterly understandable that you have not heard of it. Matters like these are only privy to those old monsters of the Grandmaster Forger rank. Even I discovered it by chance. Indeed, in God's domain, the rank after Dark Gold is epic. However, between these two ranks, there is a humongous threshold. One could say that items undergo a massive leap in quality when upgraded from Dark Gold rank to Epic rank. Don't you feel that it is strange? Shi Feng nodded, deeply expressing his agreement. It was just like Celiora had said. Dark Gold equipment was only somewhat stronger than Fine Gold equipment. However, regarding attributes, Epic equipment was several tiers above Dark Gold equipment. Take the Mavis's Guard in Blackie's hands, for example. It was far superior to the Silver Lake in Shi Feng's hands that possessed attributes rivaling a Dark Gold weapon. Simply equipping an epic weapon instantly gave Blackie a stronger damage output and attack power than Shi Feng's. The power of an epic-ranked item was obvious. It seems that you also understand the gap between these two ranks. Celiora revealed a smile, saying, in actuality, epic-ranked items possess another name. Another name? This was the first Shi Feng had heard of this. That's right, another name. This is also something I found out after researching the Book of Forging you lent me, coupled with the literature I've collected over the years. Celiora nodded. During the ancient times, epic-ranked items were also called extraordinary items. The owners of these items would possess an absolute strength that allowed them to surpass ordinary mortals, thus they were known as extraordinary. Meanwhile, I did not utilize any extraordinary materials in forging the blazing meteor, so it could not become an extraordinary item. However, it can still be considered a pseudo-extraordinary item. A pseudo-extraordinary item? Shi Feng started to understand a few points. He could not help but grow even more curious about the attributes of the blazing meteor, which caused Celiora so much excitement. Have a look at it yourself, then. Celiora handed the blazing meteor over to Shi Feng, softly saying, a pseudo-extraordinary item is the maximum limit that mortals can achieve with their own power, while this blazing meteor can be considered a masterpiece, the closest thing to an extraordinary item. Shi Feng's heart started beating quickly as he heard those words. It was an item that approached the quality of an epic-ranked item. Most likely, aside from his magic weapon, the Abyssal Blade, no other item in his possession could rival this blazing meteor. Furthermore, the blazing meteor he received in his previous life was only dark gold rank. He did not expect to obtain a pseudo-extraordinary item in this life. Shi Feng immediately received the blazing meteor from Celiora, taking a look at its attributes. Blazing meteor, throwing weapon, dark gold rank equipment requirement, strength 120, agility 140, attack power, player's strength 2, strength plus 50, agility plus 65, endurance plus 10, attack speed plus 5, maximum throwing distance, 45 yards. Ignore levels plus 8 attack speed increased by 15%. When attacking, 35% chance to ignore target's defense. 30% chance to activate quadruple phantom effect, each phantom causing 50% flame damage. 10% chance to activate knockback effect. 5% chance to activate burning flames effect, dealing 200 flame damage to the target every second for 10 seconds. Stacks up to 5 times. Additional skill, Flame God's Fury. Deals physical and flame damage to enemies within a 403-yard area. Deals 900% damage to the initial target and damage reduces by 10% with each consecutive enemy hit to a minimum of 500% damage. Cooldown, 3 minutes. The blazing meteor was forged by the Grandmaster Forger Celiora. Due to the limit of its materials, it is only a pseudo-extraordinary item possessing strength at the very limit of mortal men. The blazing meteor can be reforged into an epic ranked item after gathering epic ranked fire-type materials. User restriction, Shi Feng, unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. Shi Feng was instantly dumbfounded when he saw these attributes. As expected of a pseudo-extraordinary item, it was far superior to ordinary dark gold ranked items. As long as Shi Feng's attributes reached the prerequisite and he equipped the blazing meteor, his strength would instantly soar by several tiers. After receiving the blazing meteor, Shi Feng finally felt that he was a true swordsman. There were 2 variations of the swordsman class, dual-wielding swordsman and two-handed swordsman. At the same time, a swordsman could also equip a long-range throwing weapon. However, a swordsman was still a melee class at its heart, so their ranged attacks were not particularly powerful. A majority of the swordsman players did not pay much attention to ranged throwing weapons. However, Shi Feng heavily relied on his ranged attacks. After all, there were many instances when facing monsters with melee combat was troublesome. If he could switch to ranged attacks, he would have a much easier time. Moreover, there were plenty of shared skills in God's domain. Among them, there were quite a few throwing skills. If Shi Feng could learn a few of them, he would not fall too far behind the other ranged classes. Now that he had the pseudo-extraordinary item, the blazing meteor, ranged attacks were no longer one of Shi Feng's weaknesses. Moreover, throwing weapons were not consumable items. Due to the magical ingredients involved in its forging, the blazing meteor number of uses were limitless. Whenever a throwing weapon hit an enemy, it would instantly vanish and reappear in the player's hands. It was an extremely convenient function. Unfortunately, Shi Feng's current attributes prevented him from equipping the blazing meteor. Only by replacing and upgrading the equipment he currently wore could he achieve the requirements of the blazing meteor. After Shi Feng finished reading the blazing meteor's introduction, he was suddenly shocked. Celiora was originally a master forger, so why did the introduction describe her as a Grand Master Forger? Master Celiora, could it be that you're already a Grand Master Forger? Shi Feng looked at Celiora with doubtful eyes. The system introduction could not be faked. If the system displayed it, it must be true. However, that was inconceivable. Celiora, who was not even 30 years of age, had actually become a Grandmaster Forger. There was not a single Grandmaster Forger throughout all of the Star Moon Kingdom. Grandmaster Forgers were existences that stood at the pinnacle of forging in God's domain, and even Tier 5 Apex powerhouses had to suck up to a Grandmaster Forger. Their statuses were no lower than the ruler of a country. Normally, one could only meet a Grandmaster Forger with luck in the capital city of an empire or places like Blackwing City. Meanwhile, the Celiora before him was one such existence. I didn't expect your eyesight to be so sharp. I have indeed become a Grandmaster Forger. However, this is all thanks to you. If you did not lend me the Book of Forging, allowing me to unravel the mysteries that have troubled me for the past several years, it would still be impossible for me to become a Grand Master. As a thank you, here is my communication crystal. In the future, you can contact me at any time through this item. Celiora nodded, smiling as she spoke. System, hidden quest, search for Celiora completed, exceeded by aiding Celiora in becoming a Grand Master Forger. Rewarding player with the pseudo-extraordinary item, the Blazing Meteor, rewarding Celiora's communication crystal. Celiora's favorability increased by 200 points. Reputation in Star Moon Kingdom plus 50. Reputation in White River City plus 300. Obtained the title Grand Master's Friend. Forging proficiency increased by 500 points, rewarding 200,000 EXP. Instantly, Shi Feng rose to level 14. Shi Feng was stunned for a long time when he saw this series of rewards. ignoring the fact that, with Celiora's communication crystal, he could often request Celiora to handle certain affairs for him. Just the 300 reputation points in White River City would make the purchase of a real estate in White River City much easier. As long as he became a baron, he could purchase private territory in White River City, establishing a guild residence. However, a baron could only purchase the outermost land of White River City. As for Celiora, she had only recently become a Grandmaster Forger, so she intended to go on a journey. She wanted to commemorate her achievement by making her first epic ranked item, so she needed to explore and search for materials. Soon after, Shi Feng departed from the smithy. Seeing that the time was just about right, Shi Feng posted the White River City guidebook on the official forums, setting the post to publish in 3 hours. He then used the pass to Blackwing City, teleporting there. Shortly after Shi Feng departed, another batch of players set foot in White River City. Immediately, White River City region system announcements rang out. 180 anonymous sensation. Ha ha ha. We finally arrived in White River City. This place looks spectacular, such amazing NPCs. The moment Blackie and the others arrived in White River City, the amazing sight stunned them all. Their feelings alternated between joy, excitement, and an indescribable sense of pride. Everyone had suddenly arrived in White River City. Aside from Blackie and Lonely Snow, who both remained relatively calm, Cola and the others were in a daze. They thought that they were in a dream. When Firedance and Cola regrouped with Blackie, they discovered that Blackie and Lonely Snow had actually brought them to deal with a group of level 20 monsters. At that time, they nearly had heart attacks from the shock. God's Domain was unlike any other virtual reality game, and killing monsters of a higher level in God's Domain was an extremely difficult task. Moreover, their average levels did not even reach level 8. It was simply suicidal for them to challenge a level 20 Swamp Rhino. Yet, Blackie and Lonely Snow immediately dragged their group and charged towards the Swamp Rhinos. The two acted as if the Swamp Rhinos were not level 20 monsters, but level 0 green gnomes awaiting death. However, Firedance and Cola could not have imagined what had actually occurred. Blackie instantly roasted the level 20 rhinos Lonely Snow had lured with a single hellflame. It was like the rhinos suffered from some weakening aura. At that time, their experience bars instantly increased by a huge chunk. Looking at this scene, Cola and the others' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in surprise. There was a saying, after 3 days had passed, one could no longer use one's old perspective to judge others. However, that involved the prerequisite of 3 days passing. It had only been several hours since separated from each other, but the growth rate of Blackie and Lonely Snow had switched from ascending by climbing a ladder to ascending by using an elevator. It was as if their growth rates had received hormone injections, increasing by tens of times. Within half an hour, they had all collectively gained a level. When they asked about Blackie and Lonely Snow's levels, Cola and Firedance were both utterly shocked. They were both already level 13. This gap made a world of difference. How did Blackie and Lonely Snow suddenly become so powerful? The only possibility they could think of was that their team leader, Shi Feng, had power leveled the two. It was also the only logical explanation for Blackie and Lonely Snow's achievements. Meanwhile, Firedance and Water Buffalo were both utterly shocked by Shi Feng. It would be fine if Shi Feng were the only one so powerful. However, their team even had 2 other level 13 powerhouses. Just how powerful was this team? If others discovered this, they might be less shocked by the sky falling. After several hours, Cola and the others reached level 10, one after another. Meanwhile, Blackie and Lonely Snow had both risen to level 14. They acted in accordance with Shi Feng's request, entering White River City and familiarizing themselves with the city. They would then receive some of the rare and daily quests, obtaining some rare items in exchange for the quest's completion. However, shortly after they entered White River City, a system announcement entered their ears. White River City Region System Announcement. 5 players have entered White River City, activating White River City's ranking list. White River City Region System Announcement. 5 players have entered White River City, activating White River City's ranking list. White River City Region System Announcement. 5 players have entered White River City, activating White River City's ranking list. After the announcement repeated thrice, all the players within the White River City region were sent into a daze. What sort of situation was this? More than 5 players have already entered White River City. How long had it been since Shi Feng accomplished that feat? Crap. What did these people eat when they grew up? I've only reached level 8, yet there is already a bunch of level 10s. Can't they play normally? It can't be, right? None of these people are guild players. How could they all be independent players? Ha ha ha, too awesome. Didn't those guilds think they were very amazing? This will teach them that independent players like us are still the strongest. Why haven't I heard of these people before? Just who are these people? Moreover, they even entered White River City together. They can't be players of the same party, right? Players throughout the White River City region discussed Blackie and the others' entrance to White River City and the activation of the regional ranking list. The players on the ranking list were, without a doubt, everyone's focus right now. Investigate. I want to know just who these people are immediately. They are all independent players. Immediately contact them. Even if we have to give them official positions, we must recruit them into our guild. The various large guilds all felt a heavy pressure weighing down on them. The ranking list should have been a competition between the various large guilds, yet it now belonged to a group of independent players. Moreover, they had taken hold of the top 6 positions. This utterly embarrassed these large guilds. Right now, these guilds needed to recruit these independent players into their guilds. That way, these guilds' names would also appear on the ranking list. Meanwhile, Blackie and Lonely Snow obeyed Shi Feng's previous request. The moment they entered White River City, the system asked if they wanted to place their names on the ranking list. They both immediately rejected the offer. However, it was not a big deal for Cola and the other 5 members of the team. It was a good chance to cause panic in those large guilds, and they could increase their fame while doing so. After all, Cola and the others were still level 10. It was an expected level. However, if Blackie and Lonely Snow add their names to the ranking list, it would be a double-edged sword, bringing them fame while also poisoning their lives. Right now, these large guilds could understand Cola and the others reaching level 10. However, if 2 level 14 players suddenly appeared on the ranking list, no amount of brainpower could allow these guilds to make sense of things. Just leveling up from level 9 to level 10 would require more than an entire day's grinding. It was understandable if Blackie and Lonely Snow had powerful techniques and found a good leveling spot. However, a gap of 4 levels would simply provoke these guilds. They would create unscrupulous ways to obtain this leveling secret. Right now, if Blackie and Lonely Snow displayed their names on the ranking list, they would gain the enmity of every single player in the White River City region. Why isn't Shi Feng's name there? Moreover, why do these names seem so familiar? Gentle Snow opened the ranking list, discovering that the top 6 players were all uniformly level 10. However, the number 1 position did not belong to Shi Feng, but a player named Firedance. Moreover, Shi Feng's name was not among the top 6 level 10 players at all. This situation confused Gentle Snow greatly. Snow, aren't Cola, Drowsy Sloth, and Gluttonous Mouse Shi Feng's teammates? They even left their names with ours at the Dark Moon Graveyard. I never thought that their leveling speed would be so fast. Zhao Yueru quickly recognized the names on the ranking list. This scene had shocked her. After all, she had a clear understanding of the background of these players. They were definitely noobs of God's domain, and they were not even close to being experts. The first time they met was at the Deathly Forest, and at that time, they were simply noobs that Shi Feng had randomly chosen to party with. The second time they met, though their levels had not equaled hers, the gap between them had somewhat shrunk. Now, however, they had surpassed her. It was unbelievable. After receiving Zhao Yueru's reminder, sudden realization struck Gentle Snow. As a result, the usually calm and confident Gentle Snow, at this moment, revealed a look of surprise and bewilderment. Shi Feng, just who are you? Gentle Snow could not help but inwardly wonder. Leading a group of noobs into becoming the focal point of the entire White River City, just how did Shi Feng do it? Also, Shi Feng, his good friend Blackie, and Lonely Snow had actually refrained from displaying their names on the ranking list. Gentle Snow could not understand this action. After all, the noobs that Shi Feng had personally led had all risen to level 10. She did not believe that his good friend Blackie and Lonely Snow had not become level 10. The only possibility was that they hid their levels. But why would they want to hide their levels? Wasn't this a good chance to increase their reputation? Why would they hide them? What was there to gain? Suddenly, Gentle Snow thought of a possibility, or better yet, the only possibility. After she thought of this possibility, Gentle Snow involuntarily shuddered. 181. A joke. One had to admit that virtual reality was extremely realistic. There was only a small change to Gentle Snow's expression, yet Zhao Yueru immediately discovered it. Snow, what's wrong? Zhao Yueru worriedly asked. It was the first time she had seen such a surprised look on Gentle Snow. Although it was indeed unexpected that the group of noobs had become the level 10 players, it shouldn't be that much of a surprise to Gentle Snow. It's nothing. I just thought of some matters, that's all. Gentle Snow waved her hand, dismissing Zhao Yueru's concern. Gentle Snow paid no attention to Cola and the others who entered White River City, nor did she care that they had taken the top 6 spots on the ranking list. What she was truly concerned about were Shi Feng and his friends' levels. If it were really as she imagined, becoming friends with Shi Feng was a very wise decision. Elsewhere, when Unstable Devastation and Firedance's past companions saw the ranking list, they were all dumbfounded. This was especially true for Firedance's past companions. Not only had Firedance reached level 10, but Water Buffalo had also risen to level 10. As a result, envy and regret ate at their hearts. If they had chosen to follow Firedance and join Shi Feng's team, they would be their team members right now. They enjoyed the envy and admiration of all players throughout the White River City region, a situation that many dreamt of experiencing. Unfortunately, they were no longer related to this matter. As they looked at the ranking list, they tried to contact Firedance and Water Buffalo. They all tried to apologize, and they wished that they could mend and recover their past relationships. After all, this was only a game. There was no need to be so serious, and they had only been joking. Meanwhile, Firedance and Water Buffalo had received their calls. However, they merely gave a single reply. There is no point crying over spilled milk. I do not wish to stay in touch in the future. Did they think that pushing off their actions as a joke would resolve everything? Now, that really was a joke. Fire Dance's and Water Buffalo's words had unquestionably shattered their final hopes, sending them spiraling into a sea of endless regrets. As for Unstable Devastation, envy nearly drove him mad. He clearly remembered that his team had killed Cola's group of 3 once before, their levels dropping to level 7. When they met in Redleaf Town's fountain, they were still level 7. On the other hand, Unstable Devastation's level had dropped to level 8 after dying once. During these past several hours, he had frantically grinded monsters and was about to reach level 9. Yet, Cola's group had all reached level 10 during this same period. Just what sort of leveling speed was this? At first, it was Shi Feng who had reached level 10. Now, even Cola and the others had risen to level 10. There was definitely something fishy about this. There must be some sort of method that allowed them to reach level 10 quickly. Shi Feng obviously knew this method. It might even be some gigantic bug in the game. However, Unstable Devastation could do nothing against Shi Feng. He had no way to force this secret out of Shi Feng. Suddenly, an idea popped up in Unstable Devastation's head. If he published this matter on the official forums, revealing this bug, the system might punish Shi Feng for exploiting it. On the other hand, if it were not a bug, the other guilds would definitely not let go of this great chance to rise to level 10 swiftly. They would force Shi Feng to reveal this leveling method. If Shi Feng kept his lips sealed, he would make enemies out of every guild in the White River City region. Meanwhile, if he revealed this leveling method and the system fixed it, it would similarly enrage the various guilds. Regardless what Shi Feng did, he could no longer continue mingling in the White River City region. However, Unstable Devastation could not allow Shi Feng to take any of these actions yet. Yi Feng, no man is wise all the time. I have finally grasped a hold of your weakness. Unstable Devastation grew excited. As long as he used this move to threaten Shi Feng would obediently hand over the secret. Immediately after, Unstable Devastation sent Shi Feng a communication request. The first time, Shi Feng did not pick up. The second time, Shi Feng did not pick up. Unstable Devastation made more than 10 consecutive calls to Shi Feng, however, Shi Feng did not answer any of them. As a result, Unstable Devastation nearly vomited blood in anger. However, when he thought of his beautiful future, he endured. Finally, after sending over 40 communication requests, the call finally connected. You're annoying. Can't you learn your lesson after so many rejections? Are you a pig? Must I give you a scolding before you are satisfied? I don't have anything to say to you. Go, play around wherever you want, and don't come bothering me. Shi Feng immediately started cursing the moment he picked up the call. Originally, he had been conducting business with Aqua Rose, in a good mood. However, one after another, Unstable Devastation's calls endlessly pestered him, interrupting Shi Feng's good mood. At first, Shi Feng thought that Unstable Devastation would give up after a few rejections. However, Shi Feng never thought that there would be no end to the disturbances. Hence, after telling Aqua Rose that he had some matters he needed to attend to for a moment, he looked for a place without people and gave Unstable Devastation a good scolding, soothing his mood. He then placed Unstable Devastation on his blacklist, preventing Unstable Devastation to further annoying him. Ye Feng, you dare to cut my call. After making over 40 calls, Unstable Devastation burned with anger. Now that Shi Feng had insulted him, his blood boiled and his face turned crimson. The blood vessels in his face had nearly burst. However, just when he was about to curse at Shi Feng, the call disconnected. This thoroughly enraged Unstable Devastation, and immediately he called Shi Feng again. However, this time, his calls did not even ring. He was on Shi Feng's blacklist. Unstable Devastation nearly fainted in anger. He had wasted so much time trying to call Shi Feng, yet the only thing he got in return was a scolding. Shi Feng had even blacklisted him. How was he supposed to threaten Shi Feng now? How was he going to force Shi Feng's obedience? Unstable Devastation immediately directed one of his subordinates to contact Shi Feng. After attempting to contact Shi Feng a few more times, the call finally connected. Unstable Devastation's subordinate then pressed the multi-party button that allowed others to participate in the conversation. Who are you? Shi Feng asked. Yi Feng, you finally picked up. I have in my hands your speed leveling secret. If you don't wish to become an enemy of the entire White River City region, obey my wishes. Otherwise, I'll post the evidence on the official forums. I'm thinking that many guilds would be interested in your teammates' leveling secret, and they will go all out to deal with you. This time, Unstable Devastation spoke his piece quickly, fearing that Shi Feng would hang up on him again. I asked, who are you? What's the point of all this nonsense? Are you a pig? Shi Feng demanded. You're the pig. Everyone in your whole family is a pig. I am Unstable Devastation. I know that you have some secret to your team's leveling speed. You need to understand the situation you're in right now. If you dare continue to speak to me with such a tone, I'll release this secret of yours to everyone else. All the players in the entire White River City region will start trouble, and the various large guilds will hunt you down to learn your secret. When that happens, there will no longer be any place for you in God's domain. Unstable Devastation hated being called an idiot. Now that Shi Feng had repeatedly called him a pig, he could no longer endure it. So, you really are a pig. Hello, pig. Goodbye, pig. Shi Feng immediately disconnected the call, blacklisting the new character ID as well. Shi Feng had never been a person to feel threatened by others, and regarding Unstable Devastation's threat, he paid no mind to it at all. The only reason he did not let Blackie and Lonely Snow reveal themselves was to avoid unnecessary trouble from those various large guilds, as that would delay their development. However, if there really were a need for a battle, he would not shrink from it. In fact, they could all bring it on if they wanted. The final winner and loser had yet to be determined. Master Black Flame, it looks like you have met with some trouble. As an ally of yours, why don't you let Twilight Echo deal with it for you? The graceful Aqua Rose suddenly walked over, smiling at Shi Feng as she offered her assistance. 8T2 clue. About the Godslayer. As Shi Feng's call had been set to private, outsiders could not listen in on his conversation with unstable devastation. However, although Aqua Rose could not hear what Shi Feng said, she could clearly feel the killing intent radiating off of his body. To become friends with Shi Feng, deepening their relationship, Aqua Rose would not let this chance pass her by. Thus, she made her offer. Shi Feng understood Aqua Rose's intentions. He simply smiled at her and said, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Aqua. It isn't anything big, only an annoying fly that I can kill with a slap at any time. We should continue with our business talks." At Shi Feng's immediate rejection, Aqua Rose could do nothing but relent, after which the two returned to their private room in the restaurant. At this moment, however, another male youth had appeared in the private room. This person was a knight geared with heavy armor. Based on his appearance, this man was obviously a shield warrior. A bone shield hung at his back, coupled with an exquisite black-colored battle axe. These two pieces of equipment looked extraordinary, and one could easily tell that they were secret silver rank. Moreover, this man was similar to Aqua Rose, in which they were both level 9. "Why are you here, Brilliant?" Aqua Rose asked, surprised at his sudden appearance. "I only worry that others will try to scam you, so I came to check up on you. Last time you spent tens of millions of credits and returned with only a pile of worthless scrap paper. This incident invoked many elders' dissatisfaction. This time, you spent another large sum of money and manpower to purchase various ores and materials. Moreover, you didn't even notify the elders about any of your actions. They are furious right now. I'm here to tell you that, at the very least, you need their approvals in the future before you take action. Come back with me and offer them an explanation for now. Otherwise, those elders will make your life difficult in the future." The man named Brilliant War God shot Shi Feng a glare. He had always treated Aqua Rose as his own woman. Meanwhile, the black-hooded Shi Feng before him was a small character beneath his notice. Yet this small character actually dared to have a tryst with Aqua Rose. Immediately, Brilliant War God tugged on Aqua Rose's hand, intending to take her from this place. Shi Feng merely shrugged at Brilliant War God's provocation. He did not mind this man with the IQ of a monkey in the least. He simply took it as watching a monkey show. Aqua Rose slapped away Brilliant War God's hand, her crescent eyebrows wrinkling slightly. She had only managed to secure her relationship with Shi Feng after much difficulty and was just about to enter a proper business discussion. She did not expect Brilliant War God to find out about it and actually came running to interrupt her. If it weren't for her and Brilliant War God's families having friendly ties, she would not pay him any attention. "Brilliant, I have important matters to discuss. Return by yourself for now. As for the matter of the guild elders, I'll give them an explanation when I return," Aqua Rose said impatiently. For her trades with Shi Feng, she always used her own money and people. The guild elders had no right to interfere, nor did they have the ability. Not to mention, she was an honorary elder of the guild, so her station was similar to theirs. They had no right to involve themselves in her matters. They were merely envious that she had earned a lot of money, and they all wanted a share of the pie. Seeing Aqua Rose's attitude, Brilliant War God could only give up his efforts. "Since you don't wish to go, I'll stay by your side to protect you. It'll destroy others' ideas of taking advantage of you." Brilliant War God glanced at Shi Feng, his tone filled with ill intent as he spoke. Aqua Rose became furious at his words. She and Shi Feng were going to discuss extremely confidential trade secrets. How could she allow Brilliant War God to listen in? "No, you should return," Aqua Rose spoke, her tone frosty. Hearing Aqua Rose, Brilliant War God grew even more indignant. He sent a wrathful glare at Shi Feng, sending a message to Shi Feng secretly. "I am an elder of Twilight Echo. Brat, you better know your place and scram. Aqua is my plaything, so you are not allowed to contact her again. You should know the consequences if I discover that you've done otherwise." Brilliant War God was usually a tyrant of a man, and nobody dared defy him due to his identity. Whenever he met with a situation, he simply needed to announce his identity, and others would immediately flee with their tails between their legs. Now that he had spoken, Shi Feng would be no exception to this. After Shi Feng saw this message, he involuntarily laughed. It seemed that this Brilliant War God had arrived to cause trouble without understanding the situation. Saying that he had the IQ of a monkey gave him too much credit. His actual IQ might not even equal a dog's. With such a wealthy prince in the guild, it was no wonder Twilight Echo could not develop itself in the early stages of the game. It was actually due to the presence of this fool. "Miss Aqua, I have something that I'd like you to see," Shi Feng smiled. Aqua Rose grew very curious. Just what did Shi Feng have to show her this time? Since Brilliant War God dared threaten Shi Feng in such a way, Shi Feng would act in kind. He forwarded Brilliant War God's message to Aqua Rose. Shi Feng wanted this fool to know that one should be careful with their words and messages. Otherwise, accidents could occur. Brilliant war god, get out of my sight immediately. I don't wish to see you ever again. I will definitely tell uncle and auntie about this matter. Regarding the marriage affairs between our two families, don't even think about it from this moment onwards. Aqua Rose's complexion was instantly livid the moment she read the message. She already disliked Brilliant War God. Now, not to mention publicly trying to drive Shi Feng away, he even dared call her his plaything. Brilliant War God was confused. Before he could even wonder why Aqua Rose wanted to sever their relationship, she had already kicked him from the private room. I'm sorry that you had to see such a joke, Aqua Rose apologized. It's nothing. I'm used to such matters. Not minding matters at all, Shi Feng said. Let's continue discussing about our trade then. At this moment, Brilliant War God started loudly cursing outside the door, saying, Black Flame, you despicable little man, you actually dare frame me. Get out here right now if you have the ability. I challenge you to a duel. The loser clears their level back to 0. Do you dare accept it? What? You can frame me, but can't accept my challenge. Just as Shi Feng and Aqua Rose were about to resume their business talks, Brilliant War God finally came to a realization. It turned out that Shi Feng had forwarded his message to Aqua Rose. He really did not think that such an incident would occur. His past actions, which had never failed him, were actually useless against Shi Feng. However, to redeem himself, he could only insist that Shi Feng had framed him. Master Black Flame, I am truly sorry about this. I'll chase him away immediately. This was the first time Aqua Rose had realized that Brilliant War God was so obnoxious, his IQ was even in the negatives. With the existence of the main god system, how could players possibly modify others' messages and IDs? No need. I have my own faults in this matter, so let me deal with it. Shi Feng rose from his seat, walking out of the private room. Black Flame, you despicable little man, you finally dare to show yourself. If you are a man, accept my challenge. If you lose, you will explain to Aqua Rose that you framed me. Do you dare accept? Brilliant War God jeered. What if you lose? Shi Feng laughed. Ha ha ha, can I even lose? Brilliant War God was incomparably arrogant. He took out a map, saying disdainfully, If you really are lucky enough to win, this item will be yours to keep. I only obtained this map after I organized a team of hundreds of elites to kill a wild level 10 Lord-ranked boss. This was the only item it dropped. Initially, Shi Feng had little to no interest in the map Brilliant War God held. After all, he had a clear understanding of God's domain. If it were a map obtained in some other country, it held no meaning to him at all. However, the moment Shi Feng spotted the symbol of an ash blade on the back of the map, it instantly roused his interest. The ash blade was the mark of the Godslayer. Normally, only items related to the Godslayer bear such mark. Master Black Flame, you can't agree to him. He is a shield warrior, so he has a massive innate advantage when dealing with physical-type classes. Moreover, the diamond guard he wears is a level 9 mysterious iron set equipment. His weapon and shield are also level 9 mysterious, iron-ranked items, and he has over 1,400 HP. Moreover, Brilliant War God has powerful techniques. Himself, even 2 to 3 physical-type class experts attacking together wouldn't be his match. Aqua Rose hurriedly stopped Shi Feng. It was simply a farce for a swordsman to duel a shield warrior. Moreover, Black Flame was only a forger. His battle prowess was subpar at best. What? Afraid? Brilliant War God jeered as he glared at Shi Feng. All right, I'll agree, Shi Feng smiled. 18.3 special condition. What did you say? Brilliant War God was stunned. Of course, I accept your challenge, Shi Feng smiled. After Shi Feng's reaffirmation, Brilliant War God knew that he did not hear wrong. Originally, he had thought that Shi Feng would immediately reject his challenge after learning how fearsome he was. He had even been in the midst of thinking of a way to provoke or anger Shi Feng into accepting his challenge. However, it would seem that he had simply been wasting his time. He had actually met a fool with mental issues. Aqua Rose had explained to Shi Feng how amazing he was, yet this person still happily agreed. However, this situation was fine as well. It would save him plenty of trouble. I didn't think that you would have the guts. Since you've accepted, let's take this outside. Rest assured, I'll give you a quick and painless death, and I won't embarrass you too much. Ha ha ha. Saying so, Brilliant War God laughed as he headed towards the restaurant's exit. Master Black Flame, you really shouldn't agree to him. Although he usually bullies others with his authority, his strength ranks within the top 5 amongst all the shield warriors in Echo Twilight. Moreover, the Diamond Guard set equipment he just obtained is Mysterious, Iron rank, while his Giant Bear Wereaxe is Secret Silver rank. On the other hand, you are a swordsman. You also focus on your subclass as a forger. Dueling him would only be a farce, Aqua Rose said worriedly as she walked over to Shi Feng. Aqua Rose had a clear understanding of Brilliant War God's strength. If he had the chance, he would humiliate Shi Feng in every way possible to take revenge for the previous incident. If Shi Feng were humiliated, how could she continue her cooperation with Shi Feng? She had already spent so much effort and purchased so many forging materials. Originally, she could have earned a big sum of money by cooperating with Shi Feng. Now, however, Brilliant War God ruined it all. She wished that she could chop Brilliant War God into pieces right this instant. Ms. Aqua, thank you for informing me of this. I already understand the situation, Shi Feng thanked. It's good that you understand. Aqua Rose sighed in relief when she heard Shi Feng. Now, everything would be fine as long as she drove Brilliant War God away. Originally, Aqua Rose wanted to say, let me deal with this matter then. However, Shi Feng interrupted her, saying, you can rest assured that I will settle this battle very quickly. Finished speaking, Shi Feng exited the restaurant as well, leaving behind a dazed Aqua Rose. After wasting her breath for so long, it turned out that Shi Feng did not understand her at all. On the contrary, he even headed to the duel with confidence. Aqua Rose started to suspect that she had misspoken, causing Shi Feng to think that Brilliant War God was extremely weak. In a city, duels could normally be conducted on the streets. However, both parties must agree to the rules and conditions before the duel could occur. Otherwise, it was only an attack, and the guards would personally kill and jail the player initiating the attack. The moment Shi Feng set foot out of the restaurant, Brilliant War God sent the duel challenge. Moreover, the rewards and punishments were already set, and only Shi Feng's agreement was necessary to start the duel officially. As the rules were absolute, once both sides agreed to them, there was no escaping the rewards or punishments. Even if players were unwilling to hand over the items gambled, the system would still automatically transfer the items to the winner. The loser would similarly receive the punishment agreed upon before the duel. Shi Feng couldn't help but admit that Brilliant War God had a truly cruel heart. The condition set for the loser was an immediate drop to level 0, destroying their leveling efforts over the past several days. The loser would also have a huge level gap with the majority of the current players. It would be extremely difficult for the loser to catch up. If there are no problems, click the agree button. Brilliant War God smiled coldly. Shi Feng gave the conditions a general glance. After confirming that there were no problems, he clicked agree. Let's start this meaningless battle then. Immediately after Shi Feng clicked agree, gigantic numbers appeared floating in mid-air. It was the 10-second countdown timer for the start of the duel, and players were given this time to prepare for the upcoming battle. Ha ha ha. Little brat, although this duel will be extremely boring, since you've dared slander me in front of Aqua Rose, this young master will make things a little more fun. I'll let you know what the difference in strength truly is, and how it feels to painfully struggle. Brilliant War God retrieved his shield and one-handed axe from his back, his face revealing a sinister smile. He looked just like a hungry wolf hunting its prey, and a red glint flashed in his eyes as he glared at Shi Feng. Only at this moment did Aqua Rose exit the restaurant. Looking at Brilliant War God's appearance, her expression immediately sank. I'm finished. Aqua Rose already despaired. Not mentioning the fact that Shi Feng would definitely lose, Brilliant War God's current condition was extremely dangerous. There might even be the possibility that he would drive Shi Feng insane, trapping Shi Feng in fear for a long time. Brilliant War God would very rarely display such an ability. The last time Aqua Rose saw Brilliant War God in such a condition, countless corpses littered around his feet. He had massacred a small guild with several hundreds of players. She did not think that Brilliant War God would fall into this madness today. Brilliant War God was extremely arrogant in his usual battles, and he would laugh madly as he fought. Only when he entered an extremely incited condition would he occasionally reveal such a sinister and cruel appearance. During such times, Brilliant War God was a lunatic, filled with unruliness. His battle prowess would also increase by several folds. In such a state, Brilliant War God was a truly bloodthirsty berserker. If even the normal Brilliant War God ranked within the top 5 shield warriors in Twilight Echo, it was uncertain where the current Brilliant War God might rank. It was possible that even the number 1 ranking shield warrior in Twilight Echo, Lonely Leaf, might not be a match for him. Very quickly, the 10-second preparation time ended. Little brat, I'll first cripple all 4 of your limbs. I'll turn you into a crawling worm, then toy with you slowly. Brilliant War God lifted his bone shield while his other hand wielded the giant bear were-axe. His face revealed a sinister smile as he charged at Shi Feng. Brilliant War God's current appearance did not resemble anything human. Instead, he looked more like a lunatic possessed by a demon. After entering this crazed state, Brilliant War God became extraordinary fast and nimble. He charged Shi Feng head-on. However, when Shi Feng sent a sword stabbing at him, Shi Feng's sword merely penetrated the afterimage left behind by Brilliant War God. I'll first cripple your right arm. Brilliant War God suddenly appeared at Shi Feng's right, his giant bear were-axe abruptly descending and slashing at Shi Feng's right arm. By the side, Aqua Rose's complexion turned terrifyingly pale. After seeing Shi Feng taking action, she immediately knew that Shi Feng was not strong at all, just as she had expected. However, it was an ordinary situation after all. To become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 forger, Shi Feng must have spent a lot of his effort on forging. Where would he find the time to increase his battle techniques? Even if Shi Feng were an expert in some other virtual reality game, it would not be the same in God's Domain. After entering God's Domain, even the experts of other virtual reality games would only be slightly stronger than others. A lot of time was necessary to sharpen oneself in God's Domain, and one needed to constantly battle monsters to improve. However, Shi Feng clearly did not possess that much time. Brilliant War God would torture Shi Feng here and now. He would fall into mental derangement for a long period. Even if he did not go crazy, he would be in a daze for a long time. How was she supposed to continue their trade with Shi Feng in such a state? It seems that I can only wait longer, Aqua Rose said helplessly as she looked at the right arm Brilliant War God targeted. Surprisingly, however, Shi Feng did not scream in pain. 184 Absolute Suppression. At this moment, Brilliant War God's giant bear war axe left a deep red streak across Shi Feng's arm. In God's domain, although players would not receive high damages when their limbs were attacked, they would feel a faint, numbing feeling in their limbs. Moreover, the numbing effect lasted for quite some time. During this time, players' reactions would slow down, affecting their battle conditions and slightly reducing their battle prowess. However, players would rarely attack limbs when they PK'd others, as there was no meaning to such an action. Compared to attacking the limbs, the body was a much easier target. After all, it was much easier to defend against an attack aimed at the limbs. Moreover, the limbs were much more nimble than the body, making them harder to hit. Most importantly, however, attacking vital points on the body would cause much more damage. Normally, only when experts PK'd new players would experts use such an attack method to toy with the new players. Right now, Brilliant War God clearly intended to toy with Shi Feng. However, although Shi Feng had been hurt, he did not scream in pain as expected. Shi Feng was, after all, only a forger. In God's domain, he would be the equivalent of a civilian worker, and his pain tolerance would be very low. Even if he were a battle veteran of God's domain, his face would at least twitch, and he would suck in a light breath when he received an attack. No matter how she looked at it, with Shi Feng's subclass as a forger, he should at least make a sound as he was hit. Was it possible that Shi Feng had turned off his pain perception completely? Normally, experts would maintain their pain perception at 30%, and only the newcomers and noobs would turn it off as they could not endure the pain. However, a majority of the players in God's domain would maintain it around 20%. No matter how one looked at Shi Feng, he was by no means a newcomer or a noob, so it was impossible that he would turn off his pain perception completely. Yet his arm sustained the hit just now, but not the slightest hint of pain showed on his face. On the contrary, a smile filled his face right now. This was simply too abnormal. However, Brilliant War God paid no mind to these matters. Although he felt that something was missing, such as the screams of pain, that would not deter his continued attacks on Shi Feng. Axe swing after axe swing landed on Shi Feng's 4 limbs, and after a full 5 seconds, Brilliant War God nearly roared with excitement from his ceaseless attacking. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose's shock grew as she stood a distance away and watched the scene before her. Black Flame, which location's god are you? However, she was not shocked due to how precise Brilliant War God's crazy attacks were. Instead, she was shocked by the HP bar above Shi Feng. Brilliant War God's frantic attacks barely reduced Shi Feng's HP. As of this moment, Shi Feng had only lost 10% of his total HP. On the contrary, after 5 seconds passed, Shi Feng's HP once again rose to 95%. The most shocking thing to Aqua Rose was how little damage Brilliant War God inflicted on Shi Feng. Although Brilliant War God was a shield warrior, and his damage was much less than a berserker with the same standards, at the end of the day, Brilliant War God still wore a set of level 9 mysterious iron set equipment. He also wielded the secret silver rank giant bear wereaxe, so his attack power was no less than a normal level 9 berserker. Even though Brilliant War God did not use any skills, his normal attacks failed to cause over 15 damage with each strike. Wasn't Shi Feng's defense a little too frightening? Why do you still have so much HP? Brilliant War God, who had attacked all this time, suddenly stilled his hands. He had wanted to see Shi Feng's suffering expression, yet he was immediately shocked to discover that Shi Feng did not lose much HP at all. He then looked at his damage log, discovering a series of damages that was only around 10. You have keen reactions, precise attacks, good battle techniques, above average standards, and you're capable of activating extraordinary condition. It's as expected of Twilight Echo's 5th ranking shield warrior. Shi Feng made a general deduction of Brilliant War God's standards. He then said with a smile, "Since you're done attacking, it should be my turn now." Shi Feng was currently level 14, while Brilliant War God was only level 9. In God's domain, if players and monsters had a level gap of 3 levels, then due to the level suppression, players would have their damage reduced by around 50%. Meanwhile, in a situation where both sides consisted of players, the party with the lower level would have their damage reduced by 65%. If the gap grew to 5 levels, then there would be an 80% damage reduction. For 10 levels and above, the damage reduction was 95% and above. In addition, Shi Feng currently wore the Silver Moon set equipment, so his defense was very high to begin with. After he had risen to level 14, his endurance attribute increased just beyond 80 points, activating the hidden passive skill for endurance, basic body strengthening. With this passive skill, all attacks causing less than 50 damage were greatly weakened. His battle recovery rate would slightly increase and his stamina recovery would slightly improve as well. Due to the damage Brilliant War God caused him being extremely low, his battle recovery could replenish most of his lost HP in one shot. This was the specialty of virtual reality games. Due to the gap in levels and attributes, the disparity in strength was worlds apart. Brilliant War God was obviously unaware of this. Stop bluffing. You're merely a blockhead with high defense. Watch how I'll get rid of you and send you back to level 0. Regret becoming my enemy. Brilliant War God did not and would not believe that Shi Feng could retaliate. He raised his giant bear war axe, sending a fierce slash toward Shi Feng's chest. Brilliant War God no longer fooled around. He wanted to get rid of Shi Feng instantly like a fierce gale, so he coupled his attack with a skill. However, standing at a distance, Aqua Rose did not think that Shi Feng bluffed at all. Since the start of the battle, Shi Feng had waved his sword only once, then stood without moving, allowing Brilliant War God to attack him for an entire 5 seconds continuously. 5 seconds, even the weakest players could attack or defend many times within this amount of time. Yet, Shi Feng chose to do nothing at all. The moment Brilliant War God's giant bear axe passed through Shi Feng's body, Brilliant War God involuntarily revealed a cold smile. His belief that Shi Feng only bluffed was reaffirmed. Afterimage. Brilliant War God immediately noticed that sensation of his axe passing through Shi Feng felt odd. At this moment, he realized that the Shi Feng before him was simply an afterimage. He then spun, searching for Shi Feng's position. At this moment, Shi Feng had already arrived at Brilliant War God's back. His movements were silent, as if he did not exist at all. Shi Feng's right hand twitched, and the abyssal blade lightly pierced through Brilliant War God's back. A hole appeared in the hard armor that Brilliant War God wore, and the shield warrior instantly felt his heart cool to freezing temperatures. Brilliant War God felt an immense pain in his chest. Since when had a young master like himself experienced such a degree of pain? Immediately, he released an agonizing scream as a damage of over 300 appeared above his head. With a single hit, Brilliant War God lost over a fifth of his total HP. Such speed and attack power. Aqua Rose had distinctly witnessed it from a distance, and her shock-filled eyes involuntarily blinked as a result. She did not think that Shi Feng, as a forger, would actually be so amazing in battle. His attack power was simply inhumane. Because of the equipment he possessed, Brilliant War God's defense was frightening. Yet, Shi Feng's normal attack dealt over 300 damage to the warrior. Between the two of them, be it defense or attack power, Brilliant War God was far from Shi Feng's equal. The disparity in strength was clear for all to behold. The two of them were on completely different levels. It was simply unbelievable. Even with Brilliant War God's standards, there was still an evident gap in strength between him and Shi Feng. This fight had completely renewed Aqua Rose's recognition of God's domain. After stabbing Brilliant War God once, Shi Feng did not give Brilliant War God any chances. He once again waved the abyssal blade, sending a chop at Brilliant War God's body. Shi Feng landed a triple damage critical attack, causing over 2,400 damage and instantly killing Brilliant War God. 85 ruined mountain range, Shi Feng pulled back his sword, sliding it back into its scabbard. Immediately after, an agonizing wail resounded throughout the streets. Brilliant War God stared Shi Feng with eyes filled with poisonous hatred. However, there was also a thread of fear hidden within that hatred. After all, Shi Feng had only used a single swordsman skill, chop, to kill him instantly. Brilliant War God's past confidence and arrogance had, at this moment, shattered. He quietly watched as his HP frantically decreased, and in the blink of an eye, he only had 1 HP remaining. Brilliant War God fell to his knees, his eyes filled with shock and fear. As this was only a duel, Brilliant War God could escape death this time. However, as Brilliant War God regained some of his spirit, he finally understood Shi Feng's comment of, "This would be a boring battle." At that time, Brilliant War God had still thought that it was Shi Feng's arrogance, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. In reality, however, no. Brilliant War God exclaimed as he noticed his levels swiftly decreasing. In the blink of an eye, he had already fallen to level 0. Although duels would not allow players to die, the punishment the losing party received would not be altered in the slightest. The sinister punishment Brilliant War God had previously set for Shi Feng had all come biting back at him. The system also transferred the map he gambled into Shi Feng's inventory. This time, not only had he dug his own grave, but he also bought his own coffin, suffering twice the loss. "Miss Aqua, I'm done. Let's continue our talks." Shi Feng looked towards Aqua Rose with a smile as he spoke. Brilliant War God glared at Shi Feng with a malicious expression, his teeth gnashing. Immediately after Shi Feng turned his back on Brilliant War God, the shield warrior took out a Tier 1 magic scroll, using it on Shi Feng. Black Flame, die. The Tier 1 magic scroll that Brilliant War God used was a flame-type spell called Flame Spear. The scroll contained a relatively strong, single-target destructive spell. In any case, Brilliant War God had already fallen to level 0. He would not suffer a loss if the guards captured and jailed him. At worst, he would just have to delete his account and start all over again. It would be acceptable if he could kill Shi Feng and appease his hatred. Careful, Aqua Rose warned. Shi Feng did not expect Brilliant War God to be insane enough to dare attack him in the middle of Blackwing City. However, due to the short distance between them, it was too late by the time Shi Feng realized Brilliant War God's actions. The flame spear instantly struck Shi Feng's back, and Brilliant War God revealed a sinister smile as his attack landed. This flame spear was Brilliant War God's trump card. It was capable of causing up to 2,000 flame damage to a single target. Even if Shi Feng were amazing, he was a single swordsman. How high could his HP be? It would already be heaven-defying if he had 1,200 HP. With this 2,000 damage, Shi Feng would unquestionably die. After the raging flames dissipated, Shi Feng's HP madly fell. Ha ha ha, so what if you are amazing? Since you dared provoke this young master, only death awaits you. Brilliant War God laughed loudly as he watched Shi Feng's full HP trickle to zero. Brilliant War God, you are too despicable. With this action, Aqua Rose finally saw through to Brilliant War God's true self. She did not think that he would be such despicable filth without even the most basic self-respect. The victor becomes king, whereas the loser becomes a bandit. He can only blame himself for his own lack of skills. Brilliant War God sneered as he spoke. However, Brilliant War God's smile quickly faded the moment he discovered that Shi Feng's HP had stopped decreasing after reaching 20%. Why? Why aren't you dead? Looking at Shi Feng standing there, Brilliant War God retreated several steps, his trembling finger pointed at Shi Feng as he panicked. This you don't need to know. However, since you've dared take action here, I'm guessing that you're prepared to receive your punishment, Shi Feng softly said. He chuckled as he clapped at the flames remaining on his body, extinguishing them. The damage caused by the flame spear could indeed kill a level 14 player with one hit. However, Shi Feng was different. He possessed 20 points of fire resistance. He also had the basic body strengthening passive skill activated, which would somewhat increase some of the hidden magic resistance. In addition, Shi Feng currently had a maximum HP of 1,840 points, so a single flame spear was not enough to kill him. To put it another way, Tier 1 magic had no possibility of killing him with a single hit. At most, it would gravely injure him. Impossible. Brilliant War God was completely dumbfounded by this scene. After all, that was the most powerful Tier 1 magic scroll he had in his possession. It can't be, right? Aqua Rose was similarly shocked. Fire-type magic possessed the highest destructive force of all elemental magic. Yet, Shi Feng had survived after taking a direct hit from a Tier 1 fire-type spell. Just what kind of defense did he possess? Aqua Rose even started to suspect that Shi Feng was a shield warrior or a guardian knight in disguise. However, even guardian knights possessing the highest magic resistance could not forcefully survive this move. While the two suffered their shock, the Black Knights of Blackwing City had arrived. Compared to other towns and normal cities, Blackwing City's management was far more strict. The penalties it administered were even more unbearable. Hence, in Shi Feng's previous life, no players dared cause a scene while in Blackwing City. Any who did simply sought their own deaths. Not to mention, Brilliant War God had actually dared attack Shi Feng, who possessed the status of a demon hunter. Hence, Shi Feng did not immediately take action against Brilliant War God. In reality, he simply waited for the punishment Blackwing City would provide to Brilliant War God. Brilliant War God, you have committed an offense against Blackwing City's laws. Moreover, you attacked the Lord Demon Hunter. From now on, you will remain in jail in Blackwing City for 15 days. After your release, all your attributes would be decreased by 10% for a duration of 10 days, and the EXP you gain will decrease by 20%. The Black Knight Captain walked up to Brilliant War God, stating his verdict. Hearing such a penalty, Aqua Rose sucked in a cold breath. This penalty was simply too heavy. Even if they locked Brilliant War God up for 15 days as an Elder of Twilight Echo, there were other people available to help him level back up. However, now that he was level 0, with the 15-day gap and 20% EXP gain reduction, Brilliant War God would need to grind ceaselessly for over a month to catch up with the level of the majority of the players, not to mention catching up to the top-ranking players. Ha ha ha. Black Flame, I admit that you are amazing. However, from the moment I took action, I had already decided to delete my account and start all over again. Did you really think I would fear the system punishment? Although Brilliant War God trembled slightly when he heard the penalty he was to receive, giving it another thought, he planned to delete and rebuild his account. What should he be afraid of? Is that so? Then, I look forward to you deleting and rebuilding your account, Shi Feng smiled faintly, not bothering to explain. Seeing Brilliant War God's confident smile, Shi Feng could not bear to shatter his fantasies. Brilliant War God thought too lightly of God's domain. If a pig-brained person like Brilliant War God could think of such a method to escape punishment, the main God system would certainly have a solution. In Shi Feng's previous life, plenty of players had thought of God's domain as only a virtual reality game. They thought they could do whatever they wanted. There were even some players who had done unscrupulous and condemnable things towards female NPCs. After all, these players all thought they could simply avoid punishment by deleting and rebuilding their accounts from scratch. However, the outcome spoke differently. Unless one no longer wanted to play God's domain, any and all punishments would be meted out. No matter how many times one deleted their accounts or changed their gaming helmets, the consequences were inescapable. Although God's Domain was a virtual reality game, it had its own bottom line as well. The rules of God's Domain were the final bottom line. Any and all who dared go past this bottom line would do well to prepare themselves for their punishments, no exceptions. When Brilliant War God saw Shi Feng smile, he suddenly felt uncertain about his decision. However, when he gave it more thought, it was possible that Shi Feng just tried to frighten him. Immediately, Brilliant War God logged out of God's Domain, preparing to delete and rebuild his account. Meanwhile, Shi Feng no longer cared to pay any attention to this brainless princeling. He then opened his bag, examining the clue to the Godslayer that he had just obtained. There was no marked location on this map. There were also no written words to give an explanation. If any other players were to obtain this map, they would have no clue of what to do with it. After all, they would not know the location displayed on the map, nor would they know how to look for it. Moreover, the official site did not publish a world map for God's Domain. That explained Brilliant War God's ignorant generosity of wagering this map. Fortunately, Shi Feng was extremely familiar with God's Domain. In Shi Feng's previous life, the various major guilds in God's Domain made their own maps of God's Domain, and Shadow was no exception. 10 years after God's Domain started its operation, the world map that Shadow possessed was very thorough. Meanwhile, familiarizing oneself with the world map was one of the basic requirements of a guild leader, including Shi Feng. However, the map currently in Shi Feng's hands displayed very complicated terrain. Only after racking his brain for some time did Shi Feng manage to recall a place with a similar terrain as shown on this map. It was the forbidden territory for humans, the ruined mountain range. 186 state a price. Just as Shi Feng recognized the location shown on the map, 4 level 200 black guards appeared on Light Street, each wielding a black spear in their hands and walking towards Brilliant War God. They intended to take him away. Don't even think of catching me. Brilliant War God immediately logged out of the game. However, an unbelievable situation occurred. One could describe this as an out-of-body experience. Like an empty shell, Brilliant War God's body suddenly fell to the ground, motionless. However, the 4 black guards did not care much about this. 2 of the knights grabbed a hold of Brilliant War God's body from each side, dragging him away from Light Street. Soon after, the black knights also dispersed from the scene. Master Black Flame, what is going on here? Didn't Brilliant War God log off? Logically, his body should also have disappeared. Aqua Rose looked at Shi Feng, her shining eyes blinking as she asked. Although Aqua Rose did not know why she would ask Shi Feng, her instincts told her that Shi Feng might know the answer. If Shi Feng knew that Aqua Rose had asked him about this matter out of instinct, the fearsomeness of a woman's intuition would certainly surprise him. Hearing Aqua Rose's question, Shi Feng simply smiled and said, "It should be that the system doesn't allow players avoid punishment." Blackwing City's judgment was, without a doubt, the system's judgment. If Brilliant War God had properly received his punishment, he would only have to pay the smallest price. However, if Brilliant War God deleted and rebuilt his account, not to mention losing the money and equipment that he originally had, he would also lose all the reputation he had earned in God's Domain. Reputation was not easy to gain. After all, many of the quests that rewarded players with reputation points were unique quests, so it is like that. Aqua Rose understood the truth of the matter. Otherwise, if everyone simply deleted and rebuilt their accounts the moment they did something nefarious, wouldn't that turn God's Domain into a heaping mess? However, along with the passing of time, player levels would become higher, while the chances of such matters occurring would decrease as well. After all, players had dedicated a great amount of time and energy onto cultivating their God's Domain accounts. There would be few people with the courage to start all over again. However, if players encountered a situation like Brilliant War God's, a majority of them would choose to delete and rebuild. After all, it would be much faster to start all over again, and it could be a way to take advantage of the system. Naturally, the main God system would not make such a mistake. Regarding the calamity that had befallen Brilliant War God, Aqua Rose did not display a hint of sympathy. On the contrary, she was very grateful for Shi Feng's significant help. Her and Brilliant War God's families had always been friendly with each other, and both families intended to increase and widen their wealth and influence through marriage. On the other hand, Aqua Rose had, from the very beginning, opposed this notion. She intended to create a legacy for herself, increasing her right of speech within her family to oppose this marriage. God's Domain just so happened to have given her this very good chance. As long as she could further herself in God's Domain, and adding in Brilliant War God's actions, she could easily vanquish the notion of marriage between the two families. After dealing with the matter of Brilliant War God, Shi Feng and Aqua Rose returned to the restaurant and resumed their business talks. Originally, Shi Feng wanted to investigate the Godslayer's whereabouts. However, he set it aside for now. In God's Domain, the ruined mountain range was an absolutely forbidden place for humans. In Shi Feng's previous life, many players did not believe this fact. In the end, all who went there found only death. From then on, nobody dared casually enter the ruined mountain range. With Shi Feng's current strength, not to mention entering the ruined mountain range, even the path leading to the ruined mountain range presented an impossible challenge for Shi Feng. How would he reach the location marked on the map? The only choice he had right now was to increase his strength. When he had sufficient strength, he could then think of a way to go there. Master Black Flame, these are the various forging materials that you've requested. Due to limited bag space, I've only brought the rare and precious materials. This time, Master Black Flame has helped me a great deal, so I'll sell these to you at a lower price. You just need to pay me 43 gold coins for them. Aqua Rose displayed the transaction list, smiling as she spoke. The cost of purchasing all these materials came to a total of just over 37 gold. Originally, Aqua Rose intended to sell all these materials to Shi Feng for 50 gold. However, since Shi Feng had helped her out, she chose to earn a little less in this transaction. Initially, Aqua Rose had not possessed enough gold coins to purchase all these materials. However, she made a big profit from the glimmer chestplate forging designs, which she bought from Shi Feng last time. Not only had she earned over 100 gold coins, but she also earned back all the credits she used to purchase the forging designs. She still had quite a few glimmer chestplate forging designs remaining. If she sold all of them, she could still earn tens of gold coins and hundreds of thousands of credits. Even for an apex first-rate guild like Twilight Echo, the entire guild's currently available fluid funds only amounted to 20 to 30 gold. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose had over 100 gold in her possession, provoking the guild's elders' jealousy. After having the first tastes of profit, Aqua Rose greatly anticipated the surprise Shi Feng was about to create. 43 gold? When Shi Feng looked at the transaction list, his heart skipped a beat. He had not expected Aqua Rose to be so capable. She had actually gathered so many materials. Taking a quick glance at the transaction list, the materials listed were all rare, required for forging mysterious iron and secret silver ranked items. There were even some extremely rare fine gold ranked materials. At this stage of the game, it was absolutely impossible for players to find any of these materials in Star Moon Kingdom. Aqua Rose had also bought a large quantity of hard stones, as Shi Feng had specially requested a lot of them. Now, Aqua Rose had close to 1,000 stacks of hard stones for Shi Feng, completely filling up her ore bags. Shi Feng could not help but admit that the ore country was aptly named. Ore bags were different from normal bags. They were specifically made for storing materials. Hence, these bags had extremely large storage spaces, and each one was several times, some even several tens of times, larger than a normal bag. In Aqua Rose's case, aside from her main bag having 100 slots, her remaining 6 bags were all ore bags. Every one of her ore bags had 350 slots for items, and all 6 ore bags were currently filled to the brim. The country Aqua Rose came from did not lack ores. Hence, Aqua Rose only sold each stack of hard stones to Shi Feng at a price of 80 copper coins. Aqua Rose had probably purchased all of these hard stones at an even lower price. Compared to these sold in Star Moon Kingdom, the price of these hard stones was simply too cheap. Right now, each stack of hard stones sold for 3 silver coins. Just by selling these hard stones to other players, Shi Feng could make a profit of several times his cost. Moreover, those players would fight over these hard stones. However, even Shi Feng could not afford 43 gold in a single transaction. Fortunately, Shi Feng came prepared. He removed a pile of level 8 and level 9 bronze equipment and quite a lot of mysterious iron equipment from his bag. He had personally forged a majority of the equipment, while he had obtained the remainder from the Moonlight Forest. However, the most eye-catching equipment among was the level 10 secret silver ranked one-handed swords, the Silver Dawns, that Shi Feng had crafted. Secret silver weapons, even to a first-rate guild, they were extremely rare. Normally, only the core upper echelons of the guild would possess 2 to 3 secret silver ranked items, while the elites of the guild could not even dream of possessing one. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng had filled the private room with equipment, dazzling the sight of all beholders. Making a general count, Shi Feng had over 500 pieces of equipment. Aqua Rose was instantly dumbfounded by this sight. Only after tens of seconds had passed did she gradually recover her spirit, and shock filled her eyes as she looked at Shi Feng. One could easily outfit a large elite team with this much equipment. Moreover, Shi Feng had forged the majority. Aqua Rose was greatly confused at how Shi Feng could forge so much equipment all by himself. After all, she had personally witnessed forgers create equipment before. The process could be summed up in one word: slow. These were all bronze and mysterious, iron-ranked equipment. If one were not careful while forging them, the result would easily fail. So, the process of forging equipment of such quality was definitely much slower than that of common equipment. Since the last time Aqua Rose met with Shi Feng, only a little more than 3 days had passed. Even if Shi Feng continuously forged equipment without sleep or food during this period, it should still be impossible for him to forge this much equipment. Miss Aqua, I already brought the equipment. State a price, Shi Feng smiled. Aqua Rose immediately felt as if she had been cheated. Originally, she intended to make a big profit off of Shi Feng. However, with 500 plus pieces of high-level equipment placed before her, even if she sold herself to Shi Feng, it still might not be enough. 107 Frightening Forger. The private room of the restaurant was very large. However, it was insufficient to contain all of the weapons and equipment that Shi Feng had taken out. The entire room was cramped with items right now. After counting for a long while, Aqua Rose finally had a firm grasp on the number of weapons and equipment that Shi Feng had brought. Among them, there were over 200 level 8 and above bronze weapons, over 300 pieces of level 8 and above bronze equipment, 70 level 9 and above mysterious, iron weapons, 80 pieces of level 9 and above mysterious, iron equipment, and 20 level 10 silver dawns. There was close to a total of 700 weapons and pieces of equipment. With this much equipment, Aqua Rose would have no problems gearing up even a 100-man team. The attributes of the Silver Dawns were especially frightening. Compared to the giant bear war axe that Brilliant War God had, the Silver Dawn's attributes were much stronger. Twilight Echo had sacrificed many of their elite members to obtain Brilliant War God's level 9 giant bear war axe. After all, it was only a normal occurrence to lose over 20 elite players when dealing with a chieftain-ranked field boss. Chieftain-ranked field bosses were extremely rare in God's domain, and meeting one all depended on luck. Moreover, after meeting one, sacrifices were necessary to bring it down. This was the exchange of the lives of the guild's elites for equipment, and it was a huge loss to the guild. Yet Shi Feng casually displayed 20 secret silver weapons. Aqua Rose no longer knew how to describe Shi Feng. Despite having an immeasurably high strength, his standards as a forger were also at their apex, as Aqua Rose had yet to hear news of any player forging a secret silver-ranked item. Shi Feng's existence simply caused others despair. At the same time, Aqua Rose had finally come to an understanding of just how frightening a forger could be. If any guild could have a forger like Shi Feng, that guild would not have to worry about trying to obtain equipment. As long as they had the forging designs, they could have whatever equipment they wanted, and at any time they wanted it. There would be no need for them to waste tremendous effort to kill bosses. Moreover, killing an extremely powerful boss would only yield several pieces of equipment. On the other hand, as long as a forger had the materials, they could create as many pieces of equipment as they wanted. It was much faster and more convenient. Miss Aqua, you look a little pale. Are you all right? Shi Feng looked at the dazed Aqua Rose, asking with concern, Me? As Aqua Rose regained her senses, she involuntarily wiped the sweat from her forehead. I'm fine. Why would I have any problems? Is it possible that Miss Aqua can't afford this many weapons and equipment? If this is so, just pick as many as you can. Shi Feng could sympathize with Aqua Rose's situation. After all, even a first-rate guild could not buy up all this equipment in one go, not to mention Aqua Rose by herself. Master Black Flame, I want all of these items. However, can we carry out the transaction with credits? Otherwise, if I give Master Black Flame all of my gold coins, I would starve. Aqua Rose smiled bitterly. There were so many good items before her eyes, and it would be a sin not to gobble all of them up right now. What did the various large guilds lack the most? The answer was obvious: high-level weapons and equipment. Level 8 and above weapons and equipment just so happened to be what guilds lacked the most. Just a single piece of level 8 bronze equipment was worth well over 20 silvers on the market right now. Level 8 bronze weapons even sold for 30 silvers or more, while level 9 mysterious, iron equipment was worth 50 silvers or more, and level 9 mysterious, iron weapons sold for 80 silvers or more. As for the level 10 secret silver weapons, the Silver Dawns, they were priceless treasures, and not a single person out there would willingly sell one. If a price were truly to be set with the Silver Dawn's attributes, at the very least, it would sell for 2 gold coins or more. 20 Silver Dawns would then equate 40 gold coins. That was nearly half of all the game currency Aqua Rose owned. Moreover, this was the lowest price for the Silver Dawn. That's fine as well. I'll just take these forging materials, in addition to 50 gold, to cover for a portion of the bill. You can pay the remainder using credits, Shi Feng spoke after giving it some thought. This, Aqua Rose hesitated for a long time. In the end, however, she gnashed her teeth as she agreed, saying, All right, I understand. Hearing Shi Feng's words, Aqua Rose really wished that she could recruit Shi Feng. In just a few moments, Shi Feng had taken away a greater half of the gold coins she had earned after much effort. Aqua Rose felt extreme frustration in her heart. However, Aqua Rose suddenly discovered that she truly did not possess anything that could attract Shi Feng to her side. Regarding weapons and equipment as a forger, Shi Feng did not lack any of these to begin with. His money-earning capabilities were obvious. As for status, although he was simply a nobody right now, the moment the name of the Black Flame Forger spread, his status would become undeniably grand, earning the respect of others. The only thing remaining was a girlfriend. If Shi Feng did not have one right now, there were plenty of great beauties in Aqua Rose's elite team. Every one of them possessed beauty that could easily move one's heart, and their bodies were all curved in the right places. Plenty of men often tried to court these women. Aqua Rose would be rich if she could get one of her team's beauties to hook up Shi Feng. However, it would be unquestionably foolish if she asked Shi Feng this question right now. She could only wait until their relationship grew before digging for some hints. If Shi Feng knew the thoughts Aqua Rose had in her head right now, she would probably frighten him away. After all, who would have thought that the elegant and cheerful Aqua Rose could be so cunning? Very quickly, the two of them completed their transaction. Aside from obtaining the 43 gold's worth of materials from selling the equipment, Shi Feng also obtained an additional 50 gold coins and over 2 million credits. Just by striving for 3 short days, Shi Feng had instantly multiplied the 10 plus gold he had initially spent by more than 10 folds. Shi Feng had made a huge profit from this trade. This time, regarding gold coins, Shi Feng had once again become the richest person in White River City. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose was also greatly pleased. With this many weapons and equipment, she could greatly strengthen her own legion and very quickly turn it into the #1 legion in Twilight Echo. At that time, her right to speak would also grow, while those elders would no longer dare speak nonsense in front of her. Master Black Flame, let's schedule next trade for 4 days from now. It just so happens to coincide with the day the Blackwing auction will be held. What do you think? Without realizing it, Aqua Rose treated Shi Feng as a good friend now. All right. I can also save the number of uses left on the pass. Shi Feng nodded in agreement. He had earned simply too much this time. He also needed quite some time to forge new weapons and equipment. Now that Aqua Rose had yet to obtain additional Blackwing City passes, it was also beneficial to have a time extension. Soon after, the two parted ways. Shi Feng then went to purchase more frost grenades. This time, he bought a full stack of 200 intermediate frost grenades for 18 gold. He also bought 5 stacks of 1,000 basic frost grenades for 13 gold, 50 silver. In just a short moment, he had spent 31 gold, 50 silver. However, Shi Feng did not feel any heartache over it, as the money he obtained from Aqua Rose just now was simply the tip of the iceberg. The true iceberg was still within his grasp with the incomparably popular hardstone. To Aqua Rose, whetstones were neither rare nor special. After all, being from the ore country, such items were available in abundance. The number of forgers there was as plentiful as the hairs on an ox, so they were not particularly desperate for such items. However, it was a different story for the Star Moon Kingdom with the various guilds in the White River City region who were desperately trying to level up. These guilds were in desperate need of hard stones, yet it was just too difficult to obtain any. They might even go bald from over-worrying right now. As for after these guilds entered White River City, Shi Feng did not need to worry that these guilds would suddenly halt their need for whetstones. Even after everyone entered White River City, the issue of durability would still plague them. It might even become a much more serious issue. Hence, Shi Feng did not worry in the slightest that he could not sell his hard stones. He merely had to decide at what price he would sell them for. Just as Shi Feng was about to return to White River City, Blackie suddenly sent news. Brother Feng, this is not good. Right now, all of the guilds within the White River City region are looking for you. They say that if you do not give an explanation on the official forums, all the guilds within the White River City region will add us to the wanted list. 1-8 you are digging your own grave. After reading Blackie's message, Shi Feng was confused. Why would the guilds within the White River City region suddenly look for trouble with them for no reason? Moreover, they even wanted an explanation. What did they want him to explain? However, Shi Feng did not pay further attention to this matter. It would be better for him to get the details after he returned to White River City. Hence, he took out the 7 Luminaries crystal, teleporting to White River City. Level 10 monster area, White Sand Ruins. A 40-man elite team was currently clearing level 10 desert twin-headed snakes. Every member of the team took action in an organized fashion, and very quickly, the team dispatched all of the 10s of desert twin-headed snakes, turning them into an abundance of EXP. This elite team belonged to the Guild Martial Union, chased out of Red Leaf Town by Shi Feng. Meanwhile, the leader of this team none other than Unstable Devastation. Boss Unstable, the deed is done. I've already told them the conditions, pros, and cons. At that time, we'll share the secret Shi Feng used to reach level 10 quickly. Currently, there are a total of 8 unrated guilds that have agreed to enter our little alliance. An assassin came running, reporting, "Good, you've done well." Unstable Devastation laughed with a smirk on his face. He then said confidently, "Ye Feng, you are the one courting death. You actually dared ignore my words. Now, the entire White River City region has discovered the leveling secret you used to reach level 10. I've also established my own alliance. Whether you reveal that leveling secret or not, you will be finished." When Shi Feng had utterly rejected him, Unstable Devastation had been sent into a daze for a long time. He did not think that Shi Feng would act so decisively. However, since Unstable Devastation could not control Shi Feng through threats, he could only use a more strenuous method to deal with Shi Feng, publicizing the matter about this secret to all of the other guilds. Now that the competition between the various large guilds was so intense, every one of these guilds worked towards swiftly raising their members' levels to level 10. Meanwhile, Shi Feng possessed a leveling secret that could allow these guilds to achieve such a feat, so these various large guilds would naturally want it. After all, while the other guilds still worried over the matter of reaching level 10, Shi Feng's entire team was already level 10 and currently developed themselves further in White River City. Their situations were worlds apart. Currently, Shi Feng's team occupied all of the resources available in White River City. With that access, they could increase the gap even further. By the time the majority of the players in the White River City region entered White River City, Shi Feng's team may already occupy all the high-level resource areas available in the city. How were other players supposed to mingle in White River City then? That was to say, if any guild could obtain Shi Feng's leveling secret, they would become a tyrant in White River City in the future. With such a temptation in sight, who could resist? Not to mention, Shi Feng was merely an independent player. He did not have the protection of any major power. God's domain was still not kind enough to allow a weakling exclusive monopoly on treasures. With treasures up for grabs, how could any of these guilds let go of this chance? They would do whatever they could to snatch it. As for obtaining the leveling secret through fair trade, it was an impossible notion. After all, the initial criterion for a fair trade was that both parties had to be of equal power. How could a single independent player possibly equal a large guild? If Shi Feng did not obediently hand the leveling secret over, there would only be a single ending for him, death. However, even if he handed it over, death would still be the only thing awaiting him. This was the sorrow of weaklings. At this moment, even unstable devastation pitied Shi Feng. However, who told this fool to refuse his kind suggestion? FIDE ADA, White River City, Trade Area Bank. The moment Shi Feng returned to White River City, he immediately emptied all of the forging materials he had on him into the bank. Seeing over 10,000 slots of his warehouse full to the brim, Shi Feng could not help but grow emotional. After all, in his previous life, he did not possess such a rich and spectacular warehouse. He wondered just how much money he could make if he sold all of these items. At the very least, it should be enough to serve as his guild's reserve funds. In actuality, Shi Feng's current fame could allow him to establish a guild easily. However, Shi Feng chose to do it surely, but steadily. He should first deal with the welfare of the guild. After finishing that, the guild he established would shock the world, and no power out there would be able to touch them. Even if those third-rate and second-rate guilds wished to suppress his guild, they could not stop his guild's swift development. After all, his guild would already possess a sturdy foundation and huge funding at that time. A small skirmish would not easily destroy it. After he finished tidying up his warehouse, Shi Feng opened his system message log, taking a look at what was actually going on. Previously, to prevent unstable devastation from disturbing his trade, Shi Feng had set his system communication and messages to prevent strangers from disturbing him. However, he did not think that so much would occur during the time he did so. Compared to when he entered White River City, the messages he now received exceeded 10,000. Independent players had sent a majority of them, while various guilds had sent the minority. After reading a few of these messages, Shi Feng managed to grasp the general gist of what these players wanted. A majority of these players wanted to privately purchase his strategy of quickly reaching to level 10, while a minority of them directly demanded that Shi Feng hand the strategy over. Naturally, this minority consisted of guild representatives. Every one of the words in their messages contained force. Although they did not use threatening words, their intent was unmistakable. They told Shi Feng to do whatever he saw fit, but he would have to take responsibility for the consequences. Meanwhile, the demand for an explanation posted on the forums was also the doing of these guilds. They were clearly trying to force him into a corner. Fortunately, however, the guilds that had directly suggested that Shi Feng hand over the leveling strategy were all unrated, without a single rated guild among them. Unstable devastation. Shi Feng's brows wrinkled, a chilling battle intent shone in his eyes. This was a scheme concocted by Unstable Devastation in order to push him down to a hell beyond salvation. From the experiences in his past life, Shi Feng clearly understood a single matter. A hungry ghost could never devour enough one. Even Shadow is trying to have a part in this. Shi Feng found a new post on the forums. It was a declaration of alliance made by Unstable Devastation and several other guilds. They requested Shi Feng to hand over his leveling strategy to satisfy everyone. Otherwise, they would impose a sanction on him. Meanwhile, Shadow was among the several guilds that had joined this alliance. Immediately, plenty of people showed their support for Unstable Devastation. They all wanted Shi Feng to hand over his leveling strategy, benefiting everyone. Shi Feng simply smiled. Did they really take him for someone who could be easily bullied? Someone they could mold in the palm of their hands? If Gentle Snow possessed this leveling secret, these guilds and players would have long since shut their mouths. Rather, they would cheer and sing her praises. Immediately after, Shi Feng created a post on the forums, selling the leveling strategy to reach level 10 quickly for 10 billion credits. All insincere buyers will be ignored. Shi Feng then set aside the official forums, looking at the time. It was nearing dawn in the real world, so Shi Feng promptly logged off to rest. However, Shi Feng's post had instantly become popular. Almost everybody paid attention to it when they saw Shi Feng's asking price of 10 billion. Those who had previously wanted Shi Feng to publicly disclose the strategy for free now cursed even more fervently. 10 billion credits? Why don't you die instead? Unstable Devastation and other unknown guilds had all involuntarily cursed the moment they saw Yi Feng's post. This Ye Feng had simply gone insane for money. Which fool out there would spend 10 billion credits to buy a garbage strategy? However, anyone smart enough could easily discern Shi Feng's true intentions. Naturally, these guilds also understood what Shi Feng tried to say. This was Shi Feng's way of indirectly sending them a message saying, "Want this secret for free? Dream on." Without a doubt, Shi Feng declared war with these guilds. Yi Feng, you are digging your own grave. Unstable devastation spoke in rage, though his tone carried with it a hint of gloating. He was furious due to Shi Feng ridiculing him for being poor, while he was happy as there were over 30 guilds who would deal with Shi Feng. Even if Shi Feng were amazing, he would still be finished the moment these guilds entered White River City, unless of course Shi Feng could repeat the scene from last time, banishing all of these guilds from White River City. However, was that possible? 18-9 Berserked Mark. Shortly after Shi Feng logged off, the post Shi Feng had left on the forums became instantly popular. 1 view became 10, 10 became 100. Players had strong gossiping hearts, so they would not miss out on this good show. Within a short 20 minutes, almost all players within the White River City region had discovered this matter. The guilds that had demanded the leveling strategy from Shi Feng were all enraged. Crap. Find all of the information about that little bastard for me. Not only am I going to kill him back to level 0, but I'm also going to kill all his friends back to level 0. Since he dares humiliate Ghost Wheel, he can forget thinking of mingling in God's domain any longer. Sleeping Bones, the guild leader of Ghost Wheel, was furious after listening to his subordinate's report. Although Ghost Wheel was an unrated guild, they were still a large guild with over 5,000 members. Yet a lone independent player looked down on them. How were they supposed to show their faces in public in the future if they took this lying down? Leader, I've already investigated him, an elementalist said. Speak. Since he dares look down on Ghost Wheel, I can't retain the name Sleeping Bones if I don't kill all of his friends back to level 0, Sleeping Bones bellowed. That Yi Feng is an independent player, and I've confirmed that he has 8 team members. Aside from them, Yi Feng also has a good relationship with Stabbing Heart, the vice leader of the Assassin's Alliance. Rumor also has it that he has a very close relationship with the snow goddess, Gentle Snow as well, that elementalist answered. Sleeping Bones suddenly fell silent. Was this a joke? If they dared to actually kill Stabbing Heart of Assassin's Alliance and Gentle Snow of Ouroboros, then the day they entered White River City would be the day Ghost Wheel disbanded. Forget it. I, Sleeping Bones, am a magnanimous person. We'll just stick to killing Yi Feng and his teammates, lest we want other people to start gossiping about us. Roger. Guild leader is the wisest. At the same time, the other guilds that did not have a clear understanding of Shi Feng began their investigations about him. They were prepared to properly deal with him the moment they entered White River City. Meanwhile, on the forums, players were currently discussing this incident. They all felt that White River City's Battle of the Century was about to begin. This fellow brother Yi Feng simply too awesome. Isn't he trying to oppose those various guilds? He is just overestimating himself. Who does he think he is? When these guilds enter White River City, it will take no effort for them to destroy him. What do you know? Yi Feng is a god-ranked expert. Previously, he turned Martial Union upside down, while Martial Union could do nothing against him. They were even chased out of Redleaf Town. Now, Yi Feng is even facing off against so many strong powers. He is truly my generation's role model. What's so amazing about that? I could do it as well. Don't forget, that incident happened in a town. The various large guild strength scattered. How many members could they possibly have in a single town? It was only natural that they were defeated. There were many players browsing the forums. However, a majority of them did not feel optimistic about Shi Feng's chances. They were especially confused about Shi Feng's actions. Just how stupid could Shi Feng be to actually dare taunt the guilds? Was he not afraid of these guilds taking revenge and killing him back to level 0? Along with the growing intensity of the discussions, the so-called god-ranked expert had also become a courageous fool. Many started ridiculing Shi Feng. Just when the forums reached their zenith, Shi Feng's White River City guidebook post revealed itself the moment the preset time arrived. The post's appearance caused a massive ripple effect. The White River City guidebook was undeniably what various large guilds needed the most right now. A few level 9 independent players also urgently needed it. If these players had the White River City guidebook, they would not have to spend a large amount of time exploring the city. They only needed to refer to the guidebook to learn what they needed to know. Compared to the heavenly price of 10 billion for a single leveling strategy, using 20,000 credits to purchase a luxury version of the White River City guidebook was unquestionably a lot cheaper. It was practically the price of cabbage. Also, the cheaper simplified version only sold for 300 credits. These various guilds and players could easily accept that price. However, afraid of Shi Feng's trickery, a large majority of the guilds chose to purchase the simplified guidebook, taking a look at it before making further decisions. After all, they could afford a loss of 300 credits. As for the players that wished to develop themselves in God's domain, they all grew extremely curious about White River City, a fascinating city. They wished to experience it in advance, so many players had gnashed their teeth as they bought the simplified guidebook. Within half an hour, the simplified version of the White River City guidebook was like a best-selling novel. Sales of the guidebook continuously increased, and before anyone knew it, over 5,000 copies had already sold. In other words, Shi Feng had earned 1.5 million credits within this short time. Many players had discovered business opportunities from this. Players who originally worried about whether or not they could make money in God's domain relaxed at this sight. After all, Shi Feng was their best example. As long as they could grasp a hold of the opportunity, becoming rich in a single night was not just a dream, it was just like how Shi Feng became the first person to enter White River City. Immediately, plenty of players outside of the White River City region grew excited. If they too could be the first to enter their own respective cities and write a city guidebook, couldn't they also become rich? This thought inspired desperation in all of the players in God's domain. As if possessed by the devil, they all started rushing to level up. They all wished to become the first person to enter their respective cities, making a huge profit and becoming rich overnight. Meanwhile, in the trade market of the entire Star Moon Kingdom, the popularity of whetstones had instantly soared. As long as a forger had at least a 30% success rate of crafting whetstones, the various large guilds would instantly target them. The guilds used all sorts of methods to recruit these forgers, continuously raising the standard of treatment. As a result, these forgers earned salaries comparable to the white-collar workers in the big cities. Such a result inspired other players to become forgers. However, forging materials were utterly necessary if one wanted to hone their forging skill. Like adding fuel to a fire, this new situation instantly ignited a blazing inferno that raged through all of the Star Moon Kingdom. The prices of forging materials soared again and again, madly increasing the price of hard stones as well. By the time Shi Feng entered God's domain that night, a stack of 20 hard stones already sold for a sky-high price of 8 silver coins. However, the supply could not keep up with the demand. Furthermore, even the most common bronze ore sold for 15 silver coins per stack, with 200 per stack. Ha ha ha! Luck can't be stopped once it comes. I would never have thought that the White River City guidebook would so fiercely drive the materials market. Shi Feng rejoiced the moment he logged in. During the day, aside from training his body, Shi Feng had gone to the city center to look for suitable locations to start up his workshop. His requirements were very simple. He wanted a good environment surrounding the office building. After surveying over 10 locations, Shi Feng finally found a relatively pleasing office building. It was located in the city center. Moreover, it was an entire floor being sold. The office floor had a wide space of 5,000 square meters, so it was extremely spacious. There would be no problems turning it into an office for several hundred people. Moreover, the surrounding environment and traffic were convenient. However, the most important factor was that the office was relatively close to Big Dipper, the best gym in Jinhai City. The owner of the office floor only sold it to make up for issues surfacing with his business. Otherwise, he would not bear parting with such an amazing location. However, that person had set a price of 60 million credits for the place, with each square meter priced at 12,000 credits. Although such a price was not considered expensive in the city center, it was not cheap either. Shi Feng only had somewhere over 20 million credits stored in his bank right now. He still needed that money for the fellowship party hosted by his school. In the end, Shi Feng could only ask the owner for 15 days to think it over. Shi Feng never imagined that he would be given a fright the moment he returned to God's domain. When he saw the sales of the White River City guidebook, he even thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. 100. Taking precautions, Shi Feng had already received attention since the problem of the leveling strategy cropped up. Now that he had priced the leveling strategy at a shockingly high price of 10 billion credits, he was once more pushed into the spotlight. Hence, it was only natural for the White River City guidebook to receive everyone's attention the moment it appeared. These sales had far exceeded Shi Feng's expectations. Shi Feng quietly called up the half-transparent display screen. When he examined the sales records displayed on the official forums, Shi Feng involuntarily revealed a knowing smile. The simplified version of the White River City guidebook sold 25,000 copies. The luxury version of the White River City guidebook sold 3067 copies. In only half a day's time, the sales had already reached such numbers. Even a best-selling book could achieve such a feat. The simplified version, which was the cheapest version of the guidebook, already cost 300 credits. This was much more expensive than any ordinary book. However, over 25,000 copies still sold. Moreover, 367 copies of the 20,000 credit version of the guidebook also sold. It was obvious just how great the business opportunities were in God's domain. Just the credits Shi Feng earned within a day exceeded 10 million. It was practically faster than robbing a bank. Of course, the main contributor to such success was Shi Feng becoming too eye-catching and famous, even if most of it was infamy. Moreover, along with the passing of time, the sales of the White River City guidebook would still increase. Although Shi Feng won't be earning as much as he was now, his daily earnings would still be considerable. Originally, Shi Feng estimated his earnings from the guidebooks would be around several million credits. Moreover, he reached this conclusion after taking into consideration that every guild within the White River City region would purchase a copy of the luxury version. However, the conversation records on the forums made it clear that it wasn't just players within the White River City region paying attention to the guidebook. Players and guilds from other cities also purchased the guidebooks, which, in turn, led to such a high selling rate. Although it was a strange situation, Shi Feng could guess the intentions of the players and guilds of other cities. The difference between cities was not particularly large. Mostly, only the quests available, leveling spots, and amount of NPCs were different. However, the main rules in a city and the ways to develop a guild in a city were the same. As long as they bought the White River City guidebook, they would understand the basic rules of their respective cities. They could also quickly adapt to the playstyle in the cities. So, naturally, they would purchase a copy of the guidebook to get a general understanding of their respective cities. Now that Shi Feng had gained over 10 million credits for no good reason, confidence regarding his future filled his heart. He might even be able to suppress Shadow at the fellowship party in a few days, becoming the center of attention during the party. However, before he could become the focal point, he needed to make plenty of preparations. After all, his background was simply too weak compared to Shadow's right now. Hard stones will soar in price from now on. It should reach its peak by the time the first corporation enter White River City. That time would be the best opportunity for me to sell my stock and make a killing. Shi Feng closed the official forums as he thought. Right now, aside from credits, he needed a lot of gold coins to increase his workshop's background. However, he could not just hold on to a ton of gold coins. After all, the true way of earning money in a virtual reality game was by spending money in the first place. He currently had far too few coins to carry out such a feat, hence he needed to earn many more gold coins. Right now, becoming enemies with that many unrated guilds had placed quite a pressure on Shi Feng. Although these guilds were not much of a threat to him as a lone player, he still wanted to establish his own guild in the future. Such a situation would be detrimental to his guild. As the saying went, the barefooted did not fear those with shoes on. Establishing your own guild was the equivalent of putting on shoes. Having a guild was the equivalent of having a house. Supplying your enemies with an easy target, they could deal with you with greater ease. Hence, in Shi Feng's previous life, plenty of small guilds were forced to disperse due to being targeted by a large guild. On the other hand, the fixed teams formed by independent players got by rather peacefully, and it went without saying that lone players could do so as well. However, there was a limit to the strength of a single individual in God's domain. It was the same in the case of a large team. If Shi Feng wanted to establish his own virtual empire, he, even more, was in need of the strength of a guild. Hence, establishing a guild was his only available option. To reduce the pressure on himself, Shi Feng needed to increase the pressure on these unrated guilds. That way, they couldn't spare any time to deal with him. Although there was still a long time until these guilds would search him out, it was wise to take precautions. Immediately, Shi Feng contacted Stabbing Heart. Brother Yifeng, I am truly grateful for your help the last time. Because of your guidebook, the elite teams of our guild could prepare far more than other guilds. After we enter White River City, I believe it won't be long before our Assassin's Alliance reigns supreme over the other guilds in White River City. Stabbing Heart excitedly said. However, after not meeting for some time, I never imagined that Brother Yifeng would grow even more famous. I am truly envious. If I become as famous as Brother Yifeng, I might even be promoted to an elder position during the next guild meeting. I'd rather be more ordinary, Shi Feng smiled bitterly as he shook his head. The nail that stuck out would be hammered down. Although Shi Feng had long since been prepared for this in his heart, he did not think that the actual situation would be so intense. Brother Yifeng, since you were looking for me, do you need help for something? Stabbing Heart asked. Normally, Shi Feng would not take the initiative to contact him unless there was something going on, of course. Moreover, it is good news for you, Shi Feng laughed. Good news? Stabbing Heart grew slightly excited. He had received plenty of praises from the guild leader due to the help he received from Shi Feng the past several times. As a result, his position in Assassin's Alliance had risen by quite a bit. Meanwhile, the matter of the White River City guidebook even earned him the good graces of the guild elders. They had already labeled him as one of the reserve elders of the guild. Such a promotion was rare in the Assassin's Alliance, and it displayed how highly the guild leader and elders thought of him. Do you lack hard stones right now? Shi Feng asked. Lack? My subordinates and I have a headache over this matter right now. Even though I'd sent many people out to grind, the amount of hard stones we obtained is merely a drop in the bucket. Does Brother Yifeng need some hard stones right now? Stabbing Heart breathed out a tired sigh when he heard the words hard stone. He then immediately said, if Brother Yifeng needs them, I should be able to gather 3 to 4 stacks for you. I truly can't spare any more than that. Stabbing Heart only spoke the truth. After all, he had prepared these hard stones for the forgers in his guild to craft whetstones. Brother Stabbing Heart, you're overthinking things. I'm not calling to buy, but to sell, Shi Feng laughed. Sell? Stabbing Heart was awe-stricken. Hard stones were extremely rare right now, and it was insanely difficult for average players to obtain them. Not to mention selling them, players would normally choose to keep them for their own use. After all, if one wanted to level up quickly, whetstones were a must. How many do you have? Be it 2 or 3 stacks, I want all of them. I'll even buy them at above market price. What do you think about 9 silver coins per stack? In Stabbing Heart's mind, Shi Feng was only an independent player. It was already heaven-defying for him to have 2 to 3 stacks. After all, Stabbing Heart's own team, which consisted of hundreds of players, had only managed to obtain 3 to 4 stacks after a long time. No, I have 50 stacks. However, I'm only taking coins for them, Shi Feng casually responded, extended 5 fingers. 19-1 Moon's Big 10 Stabbing Heart immediately froze in shock when he heard that Shi Feng had 50 stacks of hard stones. The entire Assassin's Alliance could not even manage to gather up 5 full stacks, yet Shi Feng said he had 50. If 50 stacks of hard stones were used to craft whetstones, even if the forgers crafting them had slightly lower success rates, it could allow all the elite players in the Assassin's Alliance to reach level 10, entering White River City. Brother Ye Feng, you're not tricking me, right? Do you really have 50 stacks? Stabbing Heart asked doubtfully. It was not that he did not trust Shi Feng, but this number was simply too huge. Even a first-rate guild in a town could not offer up that many. It would be impressive if they could even gather 6 to 7 stacks, naturally. Since when have I joked around before? Shi Feng shook his head, laughing. The reason Shi Feng offered Stabbing Heart this many hard stones was not purely to earn coins. A large part of the reason was to assist the Assassin's Alliance in entering White River City and starting their development at an earlier date. After all, the Assassin's Alliance's main forces were all stationed around the few cities near White River City. As long as the Assassin's Alliance grew stronger with his relationship with Stabbing Heart could help him suppress and stamp out those unrated guilds. That way, these guilds would be too busy dealing with the Assassin's Alliance to pay any attention to him. Originally, Shi Feng had wanted to sell some hard stones to Gentle Snow as well. However, Gentle Snow's team was simply developing too quickly. They had managed to reach level 10 in only half a day's time, and at this time, all the elite members of Ouroboros had already arrived at White River City. Naturally, they would not need his help anymore. The most important point was that Gentle Snow possessed the super luxury version of the White River City guidebook that Shi Feng had sold to her. With it, she could easily widen the gap between herself and the other guilds, standing out from the crowd. Now that Shi Feng had protective umbrellas like Gentle Snow and Stabbing Heart, would those unrated guilds possibly dare do anything to him? He could progress with his own development with a peace of mind. Brother Ye Feng, I don't know how to thank you for this. If you have anything you need help with in the future, just mention it. If it is something that I can help with, I will give it my all. Stabbing Heart was extremely touched right now. In his heart, he had already taken Shi Feng as his good brother. However, 4 gold, 50 silver was not easy to obtain. He needed some time to gather the liquid funds from the other towns and collect some from the money farming team. Although it was a large expenditure, with 50 stacks of hard stones, Stabbing Heart could allow the team in Redleaf Town to be the first team, out of all the other team in the Assassin's Alliance, to enter White River City. At that time, he would receive a promotion in the guild once more. He might even become an elder of the Assassin's Alliance. Meanwhile, such an achievement was only possible due to Shi Feng's help. Although Stabbing Heart felt slightly ashamed of himself for not being of great help to Shi Feng, he had already decided that, once he entered White River City, he would fully support Shi Feng. Whoever dared to go against Shi Feng would go against him as well. When will you can send someone over to Redleaf Town to conduct the trade? Shi Feng asked. As long as you are free, any time is good, Stabbing Heart answered. Oh, right, I have something I need to ask you. Do you know the current whereabouts of the team from Martial Union led by Unstable Devastation? Shi Feng felt that, since he was going to make a trip back to Redleaf Town, he might as well look for Unstable Devastation to extract his revenge. This I know. They're currently at the White Sand Ruins. Are you planning on taking revenge on them? I'll call some men over to go with you. They have quite a few of players on their side, so it would be dangerous for you to hunt them by yourself. Stabbing Heart was slightly surprised. He did not think that Shi Feng would take revenge so quickly. Moreover, he was even going to deal with the elite team led by Unstable Devastation directly. After all, that elite team formed after Unstable Devastation merged the elite teams from 5 different towns. The number of elites in that team even far exceeded that of Stabbing Heart's own elite team, so it would not be easy to deal with them. Thanks, but I wish to deal with my own matters by myself. Let's meet up in front of Redleaf Town's bank in 20 minutes, Shi Feng thanked him. All right, I'll send some men to investigate Martial Union's exact location. At that time, I'll pass on their exact whereabouts to you along with the 4 gold, 50 silver. Stabbing Heart naturally knew of the arrogance of an expert, so he did not pursue the matter. Otherwise, if he were to find trouble with Martial Union without Shi Feng's agreement, he might even incur Shi Feng's ire. 20 minutes later, Shi Feng arrived in front of the bank in Redleaf Town. Hello, Big Brother Ye Feng. I am Coco from the Assassin's Alliance. Big Brother Stabbing Heart sent me here. Here is the grinding location of Martial Union's elite team. A pure and pleasant-looking female elementalist walked over, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Shi Feng. After all, the Shi Feng before her was the god-ranked expert of Redleaf Town that everybody knew about. He was a person that even team leader Stabbing Heart of Redleaf Town treated with respect. Most importantly, Shi Feng was good friends with the snow goddess that she admired greatly. There was absolutely no chance for a normal lifestyle player like herself to come into contact with such a legendary figure. She was only here today to conduct a trade because the other forgers in the guild were too busy, while she was a newly recruited forger in the guild. Only, she did not think that she could meet such a great character. Shi Feng glanced at this girl and his expression immediately froze. Cream Coco, wasn't she that famous master forger of Star Moon Kingdom? As one of the 10 great master forgers in Star Moon Kingdom, Cream Coco was a forging genius who was the closest to becoming a grandmaster forger. Her talent was almost comparable to that of Celiora of White River City. She was both a beauty and a forging genius. Plenty of first-rate guilds had willingly offered her an annual salary of hundreds of millions to recruit her. Unfortunately, she rejected them all, one after another, as she wanted to stay in the third-rate guild Prayer Temple. Rumor had it that she had done so to repay a debt of gratitude, as Cream Cocoa was relatively clumsy during her early days, causing her success rate to be abysmally low. Due to her clumsiness, plenty of guilds had refused to accept her. In the end, Prayer Temple was the only guild that had accepted and nurtured her, so she did not wish to leave them. Unfortunately, even with such a genius master forger in their guild, Ouroboros still destroyed Prayer Temple in the end. As a result, Cream Cocoa chose to join World Dominators, a first-rate guild in direct opposition of Ouroboros, to take revenge on the first-rate guild. However, why was Cream Cocoa in the Assassin's Alliance right now? Shi Feng was slightly confused, as Prayer Temple's main force was not located in White River City but in the capital city, Star Moon City. It was also the reason why Ouroboros destroyed them. Could it be that, after being ignored by the Assassin's Alliance, she chose to head to Star Moon City to develop herself after she reached a higher level, which then led her to Prayer Temple? Shi Feng could only make guesses. If the Assassin's Alliance found out that they had chased away a master forger during their early days in God's domain, they might even kill themselves in regret. Big brother Yi Feng? When Cream Cocoa discovered that Shi Feng stared at her sternly, she couldn't help but panic. Only now did Shi Feng regain his senses. His actions could not be considered overreacting, as a top-tier master forger was simply too important to a guild. However, he couldn't just try to recruit Cream Cocoa to his group. After all, Cream Cocoa was still a member of the Assassin's Alliance right now. His only option at the moment was to wait for Cream Cocoa to leave the Assassin's Alliance before trying to recruit her. Oh, it's nothing. Here are the 50 stacks of hard stones. Shi Feng immediately traded the 50 stacks of hard stones to Cream Cocoa. When Cream Cocoa saw the 50 stacks of hard stones in her trade window, her eyes widened in shock. She did not even dare believe her own eyes. Right now, it was hard to even purchase 1 or 2 hard stones. Yet, Shi Feng had easily managed to bring out 50 stacks. It was no wonder why Team Leader Stabbing Heart was so respectful to Yi Feng. As expected, he was a figure that average players like her could only look up to. Soon after the trade completed, Shi Feng departed from Redleaf Town heading towards the White Sand Ruins. However, he did not add Cream Cocoa as a friend, as such an action might cause a change to the track of history, causing Cream Cocoa to instead stay with the Assassin's Alliance. If that happened, he would definitely cry with regret. Hence, he would let history repeat itself without his interference. Now that he knew Martial Union's precise location, he would immediately teach Unstable Devastation the consequences of becoming his enemy. 192 Wild and Domineering White Sand Ruins, as a key location for players to reach level 10, the level 9 players from the surrounding towns would naturally come here to level up. Not only did this place possess level 10 monsters, which were a better source of EXP, there were also plenty of quests in this region. Moreover, a majority of them rewarded high amounts of EXP, and some high-level quests even gave out bronze-ranked or above equipment. It was especially true for the newly discovered Stonehammer Town. It was practically a heaven for players. As long as one's reputation in Stonehammer Town reached a certain degree, they could purchase level 10 bronze and mysterious iron equipment at extremely low prices. It was impossible to find such treatment in other towns. Thus, White Sand Ruins became the mainstream leveling location for level 9 players. Naturally, guilds like Martial Union would not miss out on such a great location. Ever since Shi Feng had killed Unstable Devastation in Redleaf Town, Unstable Devastation had immediately escaped to this place to level up. After a period of hard work, Unstable Devastation had finally managed to get back to level 9. He was also not far from reaching level 10. Yi Feng, just you wait. The day our alliance of guilds enter White River City will be the day of your funeral. Unstable Devastation silently cursed as he killed a level 10 three-tailed scorpion. Although he had exposed Shi Feng's secret and Shi Feng provoked and angered the other guilds, there had yet to be a person that could do a thing to Shi Feng. Moreover, not only was Shi Feng living comfortably, he was even earning a large sum of money right now. This envious situation of Shi Feng's had driven Unstable Devastation to near insanity, and he silently questioned why he couldn't enjoy such fortune. Martial Union was originally a guild that had migrated to God's domain from another virtual reality game, so they did not possess the investment of any large corporation. There were only a few wealthy young masters spending money to support the guild. While Martial Union still played that other virtual reality game, these wealthy young masters were considered rich tycoons. They could casually spend up to several 100,000 credits, allowing the Martial Union of those days to take the gaming world by storm easily. Such a situation had allowed these wealthy young masters great pleasure, hence they went on to establish Martial Union in God's domain. They wanted to continue taking the world by storm. As Unstable Devastation was one of the upper echelons of Martial Union, his monthly salary was over 10,000 credits. It was a relatively high salary even within the big city. He was even extremely elated about this matter, often bragging in front of his friends about how he was a God-ranked player. When he treated his friends to a normal restaurant, he would always foot the bill with a casual wave of his hand, appearing domineering and earning the envy of others. However, after Unstable Devastation witnessed the sales of the White River City guidebook, his mind turned into a complete mess. With a rough calculation, Unstable Devastation guessed that Shi Feng's earnings in a single day had exceeded 10 million credits. Considering the follow-up earnings, Shi Feng's assets might have surpassed even that of the wealthy young masters in Martial Union. If Shi Feng took a step further and sold his leveling strategy at a low price, he might truly be able to live his remaining years without worry. Wealth and beauties would be within Shi Feng's grasp. His life might become even more comfortable than those young masters. Thinking up to this point, bitterness and envy filled Unstable Devastation's heart. However, the only fortunate thing was that Shi Feng had not offered the leveling strategy at a low price. As long as he could snatch it, becoming the first one to sell it on the official forums, he wouldn't need to remain a professional player any longer. He could immediately live a rich life in the real world. Boss Unstable, I discovered a location with an extraordinarily high amount of monsters. The respawn rate is also quite fast. Our leveling efficiency could probably rise by 60% or more there, an assassin said in the team chat. Report the location. We'll head there right away. Unstable Devastation grew excited upon hearing this. Right now, there were simply too many players in the White Sand Ruins, while the number of monsters was far from enough for them to grind. If there were such a valuable location available, they might make it to White River City today. These are the coordinates. That assassin immediately transmitted the coordinates into the team chat. Good. We'll head over there after we get rid of these monsters, Unstable Devastation laughed. His luck had finally arrived. In a moment, Unstable Devastation led his team of elite players to that location. Just like that assassin had reported, this place was extremely secluded. There were plenty of monsters here as well. There were almost more than 50 three-tailed scorpions respawning every interval. To a large elite team like theirs with over 100 players, this place was certainly a worthwhile grinding spot. The only problem was that there were already quite a few players grinding here as well. Boss Unstable, what are we going to do? A shield warrior looked towards the 60 to 70 players grinding ahead, his eyebrows scrunching as he spoke. Duh, can't you see that they're all independent players? Unstable Devastation said disdainfully. They're merely temporary parties grinding here. How can we let them occupy such a good location? Go, get rid of them. From now on, this place will be Martial Union's grinding spot. Indeed, just as Unstable Devastation said, the players here were all independent players that did not belong to any guilds. They had simply teamed up temporarily to grind. If a normal guild were to see this many players, they would not dare attempt to steal this territory. However, it was a different story for Unstable Devastation and the bunch from Martial Union. Unstable Devastation's team consisted of the elite players of 5 different towns, and even the elite team Stabbing Heart led could not outnumber them. Clear out the place. All those not from Martial Union, leave. Otherwise, deal with the consequences at your own risk. Unstable Devastation glared at the group of independent players with contempt as he yelled his warning. Meanwhile, the 100-plus elite players from Martial Union all wore sneers as they surrounded the location. As long as anybody dared resist, they would extinguish them without hesitation. The equipment of independent players had always been of poor quality. Even if these players had reached level 9, their equipment was still far from comparing with Martial Union's. Martial Union even had the advantage of numbers, up to 132 players, while these independent players only numbered around 60 to 70. Not to mention, these independent players were not unified in heart, so they were even less of a challenge to Martial Union. At this moment, the representative sent out by these independent players said, "Brothers from Martial Union, shouldn't we do things properly? It isn't easy for everyone to level up. Why don't we do this? We'll each take half of these monsters. Scram, I'll count to 10. If all of you don't get lost by then, I don't mind letting you stay here forever," Unstable Devastation bellowed. "You guys are too arrogant. We've only managed to discover this place after much difficulty, so what right do you have to chase us away? Listen to me, everyone. Why don't we team up and fight it out against Martial Union? At most, both sides will suffer losses. I don't believe that these players from Martial Union are really so fearless as fight it out with us." Just as one of the parties tried to organize everyone else into a team to go against Martial Union, tens of fireballs blasted on the players of said party, instantly killing them all. This situation had frightened these independent players. However, they did not dare utter a word, only silently glare at Unstable Devastation. "What? Do you have something to say?" Unstable Devastation laughed coldly, waving his hand once again. Suddenly, another dozen spells fell upon them, and several more players glaring at Unstable Devastation perished. "Let's go." Unable to endure the pressure, one of the parties took the lead. Soon after, the several remaining parties looked at each other. They all shook their heads as they departed. As for the 2 parties that died, nobody cared about them any longer. Ha ha ha, they are merely a bunch of trash, yet they dare compete with us, Martial Union? Unstable Devastation watched the departing independent players, jeering. Meanwhile, the other members of Martial Union also started laughing, exhilarated. At this moment, Shi Feng arrived at the White Sand Ruins after running without rest. Martial Union should not be far ahead. Shi Feng compared his current location to the marked location on the map, increasing his pace as he headed onward. 193 Holy Grail Knights. When Shi Feng arrived at the location Stabbing Heart had provided, he couldn't even find a shadow of Martial Union. Where are they? Shi Feng surveyed his surroundings. Aside from a dozen or so three-tailed scorpions, not a single player occupied this flat, sandy area. Was there an error in the information Stabbing Heart gave me? Shi Feng thought the possibility of such an error was low. After all, the Assassin's Alliance was a top-tier second-rate guild. There shouldn't be any significant errors in their information gathering. Moreover, Stabbing Heart had been so confident in providing the information, so he must have had a basis for his confidence. Forget it. I didn't have much hope of finding them immediately in any case. Since Shi Feng was not in a hurry, he started searching around the surrounding area. If Martial Union had already entered White River City, Stabbing Heart would have notified him at the first notice. However, there was not a huge possibility for Martial Union to enter White River City right now, as even Stabbing Heart's team had yet to enter the city. Time passed, little by little. More and more players reached level 10, each of them entering White River City, one after another. Right now, the majority of the players who entered White River City were the elites and upper echelons of guilds. There was only a small amount of teams consisting of independent players. Most of these independent players had purchased the White River City guidebook, and they all admired its creator. Leader, this Shi Feng is truly amazing. The information he wrote in this guidebook is so detailed. Fortunately, we bought the luxury version. The introductions in the simplified version were overly brief, and it only helps one get a general understanding of White River City. Meanwhile, the luxury version mentioned plenty of locations with good quests meant for specific classes. Thanks to it, I've accepted plenty of valuable quests. I know, right? It is all thanks to Team Leader's wisdom for buying the luxury version. If I didn't know that Shi Feng had personally penned this guidebook, I would even think that the game officials had published it. I really wonder what Shi Feng's previous profession was to possess such powerful observation skills. That Shi Feng indeed has some skills. Originally, I had simply intended to purchase the guidebook as a reference. I never thought that the information was all true. I was shocked after we arrived at White River City. It was worth the 20,000 credits. If it were up to me, I wouldn't willingly sell this information even for 50,000 credits. Not only does the information require time to arrange, but this is also first-hand information. I can't imagine why Shi Feng would willingly sell all of this for only 20,000 credits. In front of the teleportation hall of White River City, a non-guild team consisting of 10+ elite players happily chatted while waiting for their other companions. An independent team? At this moment, Gentle Snow emerged from a teleportation gate, spotting this merry team of players. She felt slightly surprised by the sight. At this time, aside from those elite teams of large guilds, there was even an independent team who had reached White River City. This was an extremely rare sight, and it illustrated this team's strength. I know who they are. 5 years ago, these players were very famous in a relatively sizable virtual reality game. They were known as the Holy Grail Knights at that time. Although they aren't a guild, and their numbers never exceeded 100 players, every member of their team was extremely skilled. Their battle prowess was extremely frightening. Their leader, Warwolf, even had the reputation as the strongest warrior in the game. During those days, not a single guild in the game that dared provoke them. However, for reasons unknown, their team disbanded and plenty of their members stopped playing the game. The remaining players then went on to become the upper echelons or core members of first-rate and second-rate guilds. The Holy Grail Knights is a legend of sorts in the virtual gaming world now. When the shield warrior, Ghost Chop, who was knowledgeable about these independent players, saw the average-looking shield warrior standing amidst those players, his expression suddenly turned solemn. This person was indeed Warwolf, the past team leader of the Holy Grail Knights. Back in those days, Ghost Chop had admired and respected this man. Thus, he chose to play as a shield warrior as well. He then turned to Gentle Snow, slowly starting his recollection. I see, Gentle Snow could not help but notice Warwolf. 5 years ago, she had yet to experience virtual reality games. Hence, she did not know that such a person had existed. Snow, are you thinking of recruiting him into Ouroboros? Zhao Yoru asked with a smile when she noticed Gentle Snow's moved expression. Although this person seemed to lack spirit at first glance, he seemed as deep and profound as an ocean at the same time. Moreover, the equipment he's wearing is all mysterious iron rank, though his weapon slightly lacks as it is not secret silver rank. However, it should be extremely difficult for an independent team to have such a geared shield warrior, so it clearly displays how powerful the members of this team are. Meanwhile, a team leader capable of leading such a team is not a simple character. If we can recruit him, it should be of great help to our future dungeon raids. Gentle Snow did not directly deny Zhao Yoru's question. Her previous intentions of recruiting Shi Feng as a subordinate were already dashed. Unfortunately, she could not see through Shi Feng, as Shi Feng's entire being was shrouded in mystery. The guidebook he had sold her further solidified this fact. She was greatly shocked when she arrived at White River City. Using the luxury version of the guidebook as a comparison, Gentle Snow came to fully understand the value of the exclusive guidebook Shi Feng had sold to her. If the other first-rate guilds discovered this guidebook, they might even start an all-out war with Ouroboros to snatch it away. Gentle Snow had estimated the true value of this guidebook to be 5 million credits or more. After all, within the super luxury guidebook, there was information pertaining to the problems one would usually face when developing a guild. The guidebook also touched on the topic of how to develop and strengthen a guild. Moreover, it mentioned the daily quests available that could raise a person's reputation in White River City. Such information could allow them to surpass the other guilds greatly, and that was not something that could be purchased with a measly 5 million credits. Even now, Gentle Snow did not dare reveal this information to any other person. She did not wish to bring a calamity upon herself. Due to this reason, Gentle Snow had become fully aware of just how much of a danger Shi Feng was. If she was already in so much danger just by becoming friends with him, what kind of consequences would she have to face if she accepted him as her subordinate? Gentle Snow no longer dared dwell on the consequences. Shi Feng's provocation of tens of guilds presented a prime example. Fortunately, they were all unrated guilds, as the leveling secret did not hold much attraction to the true major guilds. After all, the upper echelons of these guilds knew many secrets, and they had a great understanding of God's domain. These guilds were much stronger than those half-assed, unrated guilds. There were no bugs in God's domain. Even if there were one, the system would discover and correct it immediately. If there truly were a leveling secret, the only possibility was killing monsters of a higher level or carrying out high-level quests to obtain massive amounts of EXP. Only experts or players with exceptional equipment could achieve the former. As for the latter, it was clearly an unrepeatable situation because such high-level quests would have great limitations in rarity. Not everybody could receive such quests. They might even be rare or unique quests. Thus, all of the rated guilds did not have a particular interest in this secret that was not really a secret. On the contrary, they were much more interested in the White River City guidebook. However, since Shi Feng had wisely offered the information for sale, these rated guilds would naturally not look for trouble with Shi Feng. They also did not have so much time on their hands, unlike those half-assed guilds. Shi Feng belonged to a category of people so intimidating that they possessed few friends. To put it another way, without sufficient strength, friendship with Shi Feng was an extremely dangerous endeavor. As for the werewolf before her, there was not much danger in building a friendship with such a person. Moreover, with such great strength, it would be an utter loss not to recruit him. Go. Let's go and strike up a conversation with them then. Seeing that all the members of her team were already present, she opened her mouth and spoke. 194 Flame Demon White Sand Ruins. Martial Union is simply too much. They don't respect any of us independent players at all. When I grow stronger, I'll take revenge on those bastards. Shh, shut up. Didn't you see Martial Union kill those other two parties simply for speaking up? We can't do anything about this. We aren't as powerful as they are, so we can only give way and take a step back. If I was a member of a third-rate guild, I don't believe that Martial Union would dare kick us around like they just did. Leader, why don't we just join a large guild? With our current technique standards, we should be able to join a large guild. A guild, is it? Indeed, we should consider it. However, let's talk about this after we enter White River City. The Assassins Alliance is currently the strongest guild in Redleaf Town, but when we get to White River City, the Assassins Alliance would only rank above average at best. There are still a bunch of first-rate guilds we can choose from. One of the six-man parties Martial Union had chased away started a discussion as they searched for a new grinding location. They had experienced, firsthand, the strength and usefulness of a guild. If they did not join a guild, they could only compete with other independent players over locations with scarce resources when these guilds occupied all the valuable leveling locations. Excuse me, but do you know where Martial Union is? Shi Feng had been searching the White Sand Ruins for quite some time, having no luck of finding any traces of Martial Union. At this moment, however, he had overheard these passing players discussing Martial Union, so he asked them, "Yeah, we know it. What business do you have with them? Don't tell me you're not trying to join Martial Union, are you?" The leader of this party nodded. However, when he noticed that Shi Feng was an independent player with both his name and level hidden, aside from trying to join Martial Union, what other reason could a player like Shi Feng have to look for Martial Union? Hearing that the player in front of them intended to join Martial Union, the other members of the party instantly shot glares filled with killing intent at Shi Feng. The rage they had for Martial Union's oppression had yet to subside. If it were not for Martial Union having the advantage of numbers, they would have long since started a fight with Martial Union. From the conversation Shi Feng had eavesdropped on before, he knew that Martial Union had bullied these players. Hence, their hatred towards Martial Union should be intense. In addition to their party leader's words about Shi Feng wanting to join Martial Union, the other party members' moods would naturally sour. If he dared claim that he intended to join Martial Union, these players might charge at him without hesitation. "I'm not trying to join Martial Union, I'm looking for Martial Union because I have some business with them. I wonder if you can tell me their current whereabouts?" Here's an inquiry fee of 1 silver coin, Shi Feng smiled, taking out a silver coin. To average players, their daily income would, at most, range around several tens of copper coins. Even if these veteran players banded together to form a party, their total earnings would be around 1 to 2 silver coins. Hence, an inquiry fee of 1 silver coin was not a small amount to them. What a rich fellow. The party leader's eyes shone when he saw Shi Feng offer a silver coin as an inquiry fee. He then spoke in the party chat, "Brothers, this is a fat sheep. If we harvest him and earn some money, we might be able to cover the repair fees for all our weapons and equipment. Do we kill him or not? Why shouldn't we kill him? This bastard is obviously related to Martial Union. As long as it's someone related, we can't let them off. We'll follow leader's decision." The other party members all voiced their support. It seems that this fellow has a deep connection with Martial Union. Martial Union had badly tormented us few brothers, and rage still fills our bellies. Since you have some connections with Martial Union, and you are so rich, shouldn't you pay us some compensation in place of Martial Union? We don't want a lot, just leave behind 20 silver coins and all of your equipment, then I'll tell you Martial Union's location. How about it? The Guardian Knight party leader said with a cold laugh. With that said, the other party members also started moving forward, their faces carrying cold smiles as they closed in on Shi Feng. I said I don't have any connections with Martial Union. I'm only looking for them for some business. Whatever has happened between you and Martial Union has nothing to do with me. If you guys aren't going to tell me where they are, so be it. Please move aside, Shi Feng said. This I understand. However, it is still your fault for mentioning Martial Union to us. If you don't agree to our demands, we can only use you to relieve some stress. Although we don't know your level, it should still be around level 8 or level 9. If you lose a level right now, you will probably lose 1 to 2 days worth of effort. You should think through your options, the party leader jeered, his hands retrieving the gladius and shield from his back. Shi Feng couldn't help but laugh when he heard these words. Pitiful people were bound to have a hateful side to them. Although these players endured Martial Union's bullying and oppression, when the tables turned, didn't they act just as Martial Union had? Little fool, what are you laughing at? I'll smash your face into a pulp if you keep laughing, an assassin bellowed. Didn't you guys want money? I'll pay the fare for your trip down to hell. Shi Feng unsheathed the abyssal blade as he said so. Immediately, clear blue flames covered the body of the abyssal blade. Shi Feng had no room for pity for players like these. Shi Feng brandished his 2 swords, and instantly, countless sword images filled the sky surrounding these players. Although these independent players had good techniques and were also relatively powerful in terms of strength, they were simply too weak compared to Shi Feng. Before any of them could react, the sword images made pincushions of their bodies. Aside from the Guardian Knight party leader, the remaining 5 party members died within an instant. Moreover, the ice blue devil flame destroyed all of their equipment. Even though these players had relatively high levels, the equipment they wore was of very poor quality. They only had 6 or 7 pieces of bronze equipment each, and none had even a single piece of mysterious iron equipment. Under the ice blue devil flame's might, none of their equipment could survive even one hit, and it all immediately became nothing more than scrap. So, are you willing to tell me Martial Union's whereabouts now? Shi Feng looked towards the party leader, smiling calmly as he spoke. That party leader was dumbfounded. The person before him could actually produce fire all over his body, and his attacks were so fast that none of them could even react. At this moment, the party leader only had one thought about his situation. He had met a demon. Moreover, it was a fire demon capable of controlling flames. I'll speak. Martial Union is at a nearby sunken land to the southwest. There are also plenty of cavities around the area. Very good. You may go now. Shi Feng immediately extinguished this party leader's life. He then advanced towards Martial Union's location. By the time these independent players revived back at Redleaf Town, they immediately filled the skies with their screams of anguish. Not only did they lose a level from dying, but all their equipment had also been destroyed. Not to mention leveling up, they could not even go out into the fields to kill monsters now. Suddenly, a rumor about a flame demon in the White Sand Ruins spread. The rumor stated that the flame demon wore a black hooded cloak, and he revealed no personal information. The demon also had 2 sharp swords hanging from his waist. One was black and the other white. The rumor also mentioned that if players did not quickly answer this flame demon's question, they would die and lose all their equipment. One wouldn't even have the chance to shed tears of regret when that time came. However, Shi Feng, the origin of this rumor, was not aware of any of this. I finally found you, unstable devastation. At this moment, Shi Feng stood atop a tall slope, looking down at the 100+ players currently butchering several dozen 3-tailed scorpions. These players were all level 9, and they were not far from reaching level 10. On the other hand, Unstable Devastation, who currently commanded from the rear of the team, had already reached level 10. The reason why he had reached level 10 with such speed was that he was not in a party with these elite players. Meanwhile, Unstable Devastation killed the monsters that had their HP lowered to a critical point. Due to the rules of God's domain, Unstable Devastation would receive 60% of the total EXP from the kill. Thus, he reached level 10 ahead of the other elite players. 195, 1 against 100. You, Lure some more monsters over. With such a good leveling spot, I want to charge to number 1 on the ranking list and teach the other guilds in the alliance the strength of martial union. Unstable Devastation spoke in the team chat. Yes, the several assassins replied. Right now, Fire Dance still occupied the first place on the ranking list. However, the second place had already changed. However, it wasn't because Fire Dance and the others' leveling speed was slower than the other players. They were simply busy doing quests. These quests were all rare reputation quests, and they could obtain relatively large amounts of White River City reputation by completing them. In God's domain, if players wished to have an official class when they reached level 20, they could only apply at the class association in the various large cities. However, players required a certain amount of reputation before doing so. Hence, the first task Shi Feng wanted Blackie and the others to accomplish after they entered White River City was to do these rare quests and quickly raise their reputation. By the time they reached level 20, they would be able to change into their basic classes immediately. If they discovered this fact only after they reached level 20, they would have to waste a lot of time earning sufficient reputation, which, in turn, would delay their progress. Just as Unstable Devastation excitedly hunted three-tailed scorpions, Shi Feng had also arrived at Martial Union's healer's position using the Ring of Nothingness. Nobody would ever think that a single independent player would take the initiative to seek vengeance upon a guild's elite team. After all, this was simply an overestimation of one's own abilities. However, Shi Feng dared to do just that because of his sufficient strength. Unstable Devastation was level 10, and the others present were all level 9. There was a 5-level gap between them and Shi Feng. Moreover, equipment that could ignore an opponent's levels were extremely rare at this stage of the game. These conditions allowed Shi Feng to easily sweep the floor with this group of level 9 players. Just as the healers of Martial Union were about to replenish the HP of the frontline players, Shi Feng suddenly appeared before them. Shi Feng cast Thundering Flash, the skill instantly devouring the group of panicked healers. Frightening damages of over 500 appeared on every healer's head, and some even received critical hits of over 1,000 damage. In the blink of an eye, a majority of the healers died. However, due to the healers standing relatively spread apart, there were 3 who managed to remain unscathed after Shi Feng's attack. Shi Feng immediately used Windblade and charged over. He used Chop on one of the shocked healers, killing them instantly. Shi Feng then continued to brandish his sword at the 2 remaining healers, reaping their lives with a few sword strokes. Yi Feng, Unstable Devastation bellowed, countless veins surfacing on his forehead. Unstable Devastation, haven't you been trying to find me all this time? Shi Feng faintly smiled as he looked at Unstable Devastation. Regarding the 100+ players standing around Unstable Devastation glaring at him, Shi Feng paid no attention to them at all. Now that I've arrived, I wonder if you've prepared to die yet? Kill me? I'm afraid that you're the one who won't leave this place alive. I lost to you the previous time because you had a higher level. This time, however, I am level 10 as well. Do you think that I'm still afraid of you? Everyone, get him! Kill him! Unstable Devastation smiled disdainfully, immediately commanding all of his subordinates to get rid of Shi Feng. Unstable Devastation did not believe that Shi Feng could leave alive when faced with his team of over 100 elite players, not to mention managed to kill him. The players from Martial Union revealed sneers as they looked at Shi Feng. They all thought that there was a problem with Shi Feng's head. However, they didn't mind teaching Shi Feng the lesson. 1 against 100? Did he really think he was Superman? In the past, the players from Martial Union that surrounded Shi Feng were mostly normal members. There were only a few elite members of the guild present at the time, hence Shi Feng caused such a massacre. This time, however, they were all Martial Union's elites, and they were all level 9 players. Yi Feng would only meet one end today. Death. Suddenly, tens of spells launched at Shi Feng. The other remaining tens of shield warriors, guardian knights, berserkers, and swordsmen charged towards Shi Feng. Meanwhile, the assassins entered stealth, waiting for their chance to strike. Faced with the attacks of dozens of mages, Shi Feng dared not be careless. He immediately activated Windwalk and the Tier 2 Life Shield before proceeding to charge at the incoming wave of players. As Shi Feng's speed was extremely fast, very few of the tens of spells hit Shi Feng. In the end, only 3 or 4 spells actually managed to deal damage to Shi Feng. Unfortunately, these spells were all Fire-type and Ice-type spells such as Fireball and Frost Arrows. With Shi Feng's resistances, these spells managed to cause less than 10 damage each. In addition to the life shield absorbing a portion of the damage, the actual damage these spells caused was less than 6 points. All of the mages were shocked. Even if it is a tiny amount of damage, beat him with all you've got. There has to be a limit to his HP. Without any healers, he won't last long. Melee classes, spread out and be careful of his AoE skills. Unstable Devastation was similarly shocked. However, after giving it some thought, even if Shi Feng had an insanely high defense, he still wasn't a boss. There was bound to be a limit to his HP. Even if they only dealt damage in the single digits, with tens of them continuously attacking, how long could Shi Feng last? Watching his HP fall continuously, Shi Feng clearly understood that he could not hold on for much longer. The difference in attributes was simply not enough to overcome the strength of over 100 elite players. Almost. When the distance between Shi Feng and the crowd from Martial Union shrunk to less than 20 yards, Shi Feng took out an intermediate frost grenade, tossing it at them. Martial Union noticed Shi Feng throwing an item. However, since it was not a skill, they did not pay it any heed. Instantly, the intermediate frost grenade exploded, releasing a shroud of cold air covering a 12-yard radius. The cold air froze the players for 3 seconds and dealt 400 damage to every one of them. The shroud of cold air swallowed more than half of the melee players. MTs, activate your life-saving skills. Mages, increase your firepower and controlling skills. We must not let him get near the frozen players. Unstable Devastation hurriedly shouted. The Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights immediately activated their shield walls and protection blessings respectively after receiving the command. However, deep in their hearts, they were extremely clear that these skills were absolutely useless in front of Shi Feng. They merely used these skills in the hopes that, with their increased durability, Shi Feng would instead choose to go for the other players first. Meanwhile, the mages standing at the rear line started casting controlling spells, one after another. They used spells such as ice walls and ice spheres to prevent Shi Feng from closing in on the frozen players. Shi Feng simply smiled. Using silent steps, he instantly arrived behind these mages. With the ice blue devil flame covering his entire body, he sent thunderflame explosion blasting down on these mages. The elementalists and cursemancers who were within the range of thunderflame explosion were instantly wiped out of existence. Moreover, those who received critical hits of over 2,000 damage also had their equipment destroyed. A few elementalists with quick reactions had immediately activated Frozen Circle, coupled with a blink. They intended to slow Shi Feng down as they fled for their lives. Unfortunately, Shi Feng reacted even faster than they did. He activated Defensive Blade and Dark Violent Dance. Gaining immunity to the frozen circles, Shi Feng waved the flaming Abyssal Blade in his hand. A streak of deep blue flaming sword aura landed on one of the escaping elementalists 10 yards away, dealing over 1,000 damage and instantly killing him. Simultaneously, the 2 summoners in front of him also received damage from the attack, instantly losing over 400 HP. Shi Feng then continued with a barrage of attacks. As a result, deep blue flames annihilated the mages within a 15-yard radius. Kill him, don't be afraid, we have more men on our side. He only has half of his HP remaining. Although Shi Feng only had half of his HP remaining right now, Unstable Devastation had lost much of his confidence. Even so, he did not stop sending out streak after streak of frost arrows and fatal shots. However, Shi Feng had dodged every one of them. In addition to the sudden appearance of Shi Feng's flame transformation and terrifying AoE damage, Unstable Devastation already had the notion of escaping for his life. However, he needed to observe the situation further before he made his decision. Half HP, is it? Shi Feng calmly smiled. He then proceeded to take out his next trump card from his bag. Intermediate Recovery Potion instantly recovers 800 HP after use. Cooldown, 1 minute. In White River City, players were only allowed to purchase 5 Intermediate Recovery Potions each day, and each bottle cost 3 silver coins. It was an item meant for a crucial time. Shi Feng downed the bottle, his HP instantly recovering to full. At this sight, Martial Union's players were instantly afraid. They had sacrificed dozens of players to take away close to half of Shi Feng's HP. Yet, Shi Feng's HP was full once again. Moreover, the scorching flame that surrounded his body greatly increased his battle prowess. Just by closing in on him, the durability of their equipment constantly fell. Faced with such a situation, their confidence instantly sunk into a bottomless pit. 196 Devastating Strike. The elites of Martial Union who had originally looked down on Shi Feng had started to panic now. What did a full HP Shi Feng mean? Martial Union's elites already had the experience deeply ingrained into their bodies, so they understood what it meant. Compared to only losing a level after dying, their current situation was far graver. As they had spent all this time grinding monsters, their equipment and weapons durability was almost depleted. If they received an attack from Shi Feng right now, that little durability would decrease even further, and their equipment and weapons might even be destroyed. This was much more frightening than simply losing a level. If they lost a level, they could recover it through grinding. However, it would be a different story if they lost the equipment and weapons they currently relied on. They had only managed to collect all these items after much difficulty, and compared to regaining a single level, it would be much more troublesome to recover these items. There was even the possibility that they could not recover these items at all. Ye Feng, don't go overboard. It won't be beneficial to either of us if you continue your actions. It is not too late for you to leave this place right now. In the future, we will mind our own business, and we will each walk our separate paths. Although Unstable Devastation felt dissatisfied, Shi Feng's strength was simply too frightening. He could only grit his teeth and take a step back in this matter. If he lost everything he had right now, his dreams of rising in Martial Union would also vanish. Overboard? These are your last words? Shi Feng laughed at the absurdity. He truly could not understand Unstable Devastation's thought process. Did he think that, after slapping someone across the face, everything could be settled just with a simple apology? Hearing Shi Feng's contempt, Unstable Devastation felt humiliation for the first time. He had already taken a step back, yet Shi Feng reacted so aggressively. However, he could do nothing to Shi Feng right now, so he could only watch as his subordinates were butchered one after another. This sort of helplessness had driven him close to insanity. Unstable Devastation never thought that such a day would befall him. In the beginning, he had a 100% certainty of crushing Shi Feng. Now, however, due to a mystical exploding object and an intermediate recovery potion, that confidence shattered. Even if they managed to kill Shi Feng today, the elites of Martial Union would receive insufferable losses. Ye Feng, you have forced my hand. Let's see which one of us will die first then. Everyone, attack him together. He already has a super red name. As long as we can kill him, he will drop all of his equipment, and it will be enough to make up for all our losses. Don't be afraid, his HP potion's cooldown is definitely very long. We can exhaust him to death. Upon receiving Unstable Devastation's command, the members of Martial Union went into a frenzy. They used all their skills and techniques to restrict Shi Feng while slowly depleting his HP. Meanwhile, Unstable Devastation also reluctantly retrieved a flame-red arrow from his back, aiming and firing it at Shi Feng. This was Unstable Devastation's strongest treasure. Originally, he had intended to use this arrow to deal with a Lord-ranked boss. Now, however, he could only use it to get rid of Shi Feng. Shoo! The flame-red arrow soared through the air, leaving behind a sonic boom as it shot towards Shi Feng's heart. Extremely complicated incantations were carved on the flame-red arrow's body, causing the surrounding fire-type mana to gather around the arrow. It seemed like a consumable item. Shi Feng had also noticed this flame-red arrow flying at him. He stopped paying attention to the spells attacking him and immediately used parry to block this flame-red arrow. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the arrow collided with Shi Feng's swords, it exploded. The force of the explosion instantly sent Shi Feng flying. Fortunately, parry had managed to block the attack fully, and Shi Feng received no damage from the arrow. Shortly after, Shi Feng landed unscathed. Immediately, he charged towards the mages, resuming his massacre of Martial Union's elites. Just like slapping at flies, Shi Feng killed one player from Martial Union with each of his attacks. Within a short moment, 4 elites had died. Watching this scene play out, Unstable Devastation's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Even after he used his final trump card, Shi Feng had taken not a threat of damage from it. On the contrary, his attack aided Shi Feng in closing in on the mages and continuing his slaughter. To begin with, Shi Feng's movement speed was extremely quick. These mages had no chances of escaping him at all. Furthermore, due to the level suppression and Shi Feng's magic resistance, these mages were rendered utterly helpless. They could only watch as they were slaughtered. Noticing that the frozen effect on the melee players was about to dissipate, the mages of Martial Union released a sigh of relief. They finally saw hope. Unfortunately, Shi Feng took out another intermediate frost grenade from his bag, tossing it at the melee players again. The frost grenade landed precisely on the same location as before, and in the blink of an eye, these melee players froze solid once more. A damage of 400 also appeared on every one of their heads, and the assassins and swordsmen who had low HP fell into critical conditions. Shi Feng then made a slashing motion with his sword, sending a flame blade flying at the assassins and swordsmen, ending their lives. This attack even destroyed the equipment they wore. At this stage of the game, where everyone's levels were still low, there were plenty of skills the players had yet to learn. It was especially true for high-level skills that could remove controlling effects. Thus, the elites had no defenses against Shi Feng's frost grenades. They had no ways of dealing with them at all. With the melee players frozen once again, and Shi Feng killing so many of their allies, these mages truly felt despair. They no longer cared about Unstable Devastation's command. They all ran, escaping in any direction they could. Nobody would have thought that Shi Feng would still have a weapon of mass destruction like that. If they had known about this earlier, they would have long since fled and not remained here for slaughter. Everyone's escaping now? Shi Feng immediately felt his head ache. If he hunted them down, one by one, he might let even more players escape. After all, although the frost grenades had frightening might, nobody would be foolish enough to stand still and wait for their deaths. Helpless, Shi Feng could only start throwing out basic frost grenades without stop. Although there was a 1-second cooldown, it could freeze a player for 3 seconds. With this, Shi Feng could get rid of all these scattered players. With basic frost grenades tossed out one after another, the sandy grounds turned into a world of ice, while all of the members of Martial Union turned into ice sculptures. Shi Feng then used the blazingly hot abyssal blade to end each of their lives. Watching as his teammates died and their equipment destroyed, the remaining players trembled in fear as they were driven to insanity. Some of the players who could not endure the sight even tried to log off from the game immediately. However, players were not allowed to log off during combat, so they could only helplessly wait as Shi Feng walked, step by step, closing in on them. Very quickly, Shi Feng had reaped the lives of 100+ elite members of Martial Union, and only Unstable Devastation remained alive now. Unstable Devastation quietly stood still, his mind in a daze. He had even forgotten to resist. Over 100 elite players had died, and all of their equipment was destroyed. These were all of his assets, and right now, it was impossible for him to climb back up in Martial Union even if he wanted to. He no longer had any means to compete with his rivals in the guild. At this moment, Unstable Devastation only had regret filling his heart. All of this had stemmed from his own arrogance. If he had known that Shi Feng was so frightening from the very beginning, he wouldn't have dared to become enemies with Shi Feng, even if he were beaten to death. Even if he had to become enemies with Shi Feng, at the very least, he would have waited until all members of Martial Union had entered White River City. However, it was too late now. Soon after, Shi Feng killed Unstable Devastation with 2 sword slashes as well. I'm finally done cleaning up. It should also be about time to bring Blackie and the others down to a dungeon for some equipment upgrades. Shi Feng took a look at his surroundings. After confirming that there weren't any members from Martial Union remaining, he used the demon mask to wipe clean his name. He then took out a return scroll, chanting the incantation and returning to White River City. After killing Unstable Devastation and the elite players under him, even if Unstable Devastation wanted to do anything to Shi Feng in the future, he would need to wait until these elite members recovered before he could. However, there was no need to concern himself over a matter that couldn't happen for quite a while. Shortly after Shi Feng wiped out Unstable Devastation's entire elite team, a large commotion occurred among the alliance of guilds that wished to carry out a crusade against Shi Feng. This commotion was a result of Unstable Devastation suddenly declaring his retirement from this small alliance. Unstable Devastation's actions had confused these other guilds. He also refused to speak of anything in the alliance's chat before leaving it. After witnessing Shi Feng's fearsomeness, Unstable Devastation didn't dare battle Shi Feng any longer. Since Shi Feng could kill him at the White Sand Ruins, then he could similarly kill him again and again out in the field. The same went for his team. Unstable Devastation no longer dared think of this matter. He still wished to make a living through God's domain. He was truly afraid of Shi Feng now. Hence, Unstable Devastation also expressed his apologies on the official forums. In the future, he swore to no longer participate in any matters relating to Shi Feng. As long as he met Shi Feng, he would make a circle and do his best to avoid Shi Feng. Immediately, Unstable Devastation's actions had sent shockwaves through the White River City region. 197 Crazy Stone. Although Unstable Devastation was not considerably well known, he was still one of the upper echelons of Martial Union. He was also arch-enemies with Shi Feng, and he had recently revealed one of Shi Feng's big secrets. So, there were quite a number of people who knew about him. Nobody would have thought that Unstable Devastation would publicly apologize to Shi Feng. Many people were stunned when they read Unstable Devastation's message. Martial Union was obviously a large guild, yet they had actually submitted to a lone independent player. Although such incidents had occurred before in past virtual reality games, the total occurrences could definitely be counted on one hand. Above all, God's Domain was a game that had just recently released. At this stage of the game, the difference in strength between players would mainly display itself in terms of techniques, and this difference could easily be overcome using the advantage in numbers. Yet, Unstable Devastation had succumbed to Shi Feng. It was simply unbelievable. Can someone tell me just what is going on here? Wah! Is this going to be the uprising of independent players? As expected of my idol, Ye Feng. What's so great about guilds? Haven't they succumbed to strength all the same? Chaos ensued in the official forums of the White River City region. Unstable Devastation's message was like a small pebble thrown into a tranquil pond, generating ripples that spread out in all directions. As a result, players on the forum posted their own opinions, especially the independent players. No matter which virtual reality game they were in, guild players and independent players would frequently conflict with each other. However, this could not be helped. After all, to surpass others, one must obtain more resources. Naturally, guilds would occupy these resources. Meanwhile, the independent players who lacked strength could only retreat in the face of these guilds. Thus, it created conflicts. Now that an independent player like Shi Feng had made a large guild submit to him, this incident received an unquestionably huge response from many independent players. However, to the alliance of guilds that planned a crusade against Shi Feng, this matter was just like a bomb filled with peril. Unstable Devastation, the leader who started this alliance and planned this crusade, had actually chosen to withdraw from the alliance. Moreover, he did not even speak a word about this incident. Just what sort of power could cause Unstable Devastation to react in such a way? This incident struck panic into the other guilds of this small alliance. Brother Zhang, what should we do? Flaming Tiger quietly asked. Due to Unstable Devastation's shocking actions, the various guilds in the small alliance started feeling insecure. Zhang Luowei fell deep into thought for some time before saying, "Let's not involve ourselves just yet. We'll wait until we are all in White River City before we deal with this matter." However, for him to force a person like Unstable Devastation to submit, I have truly underestimated this Ye Feng. Tell Ling Feilong to get in touch with Ye Feng. See if he can get Ye Feng to join Shadow. Although Shadow has only recently started its development, our resources are plenty. Tell Ling Feilong this. As long as Ye Feng agrees, I can give Ye Feng an elder position, an annual salary of 1,000,000 credits, and 10% of the workshop's shares. Flaming Tiger was stunned. He admitted that he was not Shi Feng's opponent and that Shi Feng's skills were a level higher than his, but wasn't this promise a little too great? Not only could an elder of the guild live leisurely, but the authority they wielded was also great. Aside from Brother Lan and Zhang Luowei, Shi Feng would have the highest authority in Shadow, not to mention an annual salary of 1,000,000 credits and 10% of the workshop shares. Even Flaming Tiger only had a minimum monthly salary of 20,000 credits. Flaming Tiger simply could not understand why they had to pay such a huge price to recruit Shi Feng. However, he did not have a say in this matter, so he could only do as he was told. White River City Trade Area. After returning to White River City, Shi Feng first headed towards the bank. He retrieved 500 stacks of hard stones, intending to sell only a portion of his stock for now. Due to the great increase in the hard stones demand, the price had already reached Shi Feng's estimation of 10 silver coins per stack. Although this price would still rise later, it was already close to the limit players could handle. These 500 stacks of hard stones were only a small portion of the hard stones Shi Feng owned. Just based on the amount of hard stones that Shi Feng had constantly purchased before, his stock exceeded 10,000 stacks. This was also one of the reasons why the various large guilds in White River City could not purchase any hard stones. Shi Feng had purchased all of these hard stones when the prices were at their lowest, and he only paid around 30 gold coins for them. However, their current value far exceeded their initial cost. After selling these 500 stacks, it should be about time to bring Blackie and the others to raid the level 10 team dungeon, the Goblin Factor YA Shi Feng inwardly planned. Although Blackie and Lonely Snow's levels were high, the overall equipment they had was subpar at best. The same went for Shi Feng's equipment. However, at least his was the best swordsman set equipment for players level 10 and below. His teammates' equipment, on the other hand, could only be described as miserable. As of this moment, there were already more than 500 players who had reached level 10 and had their names etched on the ranking list of the White River City region. Which was to say, there were already more than 500 players who had entered White River City. A majority of these players were members of well-known guilds. Aside from doing some quests in White River City right now, these players' main objective remained dungeon raiding, as dungeons were the best source for good equipment. Only with good equipment would these players level up with greater efficiency. Hence, plenty of guilds had already started diving into dungeons. White River City was different from towns. God's Domain only truly began after players reached level 10 and the city. As for the town life players experienced at the start of the game, it was merely an introduction to life in God's Domain. There were plenty of level 10 dungeons throughout the White River City region. The number of level 10 to level 12 party dungeons exceeded 20, and their rating difficulty varied greatly. Meanwhile, 10-man level 10 team dungeons numbered slightly lower, but there were still 12 such dungeons available. As for level 10 large-scale dungeons, there were 3 within the White River City region. As long as one successfully raided one of these 3 large dungeons, they could activate the card set exchange system. The value of card sets would also be at their highest when that time came. Meanwhile, after entering White River City, the normal raiding procedure for players began with the party dungeons to upgrade their equipment. They would then proceed to small-scale team dungeons, and finally, the level 10 large-scale dungeons. Right now, many guilds had already started raiding small dungeons and were continuously upgrading their equipment. Eventually, all the guilds in White River City would have only one goal, obtaining the first clear of one of the 3 large-scale team dungeons. A team could only obtain the first clear by clearing the hell mode of the dungeon. Moreover, the first clear of large-scale team dungeons was slightly different from that of small-scale team dungeons. The achievement would not only be announced throughout the White River City region, but it would also be announced throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. It was one of the best ways to increase one's fame throughout the Star Moon Kingdom, and it was also a display of a guild's strength. Hence, large-scale dungeons were considered the true battlegrounds for the various large guilds. Meanwhile, for these guilds who frequently battled inside dungeons, whetstones would become one of their strategic supplies. This situation would further increase these guilds' need for hardstones, causing the price of hardstones to soar once again. Thus, Shi Feng chose to sell his stock of hardstones at this time. Right now, Shi Feng was not focused on conquering the large-scale team dungeons. He knew his own limits, and he would not try to compete with those well-known guilds. His goal right now was only to conquer the level 15 small-scale team dungeon, the Demon's Castle. However, regarding strength or numbers, his team was still far from capable of raiding the Demon's Castle. They needed some upgrades before they could rise to that challenge. Arriving at the auction house of White River City, Shi Feng casually took a seat in the corner and opened the auction house's system interface. He then selected to sell his wares within the White River City region. That way, he would not need to foot such a large fee. Similar to selling at a town's auction house, only players within the White River City region could see the items he placed on auction. As for selling the hardstones to the other cities, Shi Feng had never intended to do so. Just the expensive handling fee alone would greatly reduce his profits. Not to mention, the other cities were not as much in need of hard stones as White River City, so the prices the stones would sell for much less. Shi Feng first placed 10 stacks of hard stones on auction with a minimum price of 10 silver coins per stack and a buyout price of 12 silver coins. He did so to take a look at the results. If he placed all 500 stacks up for auction at once, it could drastically affect the market. Hard stones' prices would plummet. Hence, he would slowly sell off his stock, carrying out hunger marketing. As expected, before even a minute had passed, all 10 stacks of hard stones sold. Moreover, they had been purchased at the buyout price of 12 silvers. There wasn't even a competition to speak of. It can't be, right? Shi Feng was stunned when he received the notification from the auction house. Such a great demand had far exceeded his expectations. Although he knew that there was a shortage of hard stones right now, he never thought that someone would pay 12 silvers without hesitation. This was simply insane. Did these people not know that 1 silver coin could be exchanged for 107 credits right now? Spending an additional 2 silver coins would be the equivalent of spending 21 credits. To a fresh university graduate, that would be a tenth of their monthly salary. 1908 Trial of God Shi Feng had only sold 10 stacks of hard stones. When compared to the demand of the entire White River City region, it was a drop in the ocean. Seeing such burning demand, Shi Feng placed another 10 stacks of hard stones up for auction. This time, he changed the minimum price to 12 silver coins and the buyout price at 15 silver coins. By doing so, he tried to find out the highest price hard stones could currently sell for and the bottom line of these desperate players. As expected, nobody paid the buyout price immediately this time. Instead, they bid over the hard stones. However, the numbers rose very slowly, and there was only a small increase of several coppers with each consecutive bid. 1 minute later, the price of the 10 stacks of hard stones finally displayed a significant increase. The bidding had gone from 12 silver coins to 13 silver coins, and it continued to rise to 13 silver, 30 coppers before finally stopping. Obviously, this was the final price these desperate players were willing to fork out. Their bottom line should be around 13 silver coins, huh? Still, this has surpassed my expectations. In the future, I can simply sit tight and wait for the money to roll in. Shi Feng also felt that 13 silver coins was the limit for hard stones. If the prices further increased, then aside from guilds, average players could not endure such an expense. Moreover, Shi Feng had only paid around 30 coppers for each stack of hard stones when he purchased them in bulk. Now, he sold them for 13 silver coins per stack. Their value had increased over 30 folds. One could not be too greedy. Shi Feng was currently satisfied with the results. Shi Feng then continued removing hard stones from his bag, setting them up for auction. He sold 20 stacks per batch, and each batch would be available every 10 minutes or so. Considering the consumption rate and finances of the players in the White River City region, 1,600 to 1,700 stacks should sell each day. If Shi Feng sold 1,000 stacks per day, not only could the entire White River City region fully deplete his stock, it also would not cause any adverse effects on the price of hard stones. If Shi Feng could sell 1,000 stacks each day, he could earn over 100 gold every day by selling the hard stones at 13 silvers per stack. Moreover, these were genuine gold coins and not credits. Such a daily income was more than 10 times higher than the daily income of first-rate guilds. With such funds in his hands, Shi Feng would not have to worry about financial issues when he developed his guild in the future. With the sales system all set and done, Shi Feng's finger tapped and slid, calling out the half-transparent communication interface. His finger then moved and tapped on his good friend Blackie's call button. Blackie, are you guys done with the reputation quests? If you are, then gather in front of the teleportation gate. We'll go dungeon diving together, Shi Feng asked. We're already done with our quests. However, it seems that we've been trapped inside a sealed map. We need to go through a trial if we wish to leave. Blackie grew excited when he heard about dungeon diving, and he wished he could immediately go to display his prowess. Ever since he obtained Mavis's guard, he had started browsing the internet and watching videos of experts displaying their skills. He had also frequently sparred with his team members, and his techniques had greatly improved. He would definitely shock Shi Feng with his new techniques. Unfortunate, he couldn't do any of that right now. A sealed map? Shi Feng's eyebrows wrinkled, his mind entering a deep thought. He did not know how Blackie and the others managed to enter a sealed map. Logically, the quests he sent them on had no such locations. However, after recalling Blackie's description of the place, he suddenly understood the situation Blackie and the others were in. He could not help but admit that their luck was truly impressive. There were various miraculous opportunities available in God's domain, and players most frequently discovered the Trial of God. Players also called it the Trial of Heroes, and it was a test given by gods for mortals to become heroes. As long as it was a level 10 map or above, there was a chance for this trial to appear. Players would occasionally encounter this trial out in the fields, questing or grinding. However, less than 1 out of 10,000 players would have a chance of meeting this trial. Blackie and the others were definitely lucky for encountering this trial. Every Trial of Heroes was a heaven-sent opportunity. As long as players could clear it, they would receive a bountiful reward. In this trial, equipment and EXP were considered the lowest form of reward. If players could perform exceedingly well in the Trial of Heroes, they could receive permanent attribute increases, super rare or improved skills, an abundant amount of weapon mastery, and many more super rare rewards. Weapons and equipment could only be used for a period of time. They were like foreign objects. They were not truly part of one's strength. However, it would be a different story if players could receive things like permanent attribute increases and super rare skills. The value of such things far surpassed that of weapons and equipment, and they would be of immense help towards one's future development. How many colors were on the trial door that you guys entered? Shi Feng asked. Shi Feng's question confused Blackie. However, since Shi Feng had asked, Blackie tried to recall the number of different colors on the large double doors they had entered. He then said unconfidently, I think there were 4 colors. 4? Are you guys trying to get yourselves killed? Shi Feng immediately wanted to scold Blackie. The trial of God did not only possess rewards, but it would also mete out punishments. The punishments and rewards given were also equal. In God's domain, with opportunity came danger. There was no such thing as a free lunch in God's domain, and even if there were, it might very well poison you to death. The Trial of Heroes was normally categorized into 7 tiers. If there were only 1 color on the teleportation gate, then the trial would be Tier 1. It was also the easiest trial to clear. Along with the increase in number of colors, the difficulty would increase exponentially. If there were 4 colors on the door of trials, then it would be a Tier 4 trial. Its difficulty would be around 8 times or above that of a Tier 1 trial. If Blackie and the others could clear it, the minimum rewards they could obtain would be fine gold rank or above weapons and equipment. Normally, it would be a dark gold ranked item. If they could finish the trial with a sufficiently high completion rate, there was a possibility they could receive permanent attribute increases or have one of their skills upgraded to a stronger version. However, the punishment for a Tier 4 trial was no joking matter. If Blackie and the others failed to complete the trial, the lightest punishment they might receive was a massive loss in EXP. They could very well lose several levels. Blackie and the others might even lose a portion of their attributes or skill mastery permanently, possibly entering a weakened state for a long period of time. Such severe punishments were also one of the reasons why most players would avoid entering the door of trials after finding one. They would instead choose to sell the information to a large guild, making a huge profit. Brother Feng, are we in a very dangerous situation? Hearing Shi Feng's panic, Blackie could not help but swallow nervously, his heartbeat increasing in pace. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and the others who stood beside Blackie also became extraordinarily serious after hearing Shi Feng's words. They no longer dared belittle this trial. I can only give you guys advice. Act within your capabilities. Do not attempt meritorious deeds. Only try to leave in one piece. Don't forget to pass on my advice to everyone in the team. However, Blackie, since you have Mavis's guard, logically, you guys should have a very high possibility of clearing the trial. However, remember not to rush things. Even if you have to waste a lot of time, you must never hurry. The rest will depend on your battle techniques, intelligence, and wisdom. Shi Feng then continued to pass on all his knowledge about the trials onto Blackie. As for whether or not they could clear the trial, it would depend solely on Blackie and the others. The tests of the Trial of Heroes had never repeated, so there were no known strategies to conquering one. However, in Shi Feng's previous life, after collecting the knowledge and wisdom of many predecessors, he managed to form a strategy that was not an actual strategy, which was to act within one's own capabilities and plan before taking action. One must not rush when carrying out the Trial of Heroes. Other than that, there was no true strategy for conquering the Trial of Heroes. With Fire Dance, Cola, and Blackie's Mobby's guard, they should be able to clear a 4-colored trial. However, they should not be able to leave the trial in a short time. Shi Feng felt a headache building. He originally intended to upgrade their equipment by raiding a dungeon. However, that plan had gone down the drain now. He did not even know if Blackie and the others could manage to leave the trial within a week. The Trial of Heroes was never simple, and it was an extremely time-consuming trial. In Shi Feng's previous life, it wasn't unusual if players spent more than a month clearing a trial. In the past, a top-tier expert had once made a fair evaluation of the trials. A 5-colored trial had the difficulty rivaling an epic quest. A 6-colored trial had the difficulty rivaling a legendary quest. As for a 7-colored trial, it had the difficulty rivaling a top-tier legendary quest. In Shi Feng's previous life, even after God's domain had been in operation for over a decade, there had yet to be a player that could clear a 7-colored trial. Of course, part of the reason was that no true Apex expert had encountered a 7-colored trial. In the past, the highest-tiered trial cleared was a 6-colored trial. Meanwhile, one of the conquerors of a 6-colored trial was the cleric god, Violet Cloud, one of the publicly acknowledged top 10 cleric gods in God's domain. Thinking that Violet Cloud was currently with Blackie and the others, Shi Feng hesitantly released a sigh of relief. Although Violet Cloud had yet to grow into her prime, her potential could not be ignored. For a 4-colored trial, Blackie and the others might, possibly be able to clear it. Forget it. No point worrying about it too much. It seems that I can only upgrade my own equipment for now, Shi Feng sighed. Habitually, he opened up the auction house interface, searching for items under the miscellaneous section. The miscellaneous section of the auction house was just like Dalbao 1. Oftentimes, players would auction some good things without realizing their actual value or things that they felt were not valuable at all. Hence, Shi Feng often browsed through this section hoping to find a lucky catch. Just as Shi Feng casually flipped through the pages, Flaming Sun Scripture. Shi Feng incidentally discovered a flame, red book displayed on the item interface of the auction house. Shi Feng's expression trembled at the sight of this book, and he could not help but wish he could immediately snatch this book into his hands. Someone dared to sell even this item? This is simply ludicrous. Shi Feng's sight then shifted towards the price tag displayed on the upper left corner, the ancient book. 199 Flaming Sun Scripture displayed on the half-transparent pale blue screen. The price of the Flaming Sun Scripture was similarly striking. Crap. This seller must have been dropped on his head as a child. Shi Feng loudly cursed the moment he saw the price. In actuality, Shi Feng wasn't the only person who loudly cursed when they saw the price for this Flaming Sun Scripture. Some players would even couple their curses with a few finger motions. 1,000 gold coins. This person was simply insane. Shi Feng then took a look at the seller's name. Sinfully Handsome. Shi Feng could only look at this person with respect when seeing this exotic name. Just how much of a narcissist was this person? Looking at this name, Shi Feng could also vaguely guess the reason why the price of this Flaming Sun Scripture was so high. However, since he had seen the Flaming Sun Scripture, he could not easily give it up. Hence, he sent out a communication request to this person called Sinfully Handsome. However, Shi Feng hid his name when he made the call, preventing this Sinfully Handsome from discovering his identity. After waiting for 10 seconds or so, Sinfully Handsome picked up the call. Who are you? What business do you have with me? You can't be asking me to power level you, right? If you're a pretty girl, this brother can carry you to victory with me. Narcissism filled Sinfully Handsome's voice when he spoke, and he gave others the hint of being a hooligan. Shi Feng was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Sinfully Handsome's words. Girl? Carry you to victory? Just who was this person? Even a person like this could obtain the Flaming Sun Scripture. Was this world already in such a mess? Hey, speak a few words, why don't you? Are you dead? Don't tell me you're a tranny, right? This brother doesn't have that kind of taste. Sinfully Handsome suddenly started panicking. Hello, I'm interested in buying the Flaming Sun Scripture that you've placed on the auction house. I wonder if you can sell it to me at a lower price, Shi Feng asked. So you want to buy that item? Of course I can. Sinfully Handsome smiled in realization. I'll slightly reduce the price for you then. How does 900 gold sound? This is a very justifiable price. Shi Feng faintly smiled at Sinfully Handsome's asking price. He then calmly stated his own price, 20 silver coins. Shi Feng did not believe Sinfully Handsome knew the Flaming Sun Scripture's true value. Only fire-type humanoids level 10 or higher would drop the Flaming Sun Scripture. However, its drop rate was somewhat low, so its selling price was very high. The average person usually couldn't afford it. Even so, it was still not worth an insane 1,000 gold. With that kind of money, players could even purchase an epic-ranked item. Why would they bother buying an item like the Flaming Sun Scripture if they had that kind of money? Hey fella brother, you're not being sincere here. You are the one who took the initiative to contact me, yet you're offering such a price? Do you know which guild I belong to? Sinfully Handsome beamed a smile, proudly saying, have you heard of Darkstar before? It's an apex third-rate guild in White River City. With this name alone, shouldn't you at least offer 100 gold? Darkstar, it was indeed a powerful guild in White River City. However, what did that have to do with Shi Feng? 1 gold coin. If you don't wish to sell, then forget it. Shi Feng understood that Sinfully Handsome took him for a fool. However, he was also in quite a need for the Flaming Sun Scripture, so he decided to offer such a high price. Unfortunately, Sinfully Handsome misunderstood Shi Feng's intentions. You have to think through this clearly. In the entire White River City, only I possess this Flaming Sun Scripture. Seeing that you're an honest person, I'll make a large sacrifice and sell it to you for 10 gold with an additional 100,000 credits. If you still don't want it, I can only look for another buyer, Sinfully Handsome confidently said. Goodbye. Shi Feng immediately disconnected the call. Sinfully Handsome suddenly panicked when Shi Feng disconnected the call. He did not think that Shi Feng would be so decisive. At least try to bargain. Watching his 1 gold coin fly out of his grasp, Sinfully Handsome's heart bled with regret. However, he was too embarrassed to contact Shi Feng again. Humph, I don't believe that you can so easily give up on this Flaming Sun Scripture. Sinfully Handsome snorted. Although he did not know the use of the Flaming Sun Scripture, based on its powerful and tyrannical name, it was not an ordinary item. Sinfully Handsome was very sure that Shi Feng knew this item's value. However, he did not wish to pay too high a price, so he retreated for the sake of advancing. With this thought, Sinfully Handsome was further assured of the Flaming Sun Scripture's value. It was definitely worth more than 1,000 gold coins. Hence, Sinfully Handsome ran towards the auction house, changing the price of the Flaming Sun Scripture from 1,000 gold coins to 10,000 gold coins. He wanted to see if Shi Feng was willing to beg him for this item. However, when Sinfully Handsome arrived at the auction house, he discovered that there was not only a single Flaming Sun Scripture on auction anymore, there were 5 of these books now. Aside from his copy, priced at 10,000 gold coins, the other 4 books were all priced at 15 silver coins. The most inconceivable thing was that the number of Flaming Sun scriptures up for auction continued to increase. In the blink of an eye, there were already 10 copies of the book up for sale. Just what sort of situation is this? Sinfully Handsome's eyes widened. He thought he was dreaming right now. How could there be so many Flaming Sun scriptures? While the quantity of these Flaming Sun scriptures increased, someone else bought them, one after another. There were a total of 32 copies of the Flaming Sun scripture offered in the auction house. Among them, Shi Feng had bought 30 of them. Only Sinfully Handsome's copy and another copy sold by Nobody Cares for 20 silver coins remained. Sinfully Handsome suddenly thought of something. He then hurriedly opened the trade section under White River City's official forums. As expected, there was an anonymous post stating, "Buying Flaming Sun scriptures at 14 silver coins per book. Willing to purchase it at 15 silver coins if placed in the auction house." One could often find such purchasing methods in virtual reality games. After all, players had plenty of items that they kept on hand without placing them on the auction house. There were only a scarce amount of players like Sinfully Handsome who would place items of unknown value on the auction house. Shi Feng also remembered this fact, and he thought that, by now, there should be quite a few players who have gotten their hands on a Flaming Sun scripture. Ah, my 1 gold coin, Sinfully Handsome wanted to cry. Originally, he thought that the Flaming Sun scripture's value could rival that of an epic ranked item. However, after seeing so many other players possessing this item, Sinfully Handsome immediately realized his mistake. If he had sold his copy for 1 gold coin, he would have made a huge profit. Elsewhere, Shi Feng felt great satisfaction after purchasing 30 copies of the Flaming Sun scripture. He would have completely forgotten about this item's existence if he had not discovered the Flaming Sun scripture on the auction house in the first place. 30 books should be enough for my purposes. Shi Feng looked at the 30 Flaming Sun scriptures laying in his bag, utterly pleased. Although he had spent 4 gold, 50 silvers, shrinking his assets slightly, the gold coins he possessed would only depreciate as time passed. It was much better if he used those gold coins to profit further. Thus, Shi Feng had spent so much money to purchase the Flaming Sun scriptures. In Shi Feng's previous life, plenty of players had obtained the Flaming Sun scripture. Unfortunately, none of them knew its purpose. Hence, they sold it at bargain prices. However, there was a ranger who had desperately bought these Flaming Sun scriptures. Even after the prices of the Flaming Sun scriptures rose to 1 gold coin per book, that player still bought them without hesitation, earning the suspicion of many. So, many players started to investigate the Flaming Sun scripture. On one occasion, a party of players met with a ranger who grinded solo at the level 25 map, Flame God's Cave. Moreover, that ranger displayed a shocking scene of killing the boss and elite monsters there by himself. Later on, however, the players discovered that the reason the ranger could grind at the Flame God's Cave alone was all thanks to the Flaming Sun scripture. From then on, the secret of the Flaming Sun scripture was revealed, causing its price to skyrocket. In the end, even when the Flaming Sun scripture sold for 3 gold coins per book, there were still players willing to buy it. Right now, Shi Feng had only spent 15 silver coins to purchase each book. He had made a huge profit from this trade. In any case, Blackie and the others still needed a long time before they could return to White River City. Since Shi Feng had nothing better to do, he might as well grind the boss at the Flame God's Cave. After all, his current strength was too weak right now. He could complete neither the epic quest, Darkness Descends, nor the unique quest, Demon's Heart. Moreover, there were plenty of important quests in White River City that required a team to carry out. This was the tragedy that befell all solo players. Hence, grinding bosses was the best option available for Shi Feng at the moment. Most importantly, the Flame God's Cave was a valuable location specialized in dropping forging designs. These forging designs had made that ranger into a rich man, and he had earned over 600 gold coins from all the forging designs he sold, becoming the envy of countless players. Soon after, Shi Feng hurried towards the teleportation gate. He paid a fee of 24 silver coins and teleported to Red Flame Fortress, the nearest teleportation point to the Flame God's Cave. 200 Flame God's Cave Red Flame Fortress was located in the middle of the scorching hot canyon. A large volcano loomed behind it. The terrain around this region was extremely hot all year round, and the air was similarly parched and blistering. A gust of wind here was like a wave of heat, and one wouldn't feel a hint of relief from it. Meanwhile, the surrounding environment of the canyon consisted of only scorched, barren earth and mountains. All around, web-like cracks decorated the ground. Just this sight would cause one to lose their appetite. As this was a virtual environment, players could fully experience the scorching heat. Being parched and drenched in sweat were only minor inconveniences, but one's vision blurring? That was a bigger problem. Moreover, battling in such an environment was extremely taxing to a player's stamina. Due to such a brutal environment, many players did not like grinding or questing here. Moreover, the Scorching Hot Canyon wasn't the only level 20 to level 25 map. There were more than 20 such maps within the White River City region. The millions of players within the White River City region could simply choose any one of these other locations to grind and do quests. For example, the cooling lakeside, the shady forest, and such were all good locations. There was no need for them to torture themselves by coming to the scorching hot canyon. For Shi Feng, however, such a brutal environment did not affect him much. In addition to having activated the hidden passive skill, basic body strengthening, Shi Feng also had 20 points of fire resistance. As a result, the high temperature of the scorching hot canyon did not have any effect on Shi Feng. Shi Feng would not greatly exhaust his stamina by fighting in this hot environment either. Moreover, the majority of the monsters in the scorching hot canyon dealt fire-type damage, so this place was suitable for players like Shi Feng, who had high fire resistance, to level. Shi Feng's leveling efficiency would increase by at least 20% compared to leveling up at other maps. In God's domain, nature's power was very strong. If players wanted to level up quickly, they needed to overcome many of such natural environments. As players progressed down their paths in God's domain, the importance of resistances would also increase. This was why Shi Feng grew excited when he learned that the Ice Blue Devil Flame increased both his fire resistance and ice resistance. After arriving at the Flame Red Fortress, Shi Feng opened the system map. Confirming the location of the Flame God's Cave, Shi Feng advanced towards it along a red dirt road. Although there were plenty of level 20 and higher monsters such as the Fire Raging Bull and Violet Flame Wolf along the way to the Flame God's Cave, Shi Feng walked on the official road. There were normally high-level NPCs patrolling the official roads, and these NPCs were usually 15 levels higher than the map they occupied. Moreover, they patrolled in small parties rather than individually. If there were any foolish monsters that dared come close to the official road, these level 40 NPCs would immediately dispatch the offending beast. The moment they came within a 40-yard distance to the official road, the patrolling NPCs would discover these monsters and turn them into soup. Hence, all the surrounding monsters did not dare come within 40 yards of the official road at all, allowing players to travel safely through it. Around half an hour later, Shi Feng finally arrived at the Flame God's Cave. The Flame God's Cave was situated close to a volcano at the outer edges of the scorching hot canyon. Plenty of elite monsters and chieftain-ranked bosses resided within the cave. However, even when players discovered this location, they would normally choose to turn around and leave as the monsters here were simply too strong. If monsters had not chased that party, they would not have run to the Flame God's Cave, incidentally discovering the ranger's secret of grinding bosses and elite monsters. However, only Shi Feng knew of this secret right now. The monsters in the Flame God's Cave were all level 25, and generally, only players who had reached level 20 would grind here. However, Shi Feng's equipment had the Ignore Levels attribute, so he could barely grind here as well, though with much lower efficiency. Regardless, he would still be grinding level 25 monsters. Even if his speed were slower than a level 20 player, his gains would still be much greater compared to grinding level 14 monsters. As for why the monsters in the Flame God's Cave were so amazing, it was mainly because of the extraordinarily high damage of their fire-type attacks. Even if it were only a level 25 common monster, it could still kill an MT of the same level with just 2 or 3 moves. Not to mention, the monsters in the Flame God's Cave all lived in groups, and one would usually meet 5 or 6 monsters at the same time. Even an MT with top-tier equipment could not handle so many monsters at once. There was also a large amount of elite and special elite monsters here. They could practically one-shot an MT of the same level. Hence, even when players knew about the Flame God's Cave, there was still nobody daring enough to grind at this place. However, it was a different story when one had the Flaming Sun Scripture. The Flaming Sun Scripture could grant players a Flaming Sun's blessing effect. The effect was closely related to the surrounding environment. The denser the fire-type mana present in a location, the greater were its effects. The effect lasted for 2 hours. However, the introduction of the Flaming Sun Scripture did not reveal such an effect, so players in the past couldn't discover its exact purpose. The Flame God's Cave could be considered as one of the locations within Scorching Hot Canyon that had the densest fire-type mana. As a result, the fire-type damage of the monsters inside was extraordinarily high. However, precisely because of this same reason, the Flame God's Cave was also a perfect place for one to use the Flaming Sun Scripture. However, even with the Flaming Sun Scripture, Shi Feng needed to be extremely careful while he was here. After all, the Flame God's Cave was a nest for level 25 monsters. With the level gap of 11 levels, these monsters could easily extinguish Shi Feng's life with just 2 moves, and Shi Feng would not even have the chance to resist before dying. Moreover, Shi Feng's level was just too low. These monsters could detect him easily, hence he needed to act with extreme caution. The moment Shi Feng carefully set foot in the cave, a wave of hot air swept past him from within the cave. Just when Shi Feng's 5 senses heightened to their maximum limit, his system communication suddenly rang out. That nearly gave me a heart attack. Shi Feng jumped, taken by surprise. He glanced at the system notification. Fortunately, monsters could not hear the system notifications. In the same way Team Chat worked, only specified players could hear them, while outsiders would remain unaffected. Flying Dragon? Why is he playing God's Domain as well? Shi Feng wrinkled his eyebrows at the sight of the caller ID blinking before him. This flying dragon was none other than Shi Feng's classmate and the 9th ranked in Jinhai University's fighting competition, Ling Feilong. However, in Shi Feng's previous life, Ling Feilong only joined God's domain long after the game's release. At that time, Shi Feng had already become the guild leader of Shadow. For Ling Feilong to join God's domain in advance, could this be the result of the butterfly effect? Shi Feng lowered his head in thought. However, he soon revealed a smirk. In this life, he had not revealed his character's ID to anyone else. As for Blackie, Shi Feng had long since told him not to reveal anything. Hence, no one in Jinhai University knew Shi Feng was Yi Feng. Similarly, nobody else knew that Blackie was Black Cloud in God's domain. Blackie's friends only knew that he was getting by fairly well in the game. Who are you? What business do you have with me? Shi Feng answered the call with a cold and imposing tone as if he were a god looking down on an ant. Ling Feilong immediately felt chills all down his body when he heard Shi Feng's voice, followed by immense pressure. He felt like he had just walked out of a cold pool of water. His heartbeat instantly soared to 180 beats per minute. This is Ye Feng, the god-ranked expert that caused even Martial Union to submit? His voice alone is already so imposing and threatening. The pressure he gives off is even stronger than Brother Zhang's. It's as expected of a god-ranked expert. No wonder Brother Zhang wanted me to recruit him. Ling Feilong was inwardly shocked, and he grew even more respectful towards Shi Feng. Originally, Zhou Yuhu should have been the one to contact the god-ranked expert. However, Zhou Yuhu previously had a falling out with the god-ranked expert, so the responsibility had been pushed onto him, Ling Feilong, instead. Ling Feilong felt that his chance to shine had arrived. As long as he could deal with this matter appropriately and gain the favor of such a god-ranked expert, his position in Shadow would rise quickly in the future. He would surely surpass Zhou Yuhu. After all, Zhou Yuhu had once found conflict with this god-ranked expert. In the future, Zhou Yuhu would certainly have difficulty getting by in Shadow. Before Ling Feilong had personally felt Ye Feng's imposing aura, he always thought that nobody could be as strong as Brother Zhang. However, Ling Feilong was now completely certain that, if this god-ranked expert joined Shadow, even Zhang Luowei would have to submit to his strength. Meanwhile, Shadow would similarly fall under the control of this expert. How are you, expert? I am Shadow's representative, Flying Dragon. We sincerely want to recruit a god-ranked expert like yourself into Shadow. As for the treatment you will receive, please rest assured. We at Shadow will certainly not mistreat you. Ling Feilong's tone was both soft and respectful when he spoke. After all, the god-ranked expert before his eyes right now, someone he needed to fawn over desperately in the future. He was truly afraid that this god-ranked expert would immediately disconnect his call.